He handcuffed him.
Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie, every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart. But their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life, every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must hide. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we want every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life, every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It is July 6th, Sunday. Welcome to the stream. And of course, my video is frozen for some odd reason. I don't know why that's happening. Give me one sec, chat. Fix this. That's me looking at weirdos. All right, we're back on. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Let me know how the video, how the audio is sounding, guys. I got a new, I bought a new mixer, so I'm waiting for that to come into the mail. And, you know, obviously we're going to make things even better. I think I'm going to be sticking with the, Shure SM7B. I know that the other microphone is better, but for the purposes of being able to be a bit more dynamic with the way that we do the show and everything else like that, what I'll probably do is I'll probably just go ahead and use the SM7B, just because it's a bit better for the way that we do the show. So, yeah. So we got a couple things to talk about today, guys. Well, let me see here. Give me O/s if the mic is good. Give me O/ if the mic is good. I am definitely going to upgrade my mixer, though. I'm going to get an even better mixer for you guys for this microphone in particular. Turn up my mic. Bro, it's on the fucking red. What are you talking about? All right, I'll turn it up a little bit for you guys anyway. Give me one sec. I'll turn it up for you. I'll tell you guys this, though. This is good, though, because I've been learning a lot about audio the past couple of days, because I've been, like, doing a lot of this stuff on my own. Because, you know, I don't like bothering Bill all the time. I asked him if he was available today, but he didn't respond, so he's probably busy. She belongs to the stream with the gifted sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. Let me move Mordecai down a little bit. He's a bit high up there. My voice sounds scratchy. Yeah, I woke up this morning at 5, so I'm a little bit tired. I took a little bit of a nap. Let me go ahead and increase the audio a little bit for you guys. That should make it really loud. For some of you deaf niggas, they got shitty headphones. Give me O slash if it's good now. If it's perfect, give me an O slash. If it's good, give me a O1. Give me a 1. If it needs work, give me a 2. How about that one? O slash if it's perfect, 1 if it's good, 2 if it needs work, and then tell me why. All right. Looks like it's really good for you guys. Sweet. All right. Cool. And it'll sound even better tomorrow. I don't have my new mixer here, guys, so I'm sorry. You know, it is what it is. I just don't have it. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, on my fucking OBS, it's all red, though. You guys are saying the audio's good. But it's like fucking red on my screen. So whatever, man. You guys want me to blow your eardrums out? Pause. Then I guess we'll do that. But, you know, it is what it is. Also, we're streaming in 4K on both YouTube and on Rumble. Guys, today's the last day for the OSS sale. Okay? You get them for $4. I think let me make sure the promo still works for you guys. Let me just double check. Because it's going to go back to $4. Or sorry, it's going to go back to $10 a month or whatever. So if you guys want a discount, today is the day, my friends. Get in now while you guys can. So let me just double check, make sure the discounts work. Love Island. Yeah, I know some of you guys have suggested I watch that. If I do, it's going to be on OSS only. Can't watch Netflix stuff on YouTube or even on Rumble, guys. Gets them jammed up. So, you know. Also, merch is live as well, guys. If you guys want the hoodies, everything is live. So, all right. Bear with me one sec, chat. Trying to make sure that this thing works for you guys. Oh, do the codes not work right now? Let me double check. Oh shit, they did expire. All right, let me go ahead. I'm gonna extend it for you guys until tomorrow. So give me one sec. I will expand it for you guys until today's Sunday the 6th. I'll extend it for the next until midnight for you guys. So let me just start doing that right now for you guys. Shout out to Jeremy. Gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much, Jeremy. With the Mordecai on the screen. Oh, shit. Okay, let me extend this. Let me get this thing going for you guys because I know what some of you guys want to be able to get in still. So I will extend it until the 7th. So you guys got until midnight tonight, baby. Midnight tonight, chat. Okay? Code is JFK 911 or Them Boys 911. Get in now while you guys can. Take advantage of the deal. Get in. Save some money. Remember, guys, it's $4 for the first month, $10 after that, or you can get them for the year at only $75, which is a crazy deal. That's the best deal, to be honest with y'all. So get in while you guys can. All right, knock off a considerable amount for you ninjas. So, yeah, for 1 year. Cool. They should work now. Let me just double check. Let me double check for you ninjas. Okay, yeah. Yep, they work. So get in there, guys, while you guys can. All right, cool. So welcome to the show, guys. Now that we got the audio and the announcements out the way, let me look at some of these chats and make sure I don't miss any of you guys. Freology says, hey, Myron, I watch most of your content, but I miss what O/ and OSS stands for. Well, my friend, you will find out very soon enough. If you don't know, you'll find out soon enough. 19 Phoenix 89 says O/ on Mike, then Mike show check in UKGB. Okay, shout out to you. Myron, you should watch Love Island, even though it's so many red pill moments. Your breakdown would be fire. Yeah, I can do a Love Island for you guys, but like I said before, I might do that on OSS for you ninjas. You guys want me to do that on OSS? I might do that for you guys on OSS, all jokes aside. Because, and the reason why is because, like I said before, YouTube, I can't do it. And they'll give you guys some exclusive content over there too. Speaking of OSS, Corey Hughes, this Tuesday, we're going to cover the banned event.
Fatality.
You know the Cookie Monster event? That's going to be covered Tuesday night, 11 p.m. Let me double check with Corey. I know we're doing it Tuesday. Let me see if I could do it for 11 p.m. with you guys. It's going to take about 2 hours for us to cover it. Let me ask him right here. Let me double check right now. It's going to be late night, but we're going to do a debrief first, and then we're going to do the Cookie Monster event. And that's going to be OSS only, not even Rumble. It's going to be OSS only. Mind, every time I get to watch you live, I have multiple tabs open on my laptop to watch your stream on every platform and watch on my TV. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that, Boogeyman. I will support any way I can. Also, did you know that SNAP stands for stupid niggas are poor? Facts. I agree. It's TZ subscribe. Shout out to you. It's TZ. Welcome, my friend. You're taking advantage of the sale. Sale goes on. I'm going to have it till midnight, guys. Get in while you guys can. Them boys 9/11. Get in for $4, 10 hours after that, or you can get it for the year at only $75. One more time in case you missed it first time. Fuck Live Island. OSS ain't with that, boss. I didn't see it the first time you sent it, but I guess once somebody wants it. Link my day one the other day after not seeing each other for months. Turns out she watches OSS streams too. Oh, nice. What was meant to be a quick coffee turned into a 4-hour conversation about from the Hannibal Directive to the Dancing Isr. Shout out to you, bro. All right, man. I'm glad I was able to help you and your day one get together and have a conversation topic. All right. Let's see what else we got here. All right, I think we're caught up. Keep doing the world a service, and glad you're moving off. You suck. Yeah, man. You guys know I hate YouTube, bro. I truly hate these niggas, bro. If you guys knew everything that I knew, you would never fucking support these motherfuckers again. But that's a whole other conversation. Cool. I think we're caught up. And as you guys know, if you guys want to get your super chat run on air on MyronGainsX.com, $5 or above, or if you're an OSS member, you can just donate $1 and it gets read on stream or a Rumble rant. So okay, cool. I think we're caught up there. I gave you guys the discount. Let's go to, we're going to cover the first thing we're going to cover, guys, is your boy Bryan Kohberger, okay? It's Sunday, which you guys know that means Fed Reacts, okay, aka True Crime Day. Always has me excited. Before we get into it, guys, do me a favor and smash that like button. We're still going to cover news, don't worry. You guys already know we still cover the news on here, even though it's Sunday. So here, guys, we're going to get into, as you guys know, Bryan Kohberger. You know what? Let me go ahead and pull it up on Wikipedia real quick for you guys, just so the normies that aren't familiar with can kind of understand what the hell's going on with this case. Now, I remember when this case first broke out a couple of years ago, I actually covered it in detail. But for those of you that are not familiar with it, we're going to talk about it a bit more. So here we go. 2022 University of Idaho killings. In the early mornings of November 13, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students were fatally stabbed in an off-campus residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. On December 30th, suspect Bryan Christopher Kohberger was arrested in Monroe County, Pennsylvania on 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. Prosecutors initially sought the death penalty. On July 2nd, 2025, Kohberger pleaded guilty to all charges against him in a deal to sentence him for 4 consecutive life sentences, avoiding the death penalty. So, absolutely nuts. Caught America off guard. No one saw this shit coming. And, he ended up pleading guilty. Now, this guy was like a criminal justice major over at, I think, the University of Washington State or the University of Washington, one of the two. Let me look here. You guys know me. I like to be very matter of fact with stuff. I know the FBI helped them. Yep. Well, I remember that. The thing that got him fucked up was they found DNA that matched him on the sheath of a knife that he used to stab one of the girls. Okay? And he left at the crime scene like a retard. And that's what fucked him up. This guy was a criminal justice major that studied Ted Bundy. Okay, so he was born in 1994. So the guy's like 31. Graduated Pleasant Valley High School in Pennsylvania. He was a PhD student, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, at the time of the killings, he was a doctoral student of criminology and had completed his first semester there 9 days before his arrest. So he moved to Washington to pursue a PhD at Washington State University. Here we go. Boom. Okay. Washington State University. So I was right about that. I always get confused. Washington State is not the Huskies. That University of Washington is the Huskies. This is where he went to school. So, anyway, so what you guys are going to hear right now, this came from his plea hearing. The prosecutor is going to systematically and nicely for you guys summarize the fact pattern of what occurred on that day. Okay? Yemen is under attack as we speak. Really? 20 missiles have hit in the last 30 minutes in Yemen. Okay. Let me take a look at that for you guys as well. Let me put that on the list. We always cover breaking news. Red Sea erupts again. Houthis back in action. Yeah, I heard about the Red Sea. Yemen Houthis launched drone boat strikes on cargo. Yeah, Douglas McGregor talked about this. I saw this on Twitter. Okay. Here, let's go real quick to this, see what's going on. All right, Red Sea under massive attack. Boats off of Yemen. Okay, they're bombing Yemen right now. That makes sense. So the Houthis are back to boarding ships, huh? All right, Houthis are pirates. Okay, that makes sense. And for those of you that don't know, the Houthis are basically, a group of guys that board a bunch of ships on the Red Sea. They pirate them, and they do this to disrupt trade, to hurt Israel economically. Okay, yeah, I know this. This footage is old, bro. I know. They don't have the footage real time of right now what the fuck is going on. But yeah, but basically, and is Israel bombing them? Let's see here. Well, I'll tell you this. Israel attacked Lebanon earlier today, guys. Israel under attack with these fire missiles from Yemen. Panicked Israelis rushed to set. Oh, really? 16 hours ago? Bro, I hate the Times of India, bro. These niggas are the worst. All right. Someone do me a favor and find me a link. We'll go back to Bryan Kohberger for now. But somebody find me a link. Because obviously this is breaking. All right. So we're going to go here, guys. What's going to happen here? You guys are going to see the prosecutor nicely summarize up what went down in this situation with Bryan Kohberger. All right.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis.
Now, typically when you plead guilty, guys, the government gives you a kind of like a pattern of facts that you're going to plead guilty to. So what the prosecution is going to read off right now is going to basically be the fact pattern that your boy Bryan Kohberger is going to plead guilty to. So this is very important because this is actually, he's basically admitting it without admitting it, right?
This case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, and if they went to trial, which they were prepared to go to trial, this is what the fact pattern the prosecution would have utilized in their prosecution of your boy Bryan Kohberger as well. So that's also important for you guys to know, because the state in this case, not necessarily, there's still the government, but the state in this case was ready to go to trial, and Kohberger basically folded at the last second and took the plea deal.
Your Honor, the organization of the resuscitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause
Let me know how the audio is, chat. If I need to bring it up for you guys, let me know. I'll bring it up a tad.
affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022,
Give me ones if the audio is good for the USB.
when the
Oh, echoes? Echo. All right. I think I know what it is. Let me see here.
defendant was residing at his parents' residence,
I think this will fix it. Hold on. Can you guys hear that? No, I don't think you guys could hear that. Okay, let me try this.
Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase.
There's a reverb. Hold on. God damn it. Some retard said cheap equipment. Bro. You would not be able to afford anything in this studio, dude. Talking shit, you literally would not be able to afford anything in this studio. All right, let me... I'm trying to think here. Bear with me real quick, ninjas. Let me try this. Let me see if this fixes it. So Bill's looped this in a way that I'm not too familiar with. Let me... No, I don't think it's the video, but let me...
The end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road.
All right, let me try another thing. Give me one sec. Oh. All right, let me try this. Let me know if this works, chat.
Residents in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th,
All right, I fixed it. Sweet. Okay. Hey, man, I'm learning this shit on my own, chat. Like, I'm telling you, bro, this OBS shit is not easy, dude. It's not easy, but I'm going to get a new mixer anyway. It's going to make this shit a lot better and a lot easier, especially since I'm switching to this mic. So starting probably tomorrow, you guys are going to see, because I ordered this shit rush order, bro. I literally ordered it rush order. So you guys should be like, see a significant bump in audio quality. So starting tomorrow's show. But we're still going to make it good now. I'm still making audio sound good today. It don't matter. You guys aren't going to even notice too much of a difference. It'll just make it easier for me while I'm like, doing shit. Yo, DPG, shout out to you, bro. Thank you so much, man. I was going to wait. But since you're watching stream, look what DPG gave me, guys. 90 sub. Shout out to DPG, man. The real G right there. So look at this, guys. Look what I got here. I got over 100 dog tags. Damn, that's a good camera. Not bad, huh? Shout out to my guy DPG. I got over 100 of them. We'll find a way. We'll find a way to get these to you guys. And then look at this. He also made this for me right here. Pretty lit, man. That's a damn good camera, isn't it? Some dude said I got cheap equipment. Yeah, that's a damn good camera, isn't it? So yeah, man. So yeah. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the Bryan Kohberger stuff. I know some of you guys said that that Sulaiman has a space or whatever. I'll jump in there after. I could jump in after this. Shout out to DPG, by the way, with the 90 gifted, man. I appreciate you greatly, my friend. Thank you so much. I'll see you later this week, depending on if we do the 1 verse 20 on Wednesday. We're still working on getting the girls for that one. So it's going to be a good time.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase.
Now, let me show you guys the K-bar sheet that he purchased, just so you guys get an idea of the visual real fast, okay? All right, this is pretty much the what the knife looks like. Okay, one of these like type K-bar knives. This is what he used to kill these innocent people. Fucking crazy fuck.
Purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead.
Black Jeff Obed just joined the OSS. Welcome, bro. I'm happy to have you, man. Guys, take advantage of the sale. Sale is going on right now. $4 to join, $75 for the year. Let's keep going.
The end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington.
Just so you guys can see how close it is, because I really want to build this visual for you guys some more here. So you go Moscow, Idaho to Washington State. 15 minutes, 9 miles. This is the drive that he pretty much made, okay, to get over there. And he had done it several times, as you guys are going to hear right now from the prosecution's pattern of facts. But a very, very close distance. 9 miles. Right on the border. And just to give you guys a full thing, here's Washington, and here's the border right into Idaho, right, for those of you that are wondering.
Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the
And there were two main pieces of evidence that fucked this guy up, Kohberger, that got him cooked. Number one, the K-bar sheath and how it had his DNA on it. And they found it all the way in Pennsylvania, which you guys are going to hear about in a second. And then the phone data that shows that his phone had been in this area several times. Okay.
the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Bryan Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022.
Okay.
The state's evidence.
This is the day of the murder, guys. Okay. Day of the murder. So pay attention. So basically, they were able to link him through the car, phone, and we'll see some other stuff here. Actually, what I also have here for you guys is, look, I have the search warrant affidavit, which we'll go ahead and take a quick look at this as well. This was the affidavit that the police, the local police up in Pennsylvania, ended up writing to search Kohberger's home, okay? And keep in mind, guys, this was Idaho police that ended up working with the FBI and with the Pennsylvania authorities to go ahead and do this search warrant at his house in Pennsylvania. So this is the what's it called? This is from the state police, but this is the affidavit. We'll read through this as well after the prosecutor kind of gets to it.
This would show.
Oh, and then we got here, Mr. Drink says, do you buy the idea that Kohberger took the plea to save his parents from having to testify? There's phone records saying he called his parents about 2 hours after the murders. If gone to trial, mom would have testified and possibly incriminated herself. That's a very good possibility because this guy is stone cold, man. This guy is stone cold and he doesn't give a shit. So I do think that there was some semblance there of him avoiding the death penalty and potentially protecting his parents. Yeah, I think that's definitely that's a good estimate.
That early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m.
So he tried to conceal it. He turned his phone off before he started driving over there. Right? Thought he was smarter than he really was.
And remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence in.
Hold on, what the fuck? Sorry about that.
Would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow, that would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling.
I also have the criminal arrest affidavit as well here for him. So we got both. Echo? Okay. Let me try to figure out why the hell that is. Bruh.
The 1122 King Road area.
Let me try.
Area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes in.
Let me try restarting the mixer, guys. Give me one sec. All right. All right, so you guys should be able to hear me fine now. Let me see if this shit acts stupid again.
Into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on.
All right, let me call Bills real quick, man. I don't know what the fuck just happened just now.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
I'll try again.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is
I don't know why the fuck. It's fine a second ago. Let me try something else. Let me try this.
On a dead end. And then
Okay.
leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that
Can you guys
area,
hear it?
was leaving, stopped at the intersection.
God damn it.
Of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn,
Okay, let me try this one.
and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back.
Nope. I don't know if it's a problem with OBS because this is strange, man. Very, very strange. Let me try another video, see if it works.
Guys, since Bryan Kohberger pled guilty today, I feel like we released this full illustration of the Idaho 4 crimes, showing Kohberger's
There's no echo on this one. What the fuck? Bro, let me try refreshing this fucking thing then.
Its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different.
All right.
The defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of.
What the fuck? All right. That's fucking weird. Because on this,
movements. It's put together by evidence given to me by media companies like Netflix and others, including more recently Dateline, who hired me to do their 3D modeling for their project. I'm going to include a lot of information into this episode where you can see exactly what took place from moment to moment. Let's get started. In this illustration, we're going to start at 3:30 a.m.
okay, so the echo is coming from the court feed. It's not me, chat. It's their fucking thing then. All right.
Of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. All
right, so yeah, it wasn't me, bro. It was the fucking court. God damn it, man. Shit pissed me off, bro.
Entered the residence, went to the third floor.
So yeah, this is the problem. I notice this all the time. Whenever I watch like court stuff or like law enforcement or like press conferences from the police or the government, bro, they always have audio issues, man. They always have audio issues. And it's like for simple shit, you know? God damn.
And with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Caitlin Gonzalez.
Yeah, Law and Crime does have another version, but they don't show all the camera angles. That's why I use the Court TV one.
The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap.
That's pretty fucking definitive, chat.
Of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor. It was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well.
And he didn't just kill him, guys. He killed him viciously. He like cut up his hamstrings and stuff very violently. So he might have had and this happens a lot with like some of these deranged killers, is what they'll do is like they'll especially punish the males when they didn't expect them there. So I think that he was hoping to be able to kind of do what he wanted to do and didn't expect for there to be men there or be a lot of other people there. And yeah, he viciously killed the guy.
With a large fixed blade knife.
Also, guys, do me a favor, smash that like button. Let's get to 1,000 likes.
Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation.
He didn't have much time.
There were two other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately
And guys, not only did she see him leaving through the sliding door, dude, I'm gonna do you guys one better. I want you guys to see the craziness. Or actually, you know what? It's probably fed it. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Let me see if I can find my video that I did on this. I did it like 3 years ago when this shit first happened. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just go to my channel. See if I can find it for you ninjas. All right, cool.
Upstairs where they were awake and
Okay, and I did this with Legal Mindset, right? So what I want to show you guys is this is the house, right? This was a good episode, man. This is when this first broke out. And we read through the affidavit from the cop. And we did a like analysis of the house. Let me see if I could, where was it? See, this is why timestamps, bro, this is why I do the timestamps for you guys, man. Okay, so I think Dylan is the one that saw him.
and she saw Al-Qaeda on, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen to where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, Ben's car is seen on.
Okay, so they put his car in a location. All right, let me
what
see.
her bedroom looks like, right? And so now this is you
am.
Let me mute this real quick. Okay, so this is the sliding door right here in the kitchen, guys. This is where it was, right?
exits out this way right here.
So the male walked towards the back sliding door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. Oh. Bill's just hit me right now. Hey, yo, can you hear me? Yo, hold on. I think I fixed it, bro. There was like an echo on the thing, but I think it was from the court TV video. I'm on stream right now. So, yeah.
What was the echo from?
I think it was the court TV. I had an echo from before with the USB, but I think I fixed it, man. If you don't mind just like checking out the audio real quick, like tune into the stream real quick. If something could be fixed, let me know. If you need a team viewer, and it's fine.
All right, bet I got you. I'll watch it real quick and I'll see what the fuck going on. I'll even rewind it to see what the hell you're talking about. But all right, bet,
Yeah, you could. Yeah, no, you don't got to because I think it was court TV having a fuck up there.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
It was the
All right,
USB.
bet.
Yeah,
All
it was
right, bet.
USB. I thought it was echoing, but it was just like there was a
It was
reverb
their
from
fuck
the.
up type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Okay, all right, cool. I'll watch it back just in case, and then if anything, I'll team viewer.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, but either way, we'll talk. But yeah, I'm gonna switch to the SM7B, so I got a plan for that and shit. So I'll tell you. I'll hit you.
All right, bet. Got you.
All right, man. Later.
All right, peace.
All right. So the male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. Did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe the murderer left the scene.
See, here's the kitchen, and here's that sliding door that we showed you guys from
Yeah, so
before,
it goes out that door, through the kitchen and out that door.
right? And this is the patio. This is a picture of the kitchen. And here's another picture of the kitchen, right? But yeah, so going back to her room.
You can see, actually, this view is great. That view from the kitchen is great. because you see when you're looking at that kitchen view, Myron, if you can go back to that last one, you can see where the footprint is, like from the kitchen facing the bedroom, right? You can see, okay, there you go. See the opening of the door. So imagine he's standing right there, that close to her. She opened the door and is face to face with him. That's what she said in her affidavit.
Yeah.
He walks by after hearing all those things, after hearing the loud thud, after hearing the dog barking, after hearing it's okay, I'm going to take care of you, her say there's somebody here, all those things. And she goes to bed, and it's not until the next day that a friend calls the police.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, imagine, guys, this is her view. This got to be this would be like literally horrifying. You're standing and you see a dark figure come wearing all black with a mask on. You could just see them bushy ass eyebrows.
So this is where she was standing, chat, when she saw him. Okay, this is like what we're looking at is what she saw. That's why I want to make sure I show you guys this. So check this out.
And he walks past you. Now, what I'm assuming is that he didn't see her with the door. She probably had the door cracked open, and she could see a little.
Or even if she opened it, it's also possible that he had lost kind of his night sight, because let's say that his eyes had adjusted to the rooms upstairs where they were awake and probably had all the lights on. So his eyes might have been shifted, so he could not see her with her lights off. Maybe she had her lights off in her room and looked out there or peeked out, and he just didn't see that.
Yeah. That's true as well. So and
also, by the way, we don't know whether or not she was intoxicated. We have no idea if DM was intoxicated at all. The one thing I will say, the one thing that can maybe explain this, which I would want to hear at trial, is: were you drunk? Were you high? Like, what were you doing that night? Because I mean, what was your state of mind that you saw all these things and didn't say anything? That's going to be. I think that's why Dylan DM is the number one liability for the prosecution in this case. I think it's going to be something that the defense is going to really harp on.
Yeah. So could you imagine, guys, like you hear all this ruckus from upstairs and then you kind of like wake up to it and you open the door and you see someone like in a fucking ninja mask with bushy eyebrows hanging out, wearing all black, male, and you're like, what the hell? Luckily, he didn't see her. If he saw her, she would be dead right now. But that's literally how close she was to the guy, chat, what you guys see right there. Literally, this is from her door. This is where he was. He was right here. Insane, chat. Insane.
On a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody...
So the fact that he sped off like that, chat, tells me that not everything went according to plan. Because he sped off really quickly. And not only that, chat, he left his he left the K-bar knife there.
In this courtroom would see that. You can see the car almost...
And as you guys can see, he had planned this for like weeks and months before. So this was very sloppy.
Loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walenta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And
someone asked, why did he do this? That's the $1 million question, bro. Nobody really knows 100%.
They did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And
that's when he turned his phone back on.
The evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south.
And as you guys know, it's a close drive. Looks like he took a different route than normal to get back to Pullman, right, where he lives. So, And let me show you guys real quick. I think in the police affidavit, it's listed here. And if you guys care about the affidavit, on my last episode, if you guys want, I can actually give you guys a link where I go into this way more detail. But this is the white Elantra here. This shit, the quality sucks. But what you guys need to know is he took a different route this time.
And heads north and slightly west towards his apartment where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, this Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment.
Okay. Taking a selfie after killing 4 people.
With a thumbs up.
With a thumbs up, bruh. This nigga, man. Yo. What the fuck?
The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all the...
That's important as well. The bro tried to get rid of those K-bar purchases after he knew that the cops found it at the crime scene.
These transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him.
And as you guys know, that's where this, obviously they had been watching him for a bit. And let me see how they identified him. Okay, so... Okay, November 25th. So 3 days later, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra in the area on November 29, 2022 at approximately 12:28 a.m. Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at Washington State University. As a result of the query, he located a 2015 white Elantra, Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. This vehicle registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereinafter referred to as Kohberger. So that's how a guy basically had a bolo. He looked for a white Elantras in the area and found him. That's how they got him, baby. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., Washington State University officer Curtis Whitman was looking for a white Hyundai Elantra and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at blank, blank, blank in Pullman in the parking lot, an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington State driver license information and autograph. Remember, guys, this is the person that wrote this affidavit is a detective from the Moscow, Idaho Police Department. Okay, so he was working together with the Washington State University police. A lot of big universities, guys, have their own police and detectives a lot of times. This license indicates Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Why is that important? Because we know one of the witnesses, like I showed you guys before, when he was walking around and shit like that, when she saw this nigga with the mask, the one thing that she remembered is that he had bushy eyebrows. Okay, I think the girl's name was Dylan, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Very important. So when they pulled up his driver's license, they're like, oh, okay. Car matches? Check. Bushy eyebrows? Check. And he matches the same body build that the witness had given. She said that it was a 6 foot tall, athletic white male. 3 matches, right? Man, I remember so much about this case. It's crazy, guys. It's like I haven't looked at this affidavit in like 3 years, but it's just crazy because I remember so many of the facts from it. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Bam. See, I told y'all. Right? And I didn't even read that sentence. I just knew off the top of my head. Pause. I just remembered it. So it is Dylan, yeah. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Corporal Duke's body camera report, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger, who was a sole occupant, was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with license plate LFZ8649, which was set to expire November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number. Investigator conducted electronic database queries and learned that the number is registered by AT&T. Right? And then they start probably doing the geolocation shit after that. Yeah, see, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records. Yep. I've done those when I was an agent. I remember those. See, bam. That's how, look, this is the route he took, and he came from the south the day of the murder. He didn't go normal, direct like he normally did. It took a long-ass route and came from the south into Pullman, Washington. Remember, guys, look. So, bro went all the way this way. He normally would go this way. He took this route all the way down here, and then he looped back up because of all the police presence. He didn't want to get stopped on the morning of the murder. Man, this is crazy. It's all coming back to me now.
And were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull during the nighttime.
So, guys, trash pull. I did this a lot of times when I was an agent. If you're looking for probable cause, looking for information on somebody, or trying to find if someone is located at a house, you wait until they put their trash out in front of the house. You and a couple other guys go. You could dress up as garbage men. You could dress up in regular clothes, whatever. And you go and pull the trash. Right? And when you pull the trash, you obviously take it. And then, you take it back to the office and you dump it and you look at it. And you'd be surprised at what you find in there, man. You find quite a bit of stuff. Okay.
Time hours. Agents of the FBI who assisted immensely with this case. Working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed.
Bam. Super important that they found that, chat, because that right there basically connected everything. So you have the K-bar knife, right? The sheath that was left on the crime scene. Again, just going to give you guys a... So they find this pretty much at the crime scene, right? The sheath with the DNA, right? And they find DNA at the trash pull that shows that whoever lives in the house is the biological father of the killer. And that, my friends, is how they got the arrest warrant for him. You find evidence on the other side of the country that links him to the crime scene because he left that fucking sheet. That fucked him up, man. Big time. The defense tried to get it out. They tried to say it was planted, but cooked. Soundboard's not working, chat? Soundboard's not working? Oh, okay, hold on. All right, let me know if it works now. Did it work that time? All right.
Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho...
All right, let's read this search warrant real quick that they used. So here you go. Your Afghanistan trooper Justin M. Leary of the Pennsylvania State Police Stroudsburg Station Criminal Investigation Unit. So obviously the guy's a detective. Since 2009, I've served as a detective with the Lackawanna County District Attorney's Office, a special agent with the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General, task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and currently as a trooper with the Pennsylvania State Police Troop and Vice Unit. God damn, this dude's everywhere. But okay, so long story short, this guy, guys, he's a TFO with the FBI, which means he has federal authority and state authority. And he's also assigned to the county district's office with the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General. Interesting. All right, I've conducted hundreds of criminal investigations, including numerous homicide investigations. Your Afghan is Trooper Brian V. Knoll. What the hell? Your Afghan is Trooper Brian V. Knoll of the Pennsylvania State Police Troop and Criminal Investigation Assessment Officer. I've been employed with the Pennsylvania State Police since 2008 and assigned as a criminal investigator since 2012. I've been assigned to Criminal Investigation Assessment Officer since 2019. Throughout my career, I've conducted hundreds of criminal investigations, including numerous homicide investigations. On Wednesday, December 28th, 2022, the Pennsylvania State Police was requested to assist the Moscow Police Department, Moscow, Idaho, and FBI with a homicide investigation which occurred on Sunday, November 13, 2022. As part of this investigation, reviewed reports and affidavits prepared by the Moscow Police Department establishing probable cause for issuance of search warrants related to this investigation, which are included to this affidavit of probable cause as Exhibit A. Furthermore, investigators began physical surveillance of the property and area of 119 Lambsden Drive, Chest Hill Township, and in the early morning hours of Tuesday, December 27, 2022, observed Bryan Kohberger walking near his residence. Additionally, Kohberger's vehicle was observed entering the Indian Mountain Lakes development on December 16, 2022. The vehicle is still believed to be on premises. Investigators are also monitoring Kohberger's cell phone, which appears to be in the same vicinity of the residence on Wednesday, December 28, 2022. While conducting surveillance, investigators observed Kohberger traveling throughout Monroe County and arriving back at his residence on Lambsden Drive. Your Afghans are requesting a search warrant. Wow, 2 different Afghans on a search warrant? That's fucking weird. Interesting. Okay. State is weird, dude. All right, your Afghans are requesting a search warrant to be issued for the search and seizure of all items listed in the items to be searched, along with forensic processing of all items. So, okay, boom. So here's the search warrant prepared by... So basically, this guy, Brett Payne, is the detective out of Moscow Police Department that wrote the search warrant, okay? And they're obviously relying upon this to get the probable cause to search the house in Pennsylvania. So, okay. So he's a corporal, Brett Payne, who was duly appointed qualified and acting peace officer within the county of Latah County, Idaho. Corporal Payne is employed by the Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been trained and qualified peace officer approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the FBI. On November 13, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Baker and I responded at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, here and after the King Road residence to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and I was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, Moscow Police Department, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room, was Xana Kernodle's, hereinafter Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereinafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined, autopsy report provided by Spokane, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves, hereinafter Goncalves' room. I later learned from a review of Officer Nunez's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend Jack DeCoeur. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCoeur on November 13, 2022, that he and Goncalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen's, hereinafter Mogen's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogen were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, on the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it, which is this right here, chat. Tan. This is what it looks like.
We begin this morning with
Oh, fuck. The thumbnail shows it. That's it. Okay. Let's go back to the search warrant. Yeah. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included Bethany Funky, later hereinafter Funk, and Dylan Mortensen. Dylan Mortensen, guys, is the one that saw him with the eyebrows walking through the kitchen. Okay? Both Funk and Mortensen were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. Funk's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. And don't worry, guys, I got a video for you guys that we're going to actually see all of this play through. I'm reading through it for you guys first, and we're going to go ahead and go back, and then we'll watch the video. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I've learned the following. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Funk at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Pierce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. Funk was also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. Funk also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Goncalves and Mogen were at the local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main in Moscow. Goncalves and Mogen can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Goncalves and Mogen can be seen on video at a local food vendor called Grub Truck on 318 Main Street at downtown Moscow. I think I have this here for you guys. Let me see if I can get this up on YouTube. I think that video, I watched it before. Idaho murders food truck. Here you go. Bam.
You're looking at enhanced video of the confrontation between two of the University of Idaho murder victims and another student at a food truck. The time, 1:30 a.m., just hours before the murders. Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan stopped for mac and cheese after partying at a nearby bar.
Everybody seemed like in good spirits, nothing seemed off. And then they start interacting with a couple other people. They're waiting for their food.
Now look at this. Video shows Madison pointing at a man in a hoodie who appeared to have followed them to the truck. We had the video and audio from the clip enhanced, and you can hear her using an expletive. Blank you, mister, she says. Police have already announced they have cleared the young man in the hoodie. Audio engineer Anthony Nelson enhanced the audio for Inside Edition. What do you hear in that instant?
She says, you.
So, was there an argument? If so, what was it about? Kaylee's parents say, in their opinion, some of the individuals have been cleared too prematurely. Nancy Grace, host of Crime Stories, says the victims' families are being mishandled.
Number one thing you do in a murder case is you locate the victim's family and loved ones, and you hold their hands from soup to nuts till you get that guilty verdict. All the way. Now, do I mean hand over your file and all the intricacies of the case? H-E-double-L, no. But there's a happy medium. These families should not feel this way.
Meanwhile, the focus is shifting to where the other two victims, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, were between 9 p.m. when they were at a gathering at a Sigma Chi fraternity and 1:45 a.m. when they returned home, just a short distance from the frat house. Police.
And chat, I'm almost certain that they knocked this house down now. Let me look.
You're looking at enhanced.
I think they knocked this house down. Yeah, where 4 universities were murdered. The house, a gray 6-bedroom, 3-bathroom served with a scene of the deaths, blah, blah, blah. Let's see if it's still up. Damn. It is. I thought they were gonna knock it off, dude. I could have sworn they were gonna knock this house down. Okay.
Police fear students who have the information are reluctant to come forward. News Nation's Brian Enton is in Idaho.
Police told me they want to send a message out to the kids here on campus. They're not concerned about what was happening at any of these parties.
Oh, the house did get demolished, chat? Okay. Okay, it's demolished. All right. That's what I thought. That's what I thought that they did this. They demolished it.
Whether the kids were drinking or the college students were smoking pot or whatever, they're not going to get in trouble, police say. They just want the information about where Xana and Ethan were.
Yeah, I remember reading somewhere that they demolished it, but I wasn't sure if they actually went through with it. I know the owner of the house was dealing with so much problems, couldn't rent it out and shit like that, or was getting a lot of annoying calls, so they just stopped. They got rid of it, the landlord. Guys, do me a favor. We got 3,000-4,000 you guys watch right now. Smash the like button, man. And let's get back to it. I was reading the affidavit. Okay. So we showed you guys the footage of them at the food truck. Okay. A private party air grower reported that he provided a ride to Conclaves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow to the King Road residence. Mortensen and Funk both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. And law enforcement identified who that was later on. Mortensen stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the south side of the second floor. Mortensen stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Conclaves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Mortensen said she heard who she thought was Conclaves saying something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Mortis stated she looked out her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Mortis stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying come from Kernodle's room. Mortensen said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." That was probably fucking Kohberger. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet away from the west wall of Kernodle's room. Mortis stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth, nose, walking towards her. Again, this is right here, chat. This is what she saw, basically. So he came from here. Imagine you hear all that, right? And you literally look outside your fucking door. It's dark though, it's pitch black. And you see some guy wearing all black with a ninja mask and nothing else. Some white dude. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Anyway. Let's go back to the affidavit. Mortensen described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. Damn, I was close. I was right about around 6 feet and athletic build. The male walked past Mortensen as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the black sliding glass door. Mortensen locked herself in the room after seeing the male. Mortensen did not state she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of Mortis's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Funk and Mortis's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. So, chat, he wasn't there long. He was not there long. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene. And guys, this is where they found the footprint right here. What the fuck? Oh, let me rewind a little bit.
Better with you and wishing you.
Do them once you post it on the internet.
They can use.
Wait, where the fuck? Where did I have it? All right, I'll just
second floor, guys. So
you guys get the idea. As part of the investigation, an extensive search commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect vehicles. And this is, I think, how they found the car. Right? And then this is the stuff that they have from their affidavit. All right, let's see here. All right.
Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body.
So the Q-tip identified the father, which gave them the probable cause to go in the house pretty much to get anything else.
At the crime scene. I can tell the court, and the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment.
Yeah, he definitely got rid of that knife.
In Pullman was searched, as well as his office.
Guys, we're at 800 likes, man. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube, guys. Smash the like button, man.
Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it.
He probably has so much blood on him, chat.
I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing.
Oh, shit, bro.
When he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that,
bro, they're gonna fry this nigga if they went to trial, bro.
As the defendant,
this is just like a summary, a gross summary of what happened. They have way more than this, chat.
Has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022. Excuse me.
And I remember this prosecutor, he gave a couple of interviews to the media. He was ready to fry that boy, man.
Mr. Kohberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's get hit. I want you guys to hear this guy's voice. He's kind of crazy, bro.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 112?
Hold on.
Residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
Just so matter of fact, why did he do it? Look, nobody really knows 100%, but a lot of people say that he knew one of the girls. He went there to kill her. He didn't expect all those people there, which that makes sense because the way he rushed out of there, the way that he left the K-bar knife, when he knows better too, he was just very sloppy. So he probably thought he was going to go there. Nobody would be home. He'd be able to do what he wanted to do, and he didn't expect to encounter all those people. Because he obviously had done his recon, but he didn't do it good enough, I guess.
Did you honor about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
Absolutely nuts. All right, let me read some chats here. Incredible, man. Incredible. And he did, guys, I'm telling you, it was so bad. Like, he murdered them so violently, the blood was pooled up. And that's another reason too why they demolished the house. They couldn't get the blood out, guys. That's how much blood was at the scene. Bro, where will the dog test be available? And already go and get my MGX merch order. Thanks to all the guys buying the merch. No problem, my friend. Like I said, it's good quality shit, man. It's Nike, so you don't got to worry about nothing. Sim Basher, people are so attached to their phones they can't even go commit unalivings without them. True. Dancing Israeli, what are your thoughts on law enforcement being able to upload suspect DNA to genealogy databases? Feels like they're reverse engineering their investigation. Yeah, that's how they caught the fucking Golden State Killer, bro. One Ultra MAGA. Myron, I saw this video. It's not you, it's the actual video. Thank you, bro. I wish I read that earlier. Will the bill pass? How long will it take ICE to get the funding? Is it instant or does it take a few months? It'll probably take some time. It's a Zoom call they're using, not your setup. Appreciate that, Tipa. Hey, Myron, any advice on quitting pornography use? I once attained sobriety for a year, and it was the happiest I've ever been. But since been relapsing, it's been impossible to go past a week of abstinence. Dude, you just gotta not do it, man. Like, just not be a bitch. Like pornography is just not good for you. You know what I mean? It's just not. Some guys are addicted to it. So, you could there's like some apps that you could put on your phone and your computer to help you with where you can't access those websites. Can't Stop Chris says, I'm 23, Egyptian Orthodox Christian. My parents have been married 25 years and strongly believe in marriage, waiting for sex because of our cultural religion. I told them I don't want to get married and explain red pill truths about female nature and over, but my dad swears I just ran in the wrong side of girls for me to think this way and that I'm evil if I smash these 304s for fun. He's super blue-pilled. How do I show my dad the light so he doesn't think I'm evil when I have kids with multiple girls? Yeah, bro, you're not going to change your dad's mind, bro. Don't even bother. Don't even bother, bro. Like, don't even bother. Like, he's never going to get it, dude. He's never going to get it. Don't even bother. Teach us about Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Crusades? Not really my thing, dude. Tishbat King, subscribed. Welcome, bro. Master Messiah says, man, this case got me scratching my head. What gray areas or inconsistencies would you say most challenge the official narrative? How should investigators approach those who avoid missing key details? I'm a bit confused by your question. Discord link, it's in the chat. And it's also, I need to put in the description too. Yo, can you guys put the, can you guys put the what's it called? The Discord link, please, in the chat for him. Can you wait? Day Dyer? What? Crusades? Love you, nigga. Okay, thanks. He said that like 10 times. Thanks, Crusades. The Crusades, incredible. Facts. I was going through your analysis on the big, beautiful bill. Could you explain briefly how it will impact legal immigrants? Appreciate the work. Basically, bro, if you make between $35K to $150,000 per year, you're going to get a tax break. If you work in service industry and you get or you work overtime or you get tips, you won't get taxed on it too bad. But if you make $150 to $250K, you're going to get hit. But if you make over $250K, then you get another tax break. I explained that, like, the no-go areas when it comes to taxes a lot of times. No one really benefits whenever there's tax breaks because someone has to get fucked. All right? And then for all you niggas that want to be on Snap, aka you Snap saviors, well, good luck to you guys. You niggas are cooked. Let's see here. What else? Capone says, you spend $0, shut the fuck up, bum ass nigga, you're my bitch. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like they're fighting in the OSS chat. Fantastic. Also, so now we're going to get into, we're going to go ahead and look at the video chat. We're going to look at the video that depicts the murder. Okay. 3D image. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this. Give me 1 sec. Also, before we show that, hold on and just got one thing to show you guys. Quick word from our sponsor. Last day to get the sale, niggas. Get in now. The only thing I ask, especially for my YouTube viewers, is for you guys to join OSS. We just passed 1,500 active supporters. I want to say thank you guys so much for the OSS. As you guys know, the OSS is my community. Starting in July, we're going to start adding in some perks. We got a Discord that we're working on, a Telegram group. Also, giving you guys merch discounts. You can call it to the debrief show. I'm going to take in calls. $4 to join. I'm running a sale right now for you guys. Or you can jump in for the year at $75. Basically, this is how I offset the fact that YouTube is absolutely robbing me blind, because I know that they still run ads on my shit. The goal is 10,000 strong for us to fight back against the censorship of YouTube. That's how you really support me, support the mission. It allows me to continue to do these super long streams for you guys. A lot of people tell me, hey, Myron, like, you shouldn't even be streaming on YouTube anymore. You should be streaming on Rumble and Kick only. But I'll take the financial hit to reach more people, especially on YouTube where people don't talk about this shit. All right. Bam. Guys, sale ends tonight, midnight. You niggas got 5 hours. All right. 5 hours, ninjas. All right, let's get into the next topic here. Well, same topic, and we'll cover the war next. We'll cover what's going on in the Middle East after this, guys. But let's finish off with Kohberger, and then I'll join the Twitter space and all that other shit. Okay. So this girl made a 3D video of this shit, so let's go ahead and check this out, man.
Hi guys, since Bryan Kohberger pled guilty today, I feel like we released this full illustration of the Idaho 4 crimes showing Kohberger's movements. It's put together by evidence given to me by media companies like Netflix and others, including more recently Dateline, who hired me to do their 3D modeling for their project. I'm going to include a lot of information into this episode where you can see exactly what took place from moment to moment. Let's get started. In this illustration, we're going to start at 3:30 a.m. At this time, everyone is asleep except for Xana. Looking inside the home, we can see where everybody was. Starting at the 3rd floor, we can see where Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping. Maddie was sleeping on the edge of the bed, while Kaylee was sleeping near the wall. As we go out and drop down to the 2nd floor, we can see Dylan's room directly under Maddie's room. Continuing across the living room onto the other side of the home, we see Xana's room. She's sitting in bed scrolling on her phone while Ethan sleeps next to her. Minutes ago, she had just finished ordering DoorDash and has all the lights on while she waits. The last roommate to mention is Beth, whose room is on the 1st floor, directly below the living room. As most of them all sleep, Kohberger pulled into the neighborhood for the first time this night at precisely 3:30 a.m. We know that.
And remember, guys, he spent several weeks/months, okay, stalking the area, driving to the area, getting familiar with the area.
Due to a home security camera that captures the intersection and records the coming and going of anybody that enters that neighborhood. As we continue, Kohberger drives past the home and notices that all the lights on the 2nd floor are still on. He drives on and loops around the apartment complex building. Because of the home security timestamp, we're able to know how long it took to drive this path. On his first pass, it took him 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and this is him leaving on the first pass. Now let's look at his next 2 passes and record the times. This is pass 2 of him entering and leaving. And now this is pass 3 of him entering and leaving. When we do the math, we can see how long he took each pass. The last 2 passes were normal without any stopping, but on his first pass, he took an additional 42 seconds to creep by the house, or even stop for a time to stare into the windows with the lights on. All this information has been coming from camera A, but there is a second camera located behind the apartment
And that's the house that's right next to them.
complex building, and we're going to call that camera B, located here. This camera allows us to see how long it took to get from point A to point B, and between the 3 security cameras' data, it took between 35 and 37 seconds. What this means is you didn't stop or park somewhere or go into a different direction. He simply drove straight from point A to point B at regular speed. These times help us understand the DoorDash delivery window. According to court documents, 2 times are noted. One is 3:59 a.m. and the other is 4 a.m. Bringing back our passage chart, we can see that the DoorDash time of 3:59 happens after Kohberger has left the neighborhood and before he returns for his last pass at 4:04. It is possible that the DoorDash driver saw Kohberger as he was parking his car, because a timestamp of 3:59 could be reflected when he took the photo of the food at the front door instead of the time he arrived. So it is possible he witnessed Kohberger staring at the windows as he drove by.
He was probably like, who the fuck is this weirdo?
Continuing, as the driver leaves, Xana turns off all the lights, sits on her bed, and scrolls on her phone as she eats her food. A few minutes later, Kohberger enters the neighborhood for the last time. But this time, as he drives by the home, he sees all the lights are off. At the camera B location, he turns around to head back to the residence as shown in this video. When he returns to the front of the house, he does something unusual, so much so that it's noted in the arrest affidavit. On page 6, it states, "When the suspect vehicle 1 is in front of Kings Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road." It goes on to say that he continued onto the intersection where he did a 3-point turn. This 3-point turn was captured on camera A, which has a timestamp of 4:06. He appears to be calm and not overly anxious with his driving. As he heads back in the direction of the residence, he takes one last look at the windows to make sure all the lights are off. As he begins to drive around the end of the apartment complex, camera B records the time of 4:07. Fast forwarding a little bit, Kohberger drives to the back parking lot away from other residences. He takes a few minutes looking around and sees that nobody's out and that all is quiet. He eventually grabs his things, gets out of the vehicle, and begins walking to the back of the home. At approximately 4:13 a.m., he begins to make entry. As he steps in, he takes a minute to make sure everything is quiet and that nobody is truly up. He walks to the entrance of the living room and looks around.
And this is how Dylan described what he was wearing on that day.
He continues to be cautious and stands there listening.
Only eyebrows showing in eyes.
Feeling confident, he continues upstairs. As he makes his way to Maddie's room, the time is about 4:14. Meanwhile, 2 minutes later, Xana takes a break from TikTok and walks into the kitchen. Evidence shows her activity on the app stopped at 4:16. As she enters the kitchen, she's a little shocked to see the sliding glass door wide open.
And guys, it's cold as hell in Idaho. This is December.
And at the same time, she hears a serious commotion going on upstairs. Hey everyone, I don't usually ask, but I'm building a small production company to bring you more exciting stories, and I'd love your support. If you'd like to help out,
She's going to make an OnlyFans. Get ready. She's going to make an OnlyFans, chat.
steps and elevation change, which is how it's known she went to the kitchen and the 3rd floor.
Hold on.
Phone recorded. Picking up where we left off, a source revealed that Santa's phone recorded steps and elevation change, which is how it's known she went to the kitchen and the 3rd floor.
Now, elevation change is very. This also came up during the case out of Boston with Reed. Remember, they said that her boyfriend went up 2 flights of went up 1 or 2 flights of stairs, that went down a flight of stairs. That's what led to the idea from his Apple Watch. So he probably got beat up and attacked in the basement and killed there, and then they put him outside.
She walked up to Maddie's doorway. She interrupted Kohberger, who had just finished an intense battle with Kaylee, who fought back violently. After a second or two, he notices her, and then she turns away.
Oh, shit.
Being dark, Xana didn't realize what she was seeing other than a shadowy figure. Out of fear, she quickly leaves. A single source, unaffiliated with the media, claims Kohberger injured Xana on the 3rd floor hallway, leaving evidence of blood there. But this single source of information has not been validated by any more sources. Continuing, Kohberger, without thinking, pursues her all the way to her room, not realizing he had dropped the sheath of his knife. When he gets to the room, he attacks Xana, and the time is precisely 4:17:30. We know this because of camera A captured the sound of screaming and the thud. After attacking Xana, Kohberger focuses his attention on Ethan and attacks
Was the nigga asleep the whole time? What the hell?
him while he slept. Afterwards, Kohberger must have sat down in a chair according to a report, which found...
Hold on.
Afterwards, Kohberger focuses his attention on Ethan and attacks him while he slept. Afterwards, Kohberger must have sat down in a chair according to a report, which found blood smears on Xana's chair, perhaps from the exhaustion of what he had just done. This source also says that blood from the 2 roommates upstairs were found in Xana's room, showing that it was one person moving from one room to another. Kohberger sitting down was for less than 30 seconds. As he gets up to leave, Dylan, hearing the commotion from Xana's room, gets up out of bed and goes to her door to look out into the
And this is what she saw.
hallway. She freezes and sees Kohberger as he walks by and exits through the kitchen. She immediately closes and locks her door and retreats to her bed. Within 20 seconds of the encounter, she's calling and texting her roommates, but no one is responding. It takes Kohberger a minute and a half to get to his vehicle after the encounter with Dylan. But once in his car, he flees the scene at a high rate of speed and exits the neighborhood at 4:20. Dylan continues trying to reach someone in the house.
Yo, that Chapin guy, how the fuck did he not wake up when his girlfriend was getting attacked?
And after 3 minutes of trying, Bethany wakes up in response to the calls.
You know what? It's because they were drinking, chat. That's what he must have been like, that drunk sleep, man. That drunk sleep, you cooked.
They converse for 3 minutes, and then Beth convinces Dylan to come downstairs. The time is now 4:26 a.m. Cautiously, Dylan walks into the hallway and through the living room. As she approaches the staircase, she can see into Xana's room and sees her laying on the floor.
Oh, shit.
She then runs quickly downstairs to Beth's room, where they lock the door and for several hours continuously try contacting the other roommates. Back to when Kohberger left the neighborhood, he drove a particular route that would exit
And this is why he took the other route, chat.
onto a road that leads straight to Washington state line. And about that same time that Dylan runs to Beth's room, Kohberger is entering Washington state. This is all part of Kohberger's pre-planning, including finding a place to stop and get rid of any evidence. This place here fits that planning. This area here, pointed out by the arrow, is a little group of trees with a small area that you can park a car on. This is what it looks like from the road. At 4:30 in the morning, while changing clothes and getting cleaned up at this location, one could feel completely safe while being able to see the headlights of a car coming from miles away. As this pivots around, you can see how this is out in the middle of nowhere, and a pre-dug hole
Yeah, bro, that shit really is out in the middle of nowhere.
some of these trees would hide forever any evidence that Kohberger was trying to get rid of. It's important to remember that Kohberger was studying criminal behavior and the legal system. This would have motivated him to plan things to the smallest of details, like plastic on the seat
Yeah, he didn't fucking plan leaving that sheet there, though. I'll tell you that. He fucked up that one big time and using his phone like a retard.
to conceal DNA, or crossing state lines because the jurisdiction of one area would take hours to get assistance from the other. He's also smart enough to know that this 10-minute stop would likely never be on the radar of the authorities, especially after he crosses back into Idaho and then turns his phone back on. Let's pick back up where we left off at his 10-minute stop. He continues on with his plan, knowing that he's completely cleaned up and that there's no evidence to tie him to any of the crime if he were pulled over at this point. After getting on Highway 95 and turning south, he turns his phone back on at 4:48 a.m. This section of Kohberger's travels comes from his cell phone data extraction. Let's orientate ourselves onto this map and get a better understanding of the timing. Kohberger leaves Kings Road residence at 4:21 a.m. Just 8 minutes later, he arrives at his stopping point where he gets rid of all the evidence. After the cleanup, he then drives back into Idaho.
And he was driving so quickly because he had the blood, the knife on him, everything. He needed to get rid of that immediately. That's why he got the fuck up out of there so quickly.
Turned his phone back on.
And also, I don't think he expected to kill all 4 of those people. I think one of the girls upstairs was the main target, and he ended up killing the other girl because she was just there.
Which occurs near a town named Blaine. This was referenced in the arrest affidavit along with the next town called Uniontown. The last place to reference is where he's seen on cameras near his apartment at 5:25 a.m. Using Google tools, we can get accurate timing information. This entire route took 54 minutes. If we add the 10 minutes stopping time to that, it would be an hour and 4 minutes. Now, if you add that hour and 4 minutes to the time he left King Road, it would equal 5:25 a.m., the same time the camera captures him on the cameras near Washington State University. The last thing to compare is this part of the route, which has a reported time of 38 minutes to drive without any stopping. Bringing back the time record and adding in the second leg information of 38 minutes, we can now add that time to when he turned his phone back on, which was at 4:48 a.m. After adding the 38 minutes to that time, it gives us 5:26 a.m., nearly the same time that was captured on the campus cameras.
There you go. Crazy stuff. All right, let's see what the hell's going on here. Let's segue over from true crime to politics. Before I jump in this Twitter group, let me go ahead and hold on 1 second and just. Let me read some of these chats real fast before I do. Okay. We got KY says, had to top/join the OSS, man. Glad to be here. The Crusade. Shout out to you, bro. Kumo says, do you not accept Telegram links? Every time I send one related to the topic, you don't read my chat. Bro, I got like thousands of messages on Telegram, bro. I don't open it ever almost. I got like maybe 1 or 2 chats that I use on Telegram, bro. I mean, is it important? What is it? What are the links that you're trying to send me? Hey, Mark, not sure if you saw my last super chat. I've been watching you for 2+ years. Love the solo stuff. CC and OSS member. I want to get into real estate. I live in the Chicago area. I'm handy. I have a 830 credit score, 150K in cash, and 350K in available HELOC. Oh, DPG, once again. Hey, yo, DPG, shout out to you, bro. With the 90 gifted, man. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. DPG is a real G, man. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're handy, you got 150K in cash, 350K available in a HELOC. Go ahead and get yourself a duplex, bro. And you could get even if you're handy, you could get one you could get one that isn't even like turnkey. You could do some work on it yourself and fix it. So, yeah, bro, I would say go pick up a fixer-upper since you got the skill set. But yeah, no, Kumo, to answer your question, bro, I get a lot of random messages from people on Telegram, bro. I don't open up my Telegram. Sorry, bro. I don't even. You could let me know what your username is, maybe. Her narration is monotone and dry. Holy, women really aren't meant to be podcasters or even narrators because I compared this weak-ass narration to someone like Mr. Ball and give his narration. Yeah, bro, I've said it forever. Women aren't really good content creators outside of sexual shit. They're really not. I sent the Houthi Telegram channel and chat on locals earlier. Yeah, nigga, I'm not trying to look at that. Dude, what the hell? Bro, chill, man. You trying to get niggas jammed up, man? Try to get niggas looked at by the FBI? Come on, Tukumo. What the hell? This nigga crazy. All right, here's the Twitter space.
You know, I think these are rich people who they shake hands, you know, they talk about, they bitch about each other behind each other's backs. They stab each other in front and the back, and they'll still get into business with each other. You know what I mean? So bottom line is this is
all right, let me mute that shit for 1 second. Oh God, it's so annoying when women talk, bro. Can't Stop Chris says, why is it so hard for older generation to understand? Arabs are usually womanizer, but my dad is all about being loyal to your wife. I told him girls treat me noticeably better when they know they're not. Bro, nigga, look, dude. Let me be very blunt with you on this because you're clearly not getting the fucking message. Your dad is always going to be blue pill, bro. Okay? He comes from an era where women no longer behave like that. So his frame of reference is your fucking mom. Okay? Don't try to sit there and convince him. He's not going to change his mind. Boomers are fucking retards when it comes to dating women. All right? Sorry, dude. Like, you got to wake up, man. Boomers are fucking retards.
Thanks, Dr. Shola. I want to just say something, and yeah, it kind of touches on what you were just saying, Dr. Shola, in response to Brandon, but also to Joe.
All right, let me say it again because you guys said the volume went down. Hold on. That's so fucking weird.
But when you're talking about Elon wants to do best for American economy, I'm thinking about his model, right? His businesses have no
All right, let me, I'll turn it up right here. All right, you guys should be able to hear me now, okay? I don't want to hear no more fucking bitching. Yo, it's very simple, bro. Your dad is going to be blue pill for the rest of his life, okay? He's not going to change his mind. He's always going to be blue pilled. He's always going to think, yo, you know, women are great. Women are great and all this other shit, bro. So I turned the volume up, guys. You guys should see it better now. So anyway, you're not going to convince your dad, bro. All right? You're not going to convince him. He's going to be eternally blue-pilled. He comes from a different lifetime. It is what it is, bro. You just got to take the red pill knowledge and use it for yourself. Because there was no need for this type of knowledge back then when your dad was, you know, met your mom in Egypt.
Me too. He's on speaker.
Joe, Myron, are you there?
He's the speaker.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello,
Sorry
Myron,
about that.
I'm a big fan of you. Just saying.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm here.
Cool. How you doing? How's things?
Good, man. Good. I just jumped into space. I saw someone was talking, so I just made sure I kept myself muted.
Nah, I appreciate that. So what's your thoughts on the two main topics? First thing is Israel's bombing Yemen. I'll give you a quick update on that. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but Israel bombed Yemen. We predicted this for the last week or so that they were going to start a new campaign against Yemen. They've called it Operation Black Flag. They bombed them about 50 to 60 times today. They hit a number of areas. The Yemeni Houthis were able to dispel a lot of the hits. 10 Israeli warplanes escaped because of the defense from the SAM systems, surface-to-air missile systems from the Yemeni Houthis. The Yemeni Houthis are saying they managed to push back a large part of the attack. Israel is saying that they hit certain targets. So that's the latest in terms of the Yemeni Houthi fight that's happening, but that's going to escalate. And actually, I'm seeing some more news on that, so I'll tweet that in a second. But yeah, that's going to escalate. And then separate to that, obviously, the Elon and Trump war continues. Trump came out today and basically said that Elon's gone off his rails. He's a train wreck, and you know, him doing a new party is crazy. And the only reason he's crying is because his buddy didn't get a job with NASA.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to them bombing the Houthis, I'm not surprised. You know, the Israelis never keep ceasefires in place, ever. You know, they look at it like, okay, we stopped bombing Iran, but that doesn't mean that we have to stop bombing all of our other enemies. They bombed Lebanon too, like an hour or two ago. So I'm not surprised that they've done this. I literally tweeted, I said, and then Israel wonders why all their neighbors want them gone. And this is why, because they just start problems. They provoke military conflict, and then when the military conflict comes back at them, they say, oh my God, but we're defending ourselves. You know, it's a tale as old as time at this point. And they're going to keep doing that as long as they continue to have U.S. support. That's why they behave so brazenly. That's why they're so reckless with their foreign policy. That's why they have no incentive whatsoever to make peace with their enemies, because they know that we're going to back them no matter what. It's really starting to get ridiculous now at this point.
And we do have some more breaking news. Obviously, we saw Trump attack Musk. Musk responded. He said, so one of his supporters, as wrote in response to Trump's attack, he wrote, someone close to President Trump ought to tell him the truth. Elon isn't mad about the EV mandate. He's upset about the $5 trillion being added to the federal debt in the next 2 years. Of all the people close to him, I would expect VP Vance to understand this. He should make sure the president has his facts right. And Elon responded, he wrote 100, and then he wrote, what the heck was the point of Doge if he's just going to increase the debt by $5 trillion? Also, someone retweeted, Eric Doherty retweeted the Scott Adams tweet and claimed that it looks like Musk isn't going to back a candidate in 2028. But Musk dispelled those rumors, and he said Backing a candidate for president is not out of the question, but the focus for the next 12 months is on the House and the Senate. Myron, what's your thoughts about this whole beef and this new party that Musk is initiating?
Well, the look, this is the thing with Elon Musk that I'm starting to realize. Like, the guy likes to start projects but never finish them, right? It's like he's trying to do a million things at once. He's kind of scatterbrained. We already know that he's kind of a fraud. He said that he's done a bunch of things that he hasn't really. A lot of his backstory isn't true. We know that he doesn't really stand for free speech like he claimed it if you challenge H-1B visas. So, I've lost a great deal of respect for him. I've always thought, since earlier this year that he's a fucking retard. But the fact that he's, turning on Trump now because he doesn't like the big, beautiful bill and he's trying to start his own party, the America Party. I mean, I don't know if it's going to get traction, man. I mean, I don't know. He would really need like someone like a Thomas Massie to get it. But the problem is that, with Thomas Massie, the Jews hate him. So that's going to be tough for Elon Musk to get behind because we all know that they control him. So it's an ambitious idea, but I just don't think that he has the social capital or the political strength to be able to do it. A lot of people don't like Musk in Washington, D.C. A lot of people don't like him. They look at him like an egomaniac. They think he's very arrogant, very pompous. He's already kind of burned a lot of bridges in the Republican Party for sure. Nobody from Trump's cabinet likes him. That's another reason why he kind of got, kind of thrown out a bit. So I just don't know how he's going to be able to get this thing off the ground. I know he said that he's going to donate money to Massie if he hasn't already. And I like Massie, but the problem is that Massie's wildly unpopular as well by a lot of people, and he doesn't have the Israel lobby on his side, and it's damn near impossible to get elected as president or anything serious if you don't have the Israel lobby on your side. So we'll see what happens.
Do you guys think?
And we just got some breaking news. Sorry, Dr. Sheldon, I'll give it straight back to you. Some more breaking news. Elon's going hard at Trump again. I think that tweet has upset him maybe when Trump called him a train wreck. And the fact that he's off his rails. But anyway, so a whole Mars catalog, which I believe is linked to Elon, wrote, he's scared, talking about Trump, that Trump is scared. And Elon's Musk wrote about Trump, fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. So it sounds like a threat to Trump that he's going to be obliterated by Elon Musk and his party. And then someone else wrote,
All right, I left there. I'm going to try to fix the audio, but red pill part right here. Look at this. If you want to understand the intersexual female competition, look at all the replies of this tweet. No guy would call this hot, but this girls are flooding the comments with Slay Queen because she's not a threat. It's support. It's not support. It's strategy. Dude, 100%. Women sabotage each other all the fucking time, dude. All the time. And then this girl like posted this thing thinking like this is a W. Fat women, bro. Absolutely crazy. Someone said, is the volume low? No, the volume should be good now. I mean, I turned it up a bit, but yeah, dude, this shit's pissing me off. It's really fucking annoying. And then I got a bunch of retards crying in the fucking thing. I'm listening. I'm literally turning the audio, looking at it, and it's really not that bad. Some of you guys are just like being crybabies, dude. Like, this is the first time I actually like listened to the audio back, and it's really not that bad. Some of you niggas are some crybabies, especially in the YouTube chat. Like, you guys are the ones that are crying the hardest. So, whatever. But yeah, I noticed this. Let me see here. Let me check the audio right now since you guys are still complaining. Fucking thing. I'm listening. I'm literally turning the audio, looking at it, and it's really not that bad. Some of you guys are just like being crybabies. First time I actually like listened to the audio back, and it's really not that bad. Some of you niggas are some crybabies, especially in the YouTube chat. Like, you guys are the ones that are crying the hardest. Yeah, the volume is fine, bro. So, whatever. I can hear it fine right here on my phone. I'm just gonna, what I'm gonna do though is I do hear a little bit of static, which I don't know where the fuck that's coming from. But as far as like the audio itself, it's fine. Like, it's crazy. Like, now that I'm actually like listening back to it, I'm like, wow, you guys just fuck control audio. Like, it's wild to me. All right. But let's see here. I'll go back into Twitter space. I just had to double check that shit, but yeah, as expect the niggas were trolling, bro. What the fuck, man? Let me see here. I think I'm going to jump on a stream with Sneako as well at like 9. All right, Crusade says, Myron, tell someone to post their email so I can gift them 3 months. All right, anyone that wants a free access to OSS, go ahead and put up your email, and your boy, the Crusades, will gift you 3 months. Pop at 7. Elon said he's going to finance Thomas' massive campaign and massive thanked him on Twitter. We'll see if he actually does that, bro. It's going to cost him a lot of money if he's going to fund it without... Because remember, Thomas Massey don't got no fucking Zionist money, bro. Update OSS Telegram, 555 members. Okay, nice. So on OSS Telegram, we got 550 members. And then on the OSS Discord, we got 873 members. So nice. We're almost at 1,000. So any brokies in here that need OSS subscription, your boy... the Crusades will give it to you. So just donate and put your email address, and we'll give it. He'll give you 3 months, guys. He'll donate to you guys. And again, thank you to DPG for the gifted subs, man. I really appreciate it, bro. Okay, we'll go back into that Twitter space right now. I'll try to see if I could. Let me call Bills real quick. Yo, so I'm getting some complaints about static on the audio. I don't know if you can hear me right now on the stream. Can you hear me?
Let me go on the TikTok.
Yeah, they're complaining about some fucking audio or some static or some shit, man. It's so fucking annoying, bro. Yo, I ordered a Rodecaster Pro, by the way, to fucking switch out the Zoom PA. Because it has a setting for the Shure SM7B. I'm just going to do that.
Don't you have one?
No, it's fucked. It's cooked. It's broken, I think, because I tried different plugs on it. I think the mixer itself is broken, dude. So I bought a new one. I'm waiting on it. It should have came today, but it didn't fucking come in time. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Niggas are bitching about the audio. I might end the stream early because it's just starting to piss me off. Dudes are crying about the audio, and it's like, bro, what the fuck, man?
Which one are you on?
What is that?
What mic are you using?
I'm using an SM7B right now.
Yeah, that shit does got static.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of it. I mean, they were saying I was low, but like when I listened to it, it didn't sound low. It's just like there's like some weird audio. I don't know why though. Or sorry, weird static.
Yeah, no, I got you. FaceTime?
All right.
First thing.
All right, I got you.
Unplug. Yeah, unplug and replug. What's this connected to? Focusrite, right?
No, the Shure is actually connected to the P8.
You put the Shure on the P8?
Yeah, just like I had it with the Newman.
That's probably the issue.
All right, you want me to connect it to the Focusrite?
Well, if he's on the P8, that just changes a little bit of everything. Hold on, let me think. Try to think real quick. 1 second. Compressor. On that shit, there's a. All right, cool. So go to the filters. Go to right click on filters.
Okay.
On on OBS.
Okay.
On the audio.
I just got the R noise thing.
Yeah, take that off real quick.
Take it off. Okay.
Yeah, just you could just like either remove it or you could just delete.
Noise suppression. Yeah, it's gone.
All right. Now ask the chat if that's better. Let me see the board.
All right, chat. Is that better? Here, let me open it up for you right now. That's what it looks like there.
You put that shit all the way high too. You got to put that shit lower.
Okay.
Yeah,
I brought it down.
And then
I only brought it up. I think there was static before that. I only brought it up because dudes were complaining.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Talking to the mic real quick.
Test 1 2 3. Test.
All right, bet. You see where it says minimum max and yours is in the middle? Bottom on the bottom row of those 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring that down to 20%.
All right.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Yeah. And let me see the audio on OBS.
Okay.
and talking to her real quick.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
All right, it looks good. I would say you could go put it up like 3 dB though.
3 dB.
Yeah, put it up like you got to go into how you do advanced.
Yeah, advanced audio audio properties. Yep.
Yeah, and then add it.
What do you want me to put at like 9.5, negative 9.5? Right now it's a negative 6.
Right,
it's negative 6.5.
So if it's negative 6, put it at negative 3.3.
You said negative 3.3?
Yeah. Say something to the mic again.
All right, test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Nah, you can bring that shit up. You're still louder.
Okay, test. All right, let me.
You said, bro, it's good. Let me hear the audio real quick. Let me see what.
Yeah.
1 second. Why does it say you're offline? Did you go offline?
No, I'm still on.
Am I tripping?
I'm still on.
Yeah, what the fuck? My phone's glitching then. God damn it, iPhone bullshit. Bro, I tell you, Kick be fucking tweaking on my phone. I don't know why. Let me see. Hold on. Because I see people in the chat. Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, they're saying static got worse.
Static got worse? Really? Okay, so unplug the mic and replug it?
Yeah, let me do that. Give me 1 sec. All right. I switched the cable out too. I got it connected to a cloud lifter, so I switched it to. I switched it as well. I don't know if there's still static there.
Yeah, it sounds better now. Do me a favor, mute your phone. Mute your phone on iPhone so I can hear the stream.
Oh, yeah, all right. All right. Yeah, I'll talk on stream. I'll mute everything and talk on stream. Hold on. All right. Test 1 2 3. 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 Yeah, this nigga. All right. How does that sound? Is that better there? Saying a gain on the mic. Oh, hold on. Let me turn you. Sorry. Go ahead. You say something?
Did you do something? That sounds pretty good.
I mean, all I did was I switched the XLR cable and I replugged it.
Let me see.
Stupid. I don't know if those sound effects work now.
No, the sound effects work.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So do me a favor. Go on. It sounds good. Add a filter, noise reduction to it.
All right. Same one from before.
Well, this one would be like the better quality one, I think.
The noise suppression one?
Yeah, noise suppression. Because I gotta do that whole mic setup. I didn't configure that mic, so I'm just guessing off the phone right now.
Yeah, I mean, bro, it's fine. When I get this new mixer, it has an adjustment just for this particular, so I'm gonna fucking do this shit on there, and then it should have came in today, but it didn't fucking come in today. So it is what it is. But I think it's good now. Let's see here.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking retarded, man.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, I guess it's good now. Fucking pissing me off, bro. So fucking annoying,
part of the
man.
game, no worries.
Nah, man, it's just annoying as fuck, bro. It really is like annoying as fuck. It's like, God fucking damn it, man.
I know, brother. No worries. I'll fix it when I get there.
All right, man.
I'll configure it for you when I get there tomorrow.
Yeah, I should have the new board in too, so we could do this shit once and for all, never again, bro.
Yeah, no worries. I got it.
Yeah. All right, man. Peace.
All right, peace.
All right. Man. So fucking annoying, man. So fucking annoying. All right. Let's see here. Where were we? We can jump back in the space. Shout out to P26110. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for subscribing. I'll have this audio shit fixed by tomorrow. I ordered a new mixer. I did it like this morning when I woke up, and I should have had it, but I don't know why the fuck Amazon didn't drop it off. It's supposed to be one day shipping, but Myron, audio is good. Static is not noticeable. Audio dipped briefly, but you fixed it. Don't pay mind to these YouTube trolls. If you need to check the audio, just ask us. We won't troll you like there. Yeah, it's the YouTube. It's honestly, bro. Yeah, it is the YouTube guys. I was looking at the YouTube chat and they were bitching the most by far. The audio dropped super low when you first joined the Twitter space, but you fixed it. My bad about the Telegram. No worries, man. It's okay. Yeah, they were. It was mostly the YouTube chat that were complaining. See, I try to be inclusive and get everybody involved, but we have all these fucking trolls, dude. It's like, holy shit, man. Holy shit, bro. Yo, mods, like, you guys know what to do, bro. If it was honest, then that's fine. But, like, for the fucking trolls, you guys know what to do, man. Niggas fuck up the show for everybody, bro. Seriously.
They're doing a lot of sabotage from where they're not allowing for their country to be used as a massive Mossad base. So, yeah, it's a region, unfortunately, with a lot of embedded terrorism and instability caused by the Jewish state. And, you know, they're enabled by their financiers in America and other parts of the world. So until they're defunded and disarmed, nothing changes. And, you know, the resistance just has to continue. I'll pause there.
I can't believe I'm about to say what I'm about to say.
Just some more breaking news. 1 second, guys. Just some more tweets from Elon, and then I'll go straight to you guys. The first one is Reseth asked, Elon Musk, gun owners want to know where the America Party stands on guns. Elon Musk responded, the Second Amendment is sacred. Then was it gone? Here you go. And then the other one was the rabbit hole, which is a massive Elon support account on X wrote, debt has consistently risen regardless of which party is in power, and Elon Musk wrote the America Party is needed to fight the Republican and Democrat uniparty. And then and then he just tweeted about, was this, imagine gathering your 10 closest friends in a room proportionally represent the global population of the 1770s. Continues to attack the and continues to promote his party. But go ahead, who's speaking? Was it Joe? Go ahead.
No,
Yeah, truth.
I can't believe what I'm about to say, which is that that I actually agree with Truth's summation of the Elon and the Israel thing. I mean, I don't normally agree with Truth, but I think what he said was spot on. I just thought I'll share that.
Yeah, I don't care if you're wrong on a lot of shit.
Hey, Truth, check your DMs, by the way, and then it might be useful. And then you might have, we can get back to hating each other. But I do disagree with what you just said.
Joe, I don't hate you. I have stats if you want.
No, hold on. Look, I'm just telling you to check your DMs. I sent you something that's very useful to you. Trust me. Just
I
check.
forgot you have a new account.
All right. The numbers that you spilled, though, right? Since 2020, he's been going up in revenue. yeah, there's markets that have slowed because there's been EV exhaustion because they're not building the networks as quick. And yeah, the Chinese models, to me, some of them are better than Tesla's. Not the software, but the car themselves. I was recently in Japan, and I was in a car where you hit a button and it created like a I don't know what it was. It was just like there was no shield that went up, nothing. But I could no longer hear the guy in front of me, and he couldn't hear what we were talking about in the back. It was like the craziest thing I've ever seen.
That's awesome.
Cars that jump potholes and things like that. Like they're really getting advanced. So there is going to be a threat to him, but his sales are still going up. But don't take all the guy's credit away. Like saying that SpaceX is just a copy of NASA is like saying, TV is just a copy of radio. They just added visuals. Like there's a huge jump between sending a rocket that you need to then throw away basically to one that keeps returning and reduces the cost 4 times, right? And yeah, he didn't start Tesla, but he was really smart when he did take over Tesla, although he forced those 2 people out. And there has been a lot of things that he's failed at, but he knew when he launched Tesla that he needed to make it the fastest car on the planet from 0 to 60, which is what he did, and that's not what the other 2 were working on. It became a marketing thing for about 10 years that no other car could beat it. And that's why Tesla got so much investment, because for the first time in history, an electric car was faster than a gas-powered car, and that came from Elon. So I wouldn't take away too much credit. The guy does have some crazy ideas, and some of them are quite genius, I think. But I think he'd make a lot more money. He'd make a lot more money from the stock going up than getting some sales taken away. Say that
Show
again,
me
Truth?
a faster car, 0 to 60, or 0 to 100 kilometers an hour. Show me a faster car at 1.98 seconds compared to 2.1 seconds. I mean, it's not much of a difference, but it costs 60,000 less, right? And it's 1,550
No, but I'm
horsepower as
talking
well.
about. Don't forget, he started in what, 2007, 2008.
All right. You guys should be able to hear me fine now. Maybe a little bit lower. I'll turn my mic up a tad. Yeah. So, okay. So let's get into the Elon Musk stuff. So Independence Day is the perfect time to ask if you want independence from 2-party. Some would say uniparty system. Let me make sure. Okay, I'm muted. Yeah, good. And then this is him talking about, should we create the America Party? And he gets 64% of people say yeah, right? Then Justin, Elon Musk officially launches the America Party. Today, the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom.
Built a network. One thing that I was actually a part of.
We begin tonight with what President Trump calls his big, beautiful bill, which could be headed for a final vote in the Senate after a long day of debating amendments to it and perhaps for some Republican members staring into the abyss. Here's why. Polling consistently shows it is strikingly unpopular with voters. The Congressional Budget Office estimates it adds more than $3 trillion to the national debt and could deprive nearly 12 million Americans of health insurance through Medicaid. That in it now comes with a double dose of existential terror for Republicans on the fence. On the one hand, the president over the weekend managed to drive one opponent of the bill out of seeking another term. On the other, Elon Musk has just weighed in on anyone voting yes, quoting him now. Every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame. And if that weren't enough, he adds, and they will lose their primary next year if it is the last thing I do on this earth.
Yeah, so as you guys can see, he's very pissed off about this big, beautiful bill. And there's a bunch of reasons why he's mad about it. He's mad about the big, beautiful bill. One of the reasons why is because he spends a significant amount of time creating Doge, losing a bunch of money. He lost billions of dollars, while he was focused on, the U.S. government. And, he walked away from Tesla for a bit, from SpaceX, and his businesses kind of crashed and burned while he wasn't there. Lost a lot of money. Stock went down. His investors got pissed off. And, he looks at it like, yo, what the hell? I spent all this time trying to save the U.S. government money. And then he goes ahead and pushes this bill, which is going to undo all the work that I did. I spent $200 to $300 million of my own money to support Trump to get into office, and he offset everything I did. So this is why Elon is so pissed off, chat. He's pissed off because he feels like, what the fuck? right? He lost $200 million just in supporting Trump. Then that doesn't count for the billions he lost in stocks value over supporting the Republican Party. Because remember, he sells an electric car. Who buys electric cars? Mostly liberals, people that lean left. Republicans don't give a fuck about no fucking electric cars. So obviously he's mad as hell.
Now, given that his Mars mission won't be ready to go for years, that's a lot of primaries. But that's not all. He also reiterated his call from 3 weeks ago for a new political party and says he would start one a day after the bill passes. Rock, meet hard place. North Carolina's Thom Tillis chose The Rock, announcing that he will not seek another term, and he slammed the president on the bill's Medicaid cuts.
What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? It is inescapable that this bill in its current form will betray the very promise that Donald J. Trump made in the Oval Office.
Yeah, Republicans liked the Cybertruck at first, but now they don't. Now they definitely don't. They're pissed off about it.
So today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that Senator Tillis is, and these are her words, just wrong. But listen to what the president has been saying on this subject going back a decade and decide for yourself.
Save Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security without cuts. Have to do it.
We're going to love and cherish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We're not going to do anything with that.
Can you guarantee that Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security will not be touched?
Yeah, I mean, I have said it so many times, you shouldn't be asking me that question.
What happens if it comes to your desk, has the tax cuts, but also cuts to Medicaid? Would you veto that?
Well, we're not doing that.
Would
No,
you
we're
veto
not.
that?
I would if they were cutting it, but they're not cutting it. We're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting Medicare.
Oh, man. CNN, they love Trump, bro. They love Trump over at CNN, baby. They love him.
A lot to get to tonight. CNN Chief White House Correspondent Caitlin Collins starts us off. Caitlin, how concerned is the White House?
And guys, this is what I'm going to do. Because of the audio issues today, I'm going to go ahead and extend the sale for another 24 hours for you guys. All right? I'm going to allow you guys to get into OSS at the $4 price, but I'm going to extend it for another 24 hours for you guys. Because I'm so fucking pissed off at this fucking bullshit. So, whatever. I'll take the cut. I'll take the hit. It is what it is. I thought I'd have the fucking new mixer in here in time, but I don't. I'm fucking mad about it, but it's not really your guys' fault. So, yeah, it is what it is, man. So, I'm going to extend it another 24 hours for you guys. So, sale for the merch, sale for the OSS. It'll go on another 24 hours. It's going to end it tonight, but yeah, because of this audio issue, I'm going to give you guys another 24 hours. Fucking bullshit, man. I'm so fucking pissed off. It's not your guys' fault, though.
It's been about potential cracks in the Republican coalition.
I mean, they're watching all of this and watching Senator Thom Tillis, you know, in that scathing floor speech on Sunday, John. But then, of course, after he announced that he was not going to be seeking re-election, the president was cheerleading that and saying essentially.
Oh, yeah, she loves Trump, by the way. I remember when he had the town hall with her, she was so fucking... You're a nasty woman.
Good riddance to Thom Tillis, given they believe he's been a thorn in their side during all of this. And John, obviously, when they look at this overall, and I've been talking to White House officials about what they think is ultimately going to happen here, they do think this will pass. They don't think Republicans are going to defy the president on his signature legislation, as big and sweeping as it is, and with those potential cuts. The question is how long it's going to take to get this through, to get this done. And that's what they've been watching, obviously, very closely at the White House. But with Senator Tillis there, as he's coming out and he's saying that the president is being misinformed by his advisors on what is actually in this bill, and that it's going to make him essentially go back on the promises that you just heard him say there about not interfering with people's Medicaid benefits. I mean, the White House is just flatly rejecting that and arguing that it's wrong. But I think you have to look at, you know, with Tillis's decision yesterday to say he's not going to be seeking re-election, he doesn't really have a lot to lose here in terms of why he is speaking out and why why he is saying that or any incentive to say something that he doesn't actually think could put Republicans in peril. And so that is something they're watching, obviously, closely at the White House. They just essentially want to get this passed. They want to be able to talk about tax cuts and have that as something that they are trumpeting. And you're seeing how the president is working on this in terms of writing scathing Truth Social posts of people who are disagreeing with him, and also taking senators out for golfing trips, calling them up on the phone and chatting with them as this slog right now on Capitol Hill is happening with all these amendments that they are trying to get passed.
Well, let's make no mistake about it. You guys know I keep it real with you. Even though I like Donald Trump, I will criticize him when needed because I'm not a MAGA retard, which we're going to talk a little bit more about MAGA retards later on in the show. But the point I'm trying to make is simply this. This bill is a big deal for Donald Trump. It's probably going to be the biggest piece of legislation he gets through during this term, right? And you guys know Trump likes to do things for legacy, right? So the reality is that he's going to, this is going to be his biggest bill that he passes in this term. They're absolutely going to lose the midterms. The Republicans are going to lose that. It's going to go back to the Democrats, typically, or how it almost always goes. The party in office always loses the midterms, typically. So, it's going to be very difficult for him to get legislation through after the midterms. So he needs this through, and it's gotten through, and people aren't happy about it, to include Elon Musk, because Elon Musk literally created Doge to avoid deficit, to avoid the debt, and this bill adds more to it. Now, with the big, beautiful bill, Trump believes, look, yes, we are going to get more debt, but that's going to be offset from all this, economic stimuli that we're creating. Or at least that's what they forecast.
None of them so far have gotten passed.
Well, also, guys, do me a favor, smash that like button. We're at 1,100 likes right now. Let's get to 2,000, get that engagement up.
Well, speaking of people who disagree with him, Elon Musk came out with a new/old threat today, saying he would primary or push to primary any lawmakers who support.
Now, I'll be honest with you guys. Elon Musk does not have that much political bill. I think this kind of got exposed in the Wisconsin elections. He endorsed the guy, and that person got his fucking ass whooped up in Wisconsin. Elon Musk is very disliked in the political world. They just don't like him. He's kind of a retard. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. He's not a very likable guy. So I don't think he has that as much political pull as he thinks he does.
It's a split.
The only reason he had any at all is because he supported Trump. But once he started to kind of be a pain in the ass, they turned on him so quick, bro. They told that nigga get out of here. So
again with the president, how does the White House view this?
Well, it's interesting because a few White House officials were surprised that he came out today and said this, given he had gone largely quiet on his criticisms of the president and of legislation that he's trying to get passed. He had actually come out and said he regretted some of the things he said about Trump when they were.
Yeah, he said the shit about the Epstein. Oh yeah, they don't want to release the Epstein files because he's in the files. I remember he said that and then he took it back. He deleted the tweet.
Typing back and forth at one another.
And that goes to show, how much of a retard Elon really is, bro. I could show you guys a video. Greg Reese did a really good video on Elon Musk. If you guys want me to play it again, I can. I feel like we got so many new viewers that some of you guys probably haven't seen the video. But give me ones in the chat if you guys want me to play the Elon Musk exposed video. If not, if you give me twos, I won't do it. If I get mostly ones, I'll play it again. If not, we'll just keep going. Because I know we got a lot of new viewers.
Previously. And so now to look at this, what he's saying, I mean, he's going after this and saying Democrats and Republicans are both in the wrong here. A new political party needs to be formed, that all of Washington, he says, is in agreement more than they are in disagreement, and threatening to primary Republicans who vote yes on this. Obviously, John, that is a lot of Republicans who are likely expected to vote yes on this that he's saying that he would be going after. But he's essentially trying to highlight what he says is the criticism of Republicans who complain about big spending in Washington and then are about to vote on this, given the estimates that we've seen, including from the budget office this weekend, of just how much this is going to add to the deficit.
Yeah, that's a lot of primaries. You better have deep pockets. Caitlin Collins, thank you very much. And of course, you can join Caitlin at the top of the hour for The Source. She's going to speak to Senator Elizabeth Warren tonight. Right now, let's bring in Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut. He's on the Armed Services and Judiciary Committee. Senator, nice to see you. Any prediction on what will happen tonight and what time?
Certainly, I have no prediction on time, and I've just come from the Senate floor. There's a real question about whether they have the votes. They are really struggling because they face this dilemma of making $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, which require them to make slashing cuts in Medicaid, in nutrition programs, in aid to veterans and student loans, and much, much more, which will have really drastic effects on their constituents. So right now, they're engaged in this horse trading kind of process, providing exemptions or exceptions for parts of populations in certain states, trying to get their approval with earmarks, as they used to be known. And the reason they're struggling is that the American people get it. That's why 2-to-1, they disapprove of this bill. The tax cuts for the billionaires of $4.5 trillion are...
Again, Democrats, once again, not telling you guys the full story. Yes, there are tax cuts for people that make $250,000 a year or more. However, but there's also tax cuts for people that make, you know, $35K to $150K per year, right? So middle class to upper middle class. The people that really get cooked are the people that make the $150 to $250K, so that $100,000 middle ground, so $150 to $250K, gonna get cooked. You're gonna get taxed a little bit more than you should. And then people that make $35K or below. So just don't be poor or don't be like too upper middle class.
Absolutely necessary. Ballooning national debt by $3.3 trillion, absolutely abhorrent. And so I think that they're going to be struggling for the better part of this evening, maybe into tomorrow morning or later.
What does Senator Tillis, his announcement that he won't seek re-election,
71% of you guys are now the members of the OSS Holy.
What does that tell you?
What it tells me is that any Republican who stands up to Donald Trump will be hit by this torrent of vitriol and vehement threats and intimidation. And so Donald Trump is running this show. He is betraying not only his own promises, but the values and promises that Republicans have made to their constituents. And what Tillis's decision tells me is their positions in many ways have become unsustainable, both politically and morally.
How does it feel to be aligned with Elon Musk tonight, who also opposes this bill? And what difference do you think that his speaking out today will make?
Well, needless to say, Elon Musk and I are not coordinating our public positions.
Bro has a Ukraine flag.
But I think he has it right. And the numbers tell the story, not only the debt that will balloon and the real suffering that people will see in their everyday lives, kids who break their arms on playgrounds, or women who find a lump in their breast and they go to the emergency room, they're uncovered, seniors who are kicked out of nursing homes. The pain is undeniable, and Elon Musk may not feel or see that pain, but top line, he knows the financial markets are going to begin reacting to the levels of debt that will be generated. The economy is at risk. The ramifications and ripple effects throughout the economy will be terrible. And I will just say one more thing, John. You know, the Republicans have corrupted this democratic process. They have, in effect, relied on an accounting trick. It is called baseline budgeting, and the baseline current policy that enables them to disguise a part of the effect on national debt. So this reliance on accounting tricks, on corrupting the reconciliation process, which was designed only for budgeting, they're adding all kinds of policy restrictions, I think will be seen by the American people as fundamentally destructive of the democratic process.
Well, we will see. Certainly.
Yeah, they hate Trump so much on CNN. It's actually comical, man. All right, so let's see here. Quick word from our sponsor, niggas. Sale will end tomorrow, but still get in while you guys can. Okay, and we're gonna get back into the Twitter space here in a second. Oh, hold on. We sponsor ourselves over here, niggas. The only thing I ask, especially for my YouTube viewers, is for you guys to join. Yeah, 71% of you motherfuckers are not in the goddamn OSS. You guys got to get in, baby. You guys got to get in. How do you guys think I was able to go in and get another mixer so quickly? These fucking dickheads over at Amazon didn't get it to me in time, though. I'm pissed off about that. But hey, man, here's the thing. I'm very particular about audio, so, you know, at least I even pay attention to you guys in the chat when you guys say audio. Yo, I'll tell you, other streamers don't give a fuck, bro. They don't give a fuck. Niggas got shitty-ass mics. Audio sucks. Niggas just say, oh, whatever, bro, and just keep going. Like, I'm not just trying to make the audio good. I'm trying to make that shit fucking, like, on a whole other level, okay? So, anyway, get in the fucking OSS, niggas. In OSS, we just passed 1,500 active supporters. I want to say thank you guys so much for the OSS. As you guys know, the OSS is my community. Starting in July, we're going to start adding in some perks. We got a Discord that we're working on, a Telegram group. Also, giving you guys merch discounts. You can call to the debrief show. I'm going to take in calls. $4. Yo, merch is live right now, by the way. Discount is in the Telegram group. Get in the Telegram group. If you're an active member, get in the Telegram group. Code is there for you guys. Knock 10% off. To join, I'm running a sale right now for you guys, or you can jump in for the year at $75. Basically, this is how I offset the fact that YouTube is absolutely robbing me blind, because I know that they still run ads on my shit. Someone said their audio doesn't go out midstream. Yeah, absolutely fucking does, bro. I've seen all the top streamers, their audio always fucks up. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Goal is 10,000 strong. For us, I've been there. To fight back against the censorship of YouTube. That's how you really support me, support the mission. It allows me to continue to do these super long streams for you guys. A lot of people tell me, hey, Myron, like, you shouldn't even be streaming on YouTube anymore. You should be streaming on Rumble and Kick only. But I'll take the financial hit to reach more people, especially on YouTube, where people don't talk about this shit. All right, let's get back into Twitter space. Right back into it, baby.
Fix the rigged system because we don't live in a democracy in America. We live in a duopoly, and the sooner people realize it, the sooner they'll understand why there aren't as many competing ideas in Congress and why it's really a duopoly that runs the show.
Thanks for that, Stephen. Myron, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah, thanks, Myron. Myron, what are your thoughts on? I know you shared them earlier in terms of generally about Elon Musk, but do you think he's going to be able to make any success of this party? I see the treasurer he's chosen is an Indian guy, and I did want to say to Joe, who's now dropped, because Joe was talking about that Elon's kind of thought process is literally about stimulating the American economy. And I don't buy that. Personally, my opinion is Elon's thought process is about himself gaining the most power and wealth and maintaining that position. But what are your thoughts on in terms of everything that's been said here by Stephen and generally about Elon making a success of this party that he's launched?
I didn't hear what Stephen said, but if I'm going to be honest, like I said before, I think Elon Musk is a fucking retard. The guy is extremely arrogant, doesn't see things through. He has a lot of henchmen that do the work for him. He's not as smart as he puts out to be. Greg Reese made a really good video on this where he kind of exposed him as not necessarily being quite the innovative mind that he puts himself out to be, as far as, like, you know, Tesla and SpaceX and everything else like that. And I get it. Look, the guy's a businessman, right? So for him, well, let's understand how this started, right? The reason why Elon Musk is so pissed off is because he contributed hundreds of millions of dollars to get Trump elected. And with that money that he put in, you know, he had a voice in the administration. He went ahead and, you know, oversaw Doge, and his job was to cut the debt, or to cut the spending, right? So to get to literally, you know, Department of Governmental Efficiency. So getting rid of the bureaucracy and the bloat. And, you know, for him doing this, he lost quite a bit of money. Not only did he lose the money that he, you know, campaigned for Trump, but he also lost a lot of Tesla stock, SpaceX, Twitter went to shit for a bit. If you guys remember, there was having all kinds of bugs with it and everything. He took a significant amount of time away from his businesses to, you know, work for the administration. And for him to see the big, beautiful bill basically offset a lot of the things that he had done, he took it personally. It pissed him off. And, you know, he already wasn't being that liked by people like Marco Rubio, getting into arguments and shit like that with them. And, you know, he was disliked already in the White House. So he looked at it like, why the hell am I contributing these, you know, all this money? I lost so much of my wealth. I spent all my time, several months doing this. Mind you, he had a bunch of personal grievances that were going on as well, like Ashley St. Clair saying that she has a baby by the guy. you know, while he was in the middle of trying to fix the government. So I could see why he's frustrated and why he's angry. That's where a lot of this stems from. And then for him to go on Twitter rants and saying, oh yeah, they haven't declassified the Epstein files because Trump's in it. And then he goes ahead and he takes it back. It just wasn't really a smart move. And I don't think his America Party is going to get that much traction. I just don't. He's not a politician. He's not liked in the political world. Unfortunately, you know, to move like a politician and get support, you got to know the right people. And I just don't think that. I think he's kind of burned a lot of bridges in Washington, you know, with what he did with Trump. Because the MAGA base, they're not going to get around him, of course not. They're going to get probably around J.D. Vance or Vivek, whoever decides to run. It's probably going to be J.D. Vance and maybe Vivek is vice president in 2028. But yeah, I don't think it's going to get that much traction. Maybe you might get some libertarians in, but the libertarians are too, you know, they're what, 5-10% of the American population, really, politically, realistically. Most of them end up voting Democrat or Republican anyway because they realize that their vote is going to get wasted voting for, like, you know, a Jill Stein or some shit. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, but I don't think it's going to get that much traction, honestly.
Thanks for that, Myron. Just a couple of more questions. I mean, one thing is, and I know this is not you because you've always called out Elon Musk, is I'm seeing like a lot of MAGA almost have like a kind of memory wipe of them almost like shilling for Elon, sucking up to him, and now they're like, oh, he's a drug addict, he doesn't know what he's doing, he can't be trusted. But like, they were supporting him significantly. Doesn't this demonstrate the hypocrisy? First question. The second question is, when you look at a lot of these MAGA influencers, I mentioned this a lot, but I've not heard your thoughts on it. And you look at the, I mean, me and you know better than anyone, we got demonetized, right? And our blue check marks got taken away. And there's a lot of people who are major MAGA influencers who've kind of just sat on the fence on this issue because they don't want to be demonetized, because they don't want their blue check mark away. So Elon's kind of taking control over them. Do you think that benefits him going forward in terms of the America Party? Because he controls Twitter, he controls a lot of the MAGA influencers.
Well, that's a good point to bring up because, you know, this is Trump's second term. He won't be able to run for president again. So his influence, you know, from a political standpoint might not, you know, carry as much weight as it does now. But I do anticipate that J.D. Vance is probably going to take over a lot of these MAGA influencers. That's a good point, though. If Elon still is holding on to Twitter in 2028, which, you know, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't be, he could absolutely use it to his advantage to push, you know, anyone that's aligned with his political party. So no, that's a good thing. I think it'll split the base. I think it'll, you know, to answer your question more succinctly, I think it'll split the base. You're gonna have those that, you know, because there's a lot of MAGA influencers that make quite a bit of money here on X, right? And this is their main platform. A lot of them are probably gonna, you know, side with Elon from a monetary standpoint. And then there's gonna be others that are say like, "Fuck Elon, we don't give a shit." You know, let's go ahead and vote for whoever they decide to vote for. So the only way I could see myself even contributing to the America Party is if he got like someone like Thomas Massie, because I do like Thomas Massie. But we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
I mean, on the Thomas Massie thing, do you think if Thomas Massie was to join his America Party, obviously Thomas Massie's argument is going to be in terms of it's from a fiscal perspective, it's from the debt perspective. But then on the other hand, we know Elon Musk is a Zionist. He's very good with the Netanyahu. Massie's obviously spoke out against AIPAC. If Massie was to go under Musk, do you think that impacts his credibility? And is he using Massie to basically whitewash and clean his own credibility as well?
Well, Massie does get probably the most positive engagement of any politician I've ever seen on this app. So Elon definitely is probably aware of that. The only thing that I'm thinking in my head that might have Elon Musk a bit concerned is Thomas Massie's opposal to the Zionist lobby, which has quite a bit of influence on politics still, despite all the negative press that they get on Twitter. Because at the end of the day, Twitter's not real, right? So the Zionist lobby still controls politics. I do think that in the next 5 to 10 years, we can change that, you know, with some really strong activism and, you know, getting people aware of what the hell's going on. But, you know, I don't know if it'll happen by 2028. But if Thomas Massie ran, I actually tweeted at him. I said, yo, you need to run in 2028. If you did, I think a lot of people will vote for you. But they would do everything to stop it, man. The Zionist lobby would put billions into making sure he never touches the White House, man. I mean, we saw, look at what Bill Ackman's doing right now with Mamdani in New York City. Bill Ackman, a fucking lifelong Democrat, literally threatened and said, I got $1 billion, I got literally billions of dollars that I will use to make sure that Mamdani does not become mayor of New York City. So, that's just in New York City. So I could only imagine what the Zio lobby would do to keep Thomas Massie out of office from a federal level.
But then a lot of Elon's backers are Zio, so like what happens in that scenario?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So that's why I'm looking at it like, oh shit, like how would Musk even be able to pull that off, right? Like supporting Massie without getting, because I mean we saw what happened when he first acquired Twitter. A lot of people forget this. When Musk first acquired Twitter, right? And people were being so critical of Israel and everything else like that. He got like the ADL and everybody came after him. Like the Zio lobbies and the ADL Media Matters, they all came after him, and they actually made Twitter lose a lot of money with getting their ads taken away and everything else like that. What people didn't catch on to though is that once Elon Musk started to back Trump, the Zionist lobby stopped attacking Musk so much. And the reason why they stopped attacking him is because they realized we need Trump in office. We needed a Republican in office that would be able to, more aggressively support Israel. So that is why you had people like Jonathan Greenblatt and the ADL and Media Matters kind of chill off of attacking Elon Musk so much and attacking Twitter, because Twitter was actually the foundation from which the Trump administration was able to kind of build a social media presence. It started with Twitter. People forget Elon Musk had that huge space with Donald Trump where they, chatted for an hour. Then from there, that propelled Donald Trump the rest of his campaign. He went on and did a bunch of streams with people like Adin Ross. He went on Flagrant. He went on Joe Rogan. He kind of just kind of trampolined his social media push. And, now from looking at the results of the election, it's very clear that traditional celebrities, your Eminems, your Beyoncés, and your Rihannas, nobody gives a fuck about what they got to say anymore. People want to know what social media influencers got to say more than A-list celebrities. So I think that Twitter push allowed Trump to basically catapult into other media platforms and get garner votes. And the reason why he was able to do that, why Jonathan Greenblatt, Media Matters, and all these other fucking, Zionist-controlled censorship agencies got off Elon Musk is because they realized that Elon Musk was going to be the catapult that would allow Trump to become president of the United States. And by becoming president of the United States, he would be more susceptible to the Zionist lobby's, aggression in the Middle East. So that is a big reason. And a lot of people haven't made that connection that, Twitter, they stopped back because everyone forgot that they literally Elon Musk had a lawsuit against the ADL and Media Matters, and he was actually fighting them viciously because they were trying to say that there were anti-Semitic posts that were getting run next to ads, and they were fucking with his money. So he was fighting them back, but once he backed Trump, they pretty much they backed off him, dude. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not quite why they backed off him. They settled, essentially. He agreed to go to Israel and do the Holocaust brainwashing.
That too,
tour.
yeah.
And then they backed off. He backed off, actually. He was suing the ADL and Media Matters because, like you said, they caused the boycott of his advertisers, and it was causing, him and his shareholders to lose money, and his Twitter went from 44 billion valuation down to 9 billion. So it's a significant drop.
Yeah, he went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro and shit. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, he had the yarmulke on. Yeah. They had him do the fucking shame walk. Yeah, I remember that as well. And
humiliation ritual.
He met up with Netanyahu when Netanyahu came to the United States. He actually came all the way to Washington, D.C. just to meet with Netanyahu, actually, when he came to the United States. During towards the end of Joe Biden's administration, where he came to ask for more money. It's funny because a lot of Democratic Congress people didn't show up for Netanyahu's address, but Kamala Harris actually privately met with Netanyahu, even though she didn't want anyone to know publicly. And then Netanyahu actually went to Mar-a-Lago and met with Trump there. So like we've always said, Democrats, they secretly cuck for Israel. Meanwhile, Republicans openly cuck for them. So we'll see what happens. But yes, he definitely did the humiliation ritual with the yarmulke and everything at Auschwitz, which was hilarious. Go ahead, Sulaiman, my bad.
Yeah, that was mental.
And
Guys,
the dog
more
tags.
breaking news. Tesla stock is crashing right now. We were talking about at the beginning of the space the harm that Tesla stock would have, and you've just seen a massive red. I mean, thanks to Morfit for sending me this, and I'm going to give it to him to explain. but you can see the big red candle. What is it called? A red candle? They got a red nosedive, but it's crashing hard. What did it was at 320ish, and now it's hit 290, even lower. That's crazy. Remember, Trump saved Tesla with his advertising pitch that he did outside the White House. No more Daddy Trump to save your Tesla stock now. Bye bye Tesla. Is it? Mofet, jump in, explain it.
Yeah, that's what it's definitely looking like, Sulaiman. I think you explained it perfectly. Simon explained it perfectly too. But I think the biggest thing here that people have to keep in mind is that a lot of what the price of the stock market, a lot of what it priced in was that a good relationship between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And when you have a good relationship with the president can make a lot of things happen for your business with the power of being the president of America. So I think the stock market started to price in the fact that there isn't a good relationship there anymore. So it looks like it's starting to nosedive. You explained it perfectly. Nosedive, big fat red candle coming in, and as we're speaking, and it's just nosediving by the second, down 8% as we're speaking.
Yeah, not surprised. This happened throughout the whole tenure when he was at the White House, as well as it was going down. Because people forget that there was a lot of like terrorist attacks on Tesla dealerships where they were like firebombing the cars or vandalizing the cars when they saw them in the street. Because let's be honest, man, the people that buy Teslas and are economic aware, not economic, excuse me, environmentally friendly. Environmentally savvy, they tend to be people that lean left. Republicans don't give a shit about that. They just drive their Fords and their Chevys and they guzzle gas. They don't go fuck about the environment. So climate change is kind of like a more progressive ideology. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense that a lot of them would tank once he started supporting Trump. But like you said before, Trump could assist to some degree. But then if you're going to go ahead and align with Trump, then go ahead and say, oh, I hate Trump now. Well, guess what? People are still going to look at you as like, well, you went to the Republicans, you went to the conservatives, so fuck you anyway. So it's like a double whammy. Because you just can't go back to the Democrat Party now. He got uninvited to like all the Democrat functions. He talked about this in an interview, actually, that they like uninvited him completely and he can't go anymore.
But where does I mean, based on what you're saying, and by the way, I agree with you as well. But he's basically been expelled from the Democrat Party because, his positions, his thoughts, or everything he's been doing, he's been very much right wing, alt-right on a number of issues. Hatred against minorities. He's been attacking minorities, black people, Muslims a lot. So he's never going to have a home on the left again, likely. On the right, he did, but now that has fractured. I mean, that means he's only going to take votes from the right, and then where does that leave us?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to. Because a lot of, some libertarians will go to him too. Some libertarians, like I said, the only way I could see this party doing anything is if like maybe Thomas Massie ran under that party. I know Thomas Massie is kind of like the black sheep in the Republican Party. A lot of people look at him as like a moral grandstander, and they say that he, doesn't want to sign bills and he's really fiscally responsible. They say he does it for show. But maybe he might find a home in the American Party under Elon Musk. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, but even that, let's say he did get Massie, right? That would split the vote more than anything else, right? There was many people who were anti-war that voted for Trump, who would immediately would vote for Massie because he is someone who's considered like an anti-war candidate. And then a lot of the Silicon Valley big tech guys will probably start supporting him as well. Like there'll be a big shift.
I think it would do better than JD Vance, because remember, Trump can't run anymore. So it would be 2028 would be JD Vance. I assume maybe Vivek as his vice president.
Oh, you think Vivek? You don't think Vivek will be part? People think Vivek may be part of Musk's America Party. You think he'll be on the Trump Party?
Oh, he'll be 100% running with alongside JD Vance, 100%. Because what I assume is going to happen is JD Vance is going to be groomed to be the MAGA replacement. That's what I predict.
For sure. JD Vance will. I'm talking about Vivek.
Yeah, Vivek might run as vice president under him.
Oh, okay. Because I was trying to say, like, Vivek may run as vice president under Vance, although I think maybe Marco Rubio might be an opportunity where they have a deal, because I think. But
Rubio could be too. Rubio is a good. Sorry? Yeah, no, that's a good prediction. Rubio might run with Vance as well, for sure.
Yeah, because they're going to be the next two guys, really, isn't it? And I guess what my question about Vivek is, you don't think that Vivek will end up as being like, if Musk was to run his party, do you not think Vivek could be like a big name? He gets under the party. And remember, Vivek was kind of sidelined by the Trump administration at the end. He kind of left Doge, but then again, Doge could have been sidelined by Musk as well. And then he kind of just ran for a higher race. You don't think there's a chance he could like become like a VP on the America Party or even the front runner if it's not Massey?
I don't know, man. I don't know if Vivek and Elon get along. Vivek kind of left on ambiguous terms with Doge, so I don't really know what happened there. I've heard from multiple people that Elon is very difficult to get along with. He's very abrasive. He's not really, a people's person, right? And politicians are typically, even though a lot of them are fake, they're at least good at, faking to be likable. Guys like Elon got fuck you money. So like, he's not used to dealing with, you get what I'm saying? Like, Elon's not a politician because he's been rich for so goddamn long. So he doesn't have to be likable. He's like Steve Jobs almost. Like a lot of these tech guys are fucking dickheads. And they're autistic. They're dickheads. They have a lot of money. Nobody could tell them anything. They're used to getting their asses kissed or whatever. But it doesn't work that way in the political world. You know what I mean? Just because you have a lot of money doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a lot of votes. So, nobody really knows like the temperament of Vivek, of why he left. But the grapevine is that Elon was very difficult to deal with, and Vivek said, "Fuck this shit, I'm out. I'd rather run for governor of Ohio." And he has his own political reasons for doing that. They're going to probably more than likely set up some kind of tech firm for your boy Peter Thiel, where he'd be able to enjoy some significant tax benefits and bring some jobs to Ohio. So that's another reason why he went over there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree, and a good assessment as well. That is a possibility in terms of like Vivek, if he did leave because of his beef with Musk, which is highly likely, then obviously he may not be found in the party. Another thing that people are saying about the Elon party is, and obviously you're American, what's your thoughts on this, is that the Elon party is actually just full of, if you look at the influencers, mainly foreigners. If you look at the people supporting them are mainly foreigners. I mean, you look at, I know the filing now, the FEC filing that we all saw earlier, apparently that's fake, and Elon's going to file a complaint to the FEC. So it looks like that Indian guy isn't the co-founder and treasurer. But that being said, what's the, this whole perspective that this is almost like going to be like an India party or a foreigner party? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's going to be an L, dude. Like, it's one thing, to have maybe, a couple of, like, maybe one or two Indian guys, but to have your whole team be Indians, bro, that's going to be a big fat L right there, man. Yeah, that's going to be an L, bro. Like, just because the thing is that Indians got bad stereotypes in America, bro. Let's just be honest here. In the UK, they have a bit better reputation, but here, bro, we make fun of them, man. So it's just not a good look. It's going to be the fucking curry party.
That's his whole thing, right? If you look at X, largely, a lot of the engineers that stayed seem to be minorities, mainly Indians.
Yep.
If you look at Tesla, it's the same case. You look at, for example, the guys who promote him a lot, Doge designer, he's an Indian guy. That Sejuani guy is like an Arab guy. Ian Malchung is like a Chinese guy.
Yeah.
Like, it's mainly a network, right? What's it?
Yeah, no, it's not a good look, man. It's not a good look to have a bunch of foreigners and be into politics. Like, it's just not, especially with, people kind of waking up and realizing that like mass immigration is not the way to go. It's just not a good look politically at all. It's just not. I think, especially with like young conservatives, because like a lot of young conservatives are, kind of waking up and realizing that like feminism was a lie, Jews run America, mass immigration creates problems. So I just don't think it's a good idea to have a bunch of, foreigners or as, in the lobby. It's just optically, it looks fucking terrible.
Well, especially when you call your party America First.
Yeah, like you got the America Party, but it's a bunch of fucking poop jeets. Like, what the hell's going on here, man? You know what I mean? Thank you, come again. Like, come on, man. And it's like the most, it's the group of people that you can make the most fucking jokes about. Like, dude, everyone in here can probably make Indian jokes all day, right? It's like one of the easiest groups of people to clown on. So it's just going to be, just too many jokes that could be made.
But just on that, on a wider perspective, like obviously, you know, me and you lost our blue check marks because of our positions, like because we're anti-Zionist.
Yeah, and
we
that's
also,
crazy. Like you lost your check mark for literally being anti H-1B visa. Like people would be like, "Oh, Sulaiman, like why would you say that? You're Pakistani. Why would you be anti H-1B visa?" And you're like, "No, it makes sense why people like you went against the H-1B visa narrative, like as someone who people would not think that would do that, and they took your check for that, bro. Bullshit, man."
yeah, I mean, I came at it from a left-wing position, to be clear on that, with the H-1B visas, because it's just basics, like, and I've mentioned this many times on Spaces, that if you because the left wing is about the working class and supporting the working class, and if you're gonna pay your working class member, let's say $10, and then you bring a bunch of Indians into the country and you're gonna pay them $1, then that American working class person, or even the British working class person, you're gonna end up only paying him $2 or $3, and so the working class people lose. And who benefits only from people paying people less? It's the corporations, it's the billionaires. So it's actually a left-wing position, and that's why I was against it.
Ah, okay, all right.
Yeah, and that's why I'm against like immigration for that regard. But coming back to the point, in terms of that about the H-1B visas, obviously, you know, me and you lost our check marks. And remember, Laura Loomer was against H-1B, but she got it back. So it was actually being anti-Israel or anti-Zionist, and then also H-1B visas what made us lose our blue check mark permanently. And I guess my question to you is, that was an issue that Trump capitulated on, right? That's a position that Trump in 2016 spoke out against in terms of the H-1B visas. Then he supported Musk. Musk said he will go to war for it. So this is someone who essentially supports mass immigration, although legal, if it's for like big tech or corporations or his H-1B visas. So where does that leave him? Because he's not going to get the left-wing vote. And then obviously immigration is probably the number one issue when it comes to the right wing. Where does that leave him?
Yeah, no, it's good. That's a good point. Yeah, because immigration is pretty much like the number one thing on the for the conservatives, man. That's why they got so mad when, you know, even they got pissed off when they saw that they were deporting college kids over fucking criticisms of Israel. Because obviously that's like tax dollars being wasted going after kids that are legally here with valid F1 visas for political speech versus, you know, the gang members and all the legal aliens that are here committing crimes versus, like, you know, students that are being activists. No, man, that's a good point, man. It's gonna be tough, dude. Like, you know, as you're mentioning these different obstacles that Trump is gonna that Elon Musk is gonna have to deal with. It's gonna be very difficult for him, man. Like he's gonna have to switch up his ideology or maybe endorse a candidate that is a bit more likable. There's no way that he'll be able to run for anything himself. But I don't even know what his plan is. Is he going to start the party and just endorse another candidate? Like, I don't even know how the fuck it's going to work.
Well, he can't run for president, right?
Yeah, he can't.
But he'll have to endorse someone who's big. Now, we've mentioned Thomas Massey, but let's say Thomas Massey doesn't jump in. Who else could he bring in to represent his party? A big enough name, a big enough person that would accumulate votes in the United States of America and isn't considered like a frontrunner. One option, but this would maybe bring in the left-wing vote in, would be someone like Mark Cuban, where maybe, I don't know if he runs or he's holds a significant position, but that's just from the top of my head. Like, who else do you think, or what's your thoughts on that as well?
That's an interesting perspective that you brought with Mark Cuban, because Mark Cuban is from the same exact cloth as Elon Musk. Not necessarily a tech guy, but he is an entrepreneur, billionaire, Jewish. But not many people know that. You would have to like actually really check the early life to know that. Obviously, he changed his surname like they always do. But yeah, people on the left do like him. He was a heavy endorser of Kamala Harris, which tells me that he would probably be able to get the female vote. He owned the Dallas Mavericks for a bit. You know, people know him from that. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell when these billionaires kind of want to throw their hat into the political arena and damn near run themselves. I think Elon Musk kind of paved the way to show that, like, you know, billionaire businessmen can kind of get in there, maybe not necessarily run, but have an active, political role. Trump did too. Yeah, Trump did too. You know, people forget that Trump was a businessman first. So, That's a good point. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Mark, because I'm trying to think who the fuck would go with the America Party, but a Mark Cuban could be somebody that would do it, and he would be able to get a significant, he'd be able to get the female vote for sure. For sure. Because he was an avid supporter of Kamala Harris. Avid.
And he would, I mean, you don't have to make him the front runner. He could be like a VP, but that would, remember, he's, a Mark Cuban already posted, basically saying, let's do this together or something. I'm just going to try and pull his,
Oh, okay.
So Mark Cuban's already making the overtures, and that brings the Democrat vote back in, doesn't it? Because Democrats love Cuban.
Yeah. Well, yeah, his endorsement of Kamala Harris, you know, who knows? That might have been him. You know, the more I think about it too, man, like, as much as I say Elon is a retard, which he is, I can't help but think that he would at least have some type of infrastructure set up before he would set up a party like this, right? Like, he's got to have some people that he spoke to on the side, like, look, man, this is what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking of making a run at this in 2028. Obviously, I can't run, but, you know, what if I support you when you run, right? Because I think also the other thing with Elon, why he needs to do this, is because he's forever going to be cooked with the Republican Party as well as with the Democrat Party. So he needs someone that's going to give him the fucking, you know, the tax breaks, the EV mandates, you know, the contracts, the government contracts, because he's cooked in the Democrat Party and he's cooked in the Republican Party now. So, you know, because make no mistake about it, even when Trump leaves, there's still going to be MAGA loyalists that won't forget this. So he probably made this party out of his own self-preservation to a degree. So I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of got together with some billionaires that he knows and said, look, man, we could take America ourselves. Right? A lot of us have social media platforms. You know, I was able to get Trump elected, you know, so we have some influence here. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't like meet up with Mark Cuban and some other billionaires before this shit.
Well, just on that, Mark Cuban has posted twice. He wrote, so the first one when Elon Musk posted about the, you know, his poll about factor of 2 to 1, you're going to have a new political party. So he confirmed it was Cuban to retweet, quote tweet and wrote, I work with voter choice. They will help you get on the ballots. This is their mission. And then he also wrote a tweet about fireworks in terms of when Elon said he's going to do a new party. And then they wrote, oh, okay, and then Mark Cuban tagged Elon in to demonstrate that he was the one who got Kennedy and West on the ballot, and therefore he can get Elon on the ballot as well. So already 3 or 4 tweets with huge overtures from Cuban. Cuban also on X has 9 million followers, as you know. Yeah, as you said, he used to own the Dallas Mavericks. Also on Blue Sky, which is a very much it's a Democrat, very much woke platform. I believe he's one of the biggest. He's like I think him and OC are the biggest on that platform. So he has a huge left-wing Democrat following. If you bring him in, I mean, that brings the Democrat vote. You already got the right-wing vote. You got the Silicon. There is moves he can make that could get this right. I mean, I just thought of this Cuban thing now, but what's just to expand on that? What do you think?
Yeah, no. I think that's gonna be the play, man. He's gonna have to rely. You know what this America Party is? Now, the more I think about it, it's gonna probably be entrepreneurs, businessmen, you know, people with influence. Maybe not like career-long politicians. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be an attempt at an anti-establishment look, because let's be honest here, the Democrat Party in America is becoming more and more socialist. You got people like AOC, Bernie Sanders, you know, Mamdani, who are, you know, pushing closer and closer towards socialism. Right, the biggest left-wing political commentators all pretty much push socialism, right? You look at like Hassan Piker, Kyle Kulinski, etc. You know, they're more for, you know, socialist ideologies, which, you know, it is what it is. Then you look at on the Republican side, they're like Democrats in the 90s, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know. I do think that the more I kind of think about this, the America Party is probably going to end up being a fucking political party for run by entrepreneurs, and then America's powerful. That want more deregulation, want more government contracts, want more control, because it makes no money becoming a politician, right? Like, you know, you actually, people don't become politicians to become rich, right? Unless you're Nancy Pelosi. But most people, they become politicians to gain influence. That's why they really become politicians, right? I mean, look at someone like a Donald Trump. He lost net worth becoming a politician. He had more money when he was not a politician. So people do it for the power. So I think there might be a conglomerate of billionaires that just kind of get behind this America party, and it's going to be maybe under the guise of libertarianism, but in reality, it's going to be to self-serve American entrepreneurs and the wealthy and powerful. So who knows? But that's yeah. I mean, I would not be surprised. Someone in my chat said Stephen A. Smith too. Yeah, I could see a Stephen A. Smith in like the America Party, you know, because I've listened to him talk a few times, and he has some more. Yes, he has some Democrat worldviews, but he also has some conservative worldviews too, and he might not necessarily fit with the Democrats either, right? So he might find a nice home over at the America Party as well, especially if it's going to become a party of those that are influential and powerful, which is what I anticipate it's going to more than likely end up being.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else has comments on this. I feel like me and Sulaiman have been yapping the whole time, but I see a bunch of you guys here.
Let's bring some more people in. Someone jump in, Meza, or whoever wants to speak about this.
Yeah, so I think that this is a interesting play, and I still again have a hard time really believing that this entire toddler tantrum kind of in the public eye is real, but maybe it is. I just think that with Trump saying that this is about the EV, specifically removing those mandates out of the big beautiful bill, but then Elon is not necessarily admitting that. He's not refuting it, but he's kind of pitching it as it being very anti-conservative fiscal policy, and that we're not really making the strides to bring down the national debt. If you guys remember back in April, there was this big controversy around Elon in Wisconsin, where he was under the American PAC that he created, was giving away $2 million for people to go and vote against these, judges. But then he couldn't do that. There was like a whole lot of backlash about getting people to vote by offering them money. So then he ended up making it to where if you signed an anti activist judge like petition, then he'd give you the money. So long story short, when you dig a little bit deeper, you find out that there was some sort of pending legislation as it related to EV vehicles, and that's why he wanted a specific judge to take that seat. And so this is kind of maybe what people can bank on happening. I think that this is more about political power and influence than it is creating some fresh brand new idea. We know that historically speaking, this never worked. It would divide the Republican Party and really give Democrats much more of an advantage. And I think that even when it comes to Massey or trying to recruit Republicans to take any political role, you're going to come across that rub because most Republicans are not supportive of the Green New Deal. They're not supportive of the EV mandates. So I don't know. I just feel like he picked Massey. Did he do that strategically because he knows that Massey is very popular? A lot of people, I mean, it goes along with his narrative about
especially
it being
on X.
Conservative. Huh?
No, I said he's very popular on X especially.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, don't forget that like Elon has all the back end stuff. He can see exactly how popular Massey is and how much he can get all the deep algorithm. I don't think it's by mistake that he's supporting Massey.
I agree. I think that it was a very specific move because he saw that even MAGA divided over Trump's comments towards Massey, and basically where he was berating him for standing on his principles and never really wavering from being consistent about fiscal policy. And so anyway, I think that there's just that element I wanted to highlight that nobody's talked about was the Wisconsin ordeal, where he was actively trying to pay to get people to make sure that they went and they, either sign this anti-activist petition to get a judge in just so they could deal with this legislation as it related to EVs. So, I mean, maybe it is about the EVs, and I think that ultimately it's going to be very difficult to get a lot of people on the right aligned to that ideology. He would end up having to get people on the left, and I bet Mark Cuban might be one of them.
Yeah. Most Republicans think climate change is a scam, if I want to be very honest with you. Most people on the on the right think it's bullshit, it's a scam, it's all, to figure out some grand conspiracy. So, yeah. And also don't forget too that like Elon failed miserably when he endorsed who did he endorse in Wisconsin, man? That lost by like I think that was the beginning of the end for Elon. The Republicans pretty much said we got to get rid of this guy. He's cancer to any campaign. Someone in the chat's going to tell me who was the guy that he supported. He was supporting a Republican in Wisconsin. They lost their election horribly. If any of you guys can let me know who it is.
The Schimmel dude or whatever. Hold on.
Hey, wasn't it for the judge?
Yeah, well, someone he endorsed that lost miserably in Wisconsin.
Let me see here. I'm trying to find his name. It was shit. It begins with, it was Brian Schimmel or something like. Oh, Brad Schimmel.
Brad Schimmel. Yep. There you go. Brad Schimmel. Yep. Brad Schimmel was the guy. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, you know, look, we're all wildly speculating here because none of us can really anticipate what's going to happen. The only thing that I could say that 100% I'm sure of is J.D. Vance is going to run the Republican ticket in 2028. I like the idea of Marco Rubio being his running mate probably. And that's what I can pretty much guarantee. And then we know on the Democrat side, AOC is going to run. More than likely, she's going to run for president with Bernie Sanders as her vice president if he's not too old by then, or somebody else that's popular in the Democrat Party. And then we know Mamdani is more than likely going to become mayor of New York City. And, we know Bill Ackman is funding a whole bunch of money to make sure he doesn't become mayor. And it's not because Bill Ackman isn't a Democrat. It's because Mamdani is critical of Israel. And we all know that Bill Ackman and a lot of these other Democratic Jews, as soon as they have someone in there that is critical of Israel, well, they will switch their political affiliation right away because Israel comes first. So, Ian, you have some, bro?
Sorry, Myron, we've got some more breaking news. Elon is the gift that keeps on giving today. Yeah, so, as you know, Scott Bessent, there was the report, if you remember, between Scott Bessent and Elon. That Scott Bessent may be the guy who caused this entire spiral. Because if you remember, Musk came out of Trump's office with a big black eye. There were some reports that Scott Bessent had smashed him up. Anyway, Scott Bessent just went on CNN and he sent a message to Elon Musk. And he said the principle of Doge was very popular. If you looked at the polling, Elon was not. Those board of directors did not like this announcement of a new party yesterday. So he's talking about how that was harmful. And then Elon replied. He wrote, Bessent is a Soros stooge, and he's a political science major who can't even do math. The polling for me was very positive a year ago, which is why Trump used me so much. Shots fired. I mean, this guy. I mean, what's your thoughts on that, Myron? Do you feel for the guy? I mean, did he get battered up by Bessent?
So I got up for a second to go get a protein shake. I'll go look at his profile here and I'll give you. You said it's on Elon Musk's profile?
Yeah, he replied. I mean, let's bring in. Just basically, I was talking about how Bessent bruised him up, and then he just attacked Bessent and called him a Soros stooge. Miz, why Maris's checking that? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't know. I like that whole ordeal. Like, it's interesting to see it play out. And was the black eye from Bessent? I thought it was from somebody else. I thought it was from
Stephen Miller, because he hired his wife full time.
Yeah, no. The initial reports were from Stephen Miller because he hired his wife, but later the confirmation came out that it wasn't because Miller's wife still works for him. Actually, she came out yesterday or the day before and attacked someone. She attacked this Fairbank guy, who's another Jewish Zionist, saying that he did not work for Doge. So she still works for him. It wasn't Stephen Miller. We all thought that at the time, but actually later confirmation came out. It was actually Scott Bessent.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely interesting to hear this back and forth, and I just think it's kind of this childlike, banter that he has on here. I don't know, but I see Ian has his hand up. Did you want to respond to that, Ian?
Well, I actually had a quick question for Myron. Anybody else? I'd be curious, perhaps, for Truth's thoughts. It's my belief that essentially the people in charge that are funding Trump, that I would assert are also the same ones that were behind Biden and everybody going all the way back to W, if not HW, before him, and that this is all part of the bigger plan. And with that in mind, I'm curious, Myron or Truth or anybody else up here, if you guys think that this is the whole effort with Elon here is basically a requirement for the people in charge, because they recognize that in order for them to have what they want, Trump has to basically sell out his fan base. So they're going to slowly chisel away at the cult of personality, meaning that they're not going to be able to easily just pass that torch to Vance, to Rubio, and to have the same amount of affection for an administration, which would continue pushing for the machine, as we would loosely think of maybe in these spaces as global Zionism and the technocracy. And that as a result, they're saying, hey, look, instead we can shift things over to Elon, who's been involved with cryptocurrency, with Doge, both the crypto piece as well as Doge, the governmental organization, which came in and gutted a whole bunch of these federal agencies, paving the way for AI, which is going to, of course, incorporate Palantir. But Elon's also tied to SpaceX and the Boring Company doing underground tunnels, wants to put chips in everybody's head, owns X. Like, you can see how he's basically the face of the technocracy. And so I'd be curious if you guys think what the master plan here is, to use Trump as the Zionist puppet to essentially push for all things beneficial to Israel against the will of his base, knowing that then they're going to pivot to Elon, who's just going to be able to further the technocracy that Trump is kind of laying the framework for with some of the contracts with Palantir and others. And if this is the way to essentially usher in the AI overlords and quote unquote Big Brother straight out of Orwell, with Trump, or I'm sorry, with Elon as the masthead and the savior that's being presented by the you-know-whos that obviously he's had a whole bunch of children with and just nominated the head of product of X. So we know the entanglements there basically irrefutable at this point. So Myron, I'd be curious for you or anybody else that might want to take it, if you guys envision that that's where all this leads.
Yeah, and that's what you just said. That's what's going to happen if we don't do anything. This is precisely why. Literally, this is 1,000% of the reason why. People that have a platform, people that have a voice, people that know what the hell is going on, got to step up and talk about how we're an occupied nation, right? And we are, and I saw a couple of people do streams on July 4th talking about how, Independence Day, but we're not independent of Israel. And I don't think people understand. So many Americans are not aware. People are waking up, but not enough are waking up to realize how bad it is that we have a foreign country that's literally at the steering wheel of our foreign policy that can lead to so many destructive things. Like right now as we speak, Israel's bombing Yemen. I know they bombed Lebanon earlier a few hours ago. So what does Trump tell them? Hey, trying to make peace in the Middle East, stop bombing Iran. Now we have some rumors of potential drone attacks that, Israel surreptitiously did, maybe under the ceasefire. We know the Israelis never actually honor ceasefires. And let's be honest, why do the Israelis behave the way that they do? Because they know that we're going to protect them no matter what. They know that if they do some reckless shit and they get in really bad trouble, we're always going to be there to bail them out of their bad decisions. When Iran was shooting missiles at them, not only did they have the THAAD system that we gave them, they have the Iron Dome, they have a better missile defense system than we do over here in continental U.S., okay? And then on top of that, we had air carriers that were literally stationed in strategic areas to also help them shoot down. This is on top of the Jordanians helping them. This is on top of the French helping them, the British. They had all these different countries assisting them, and Iran still was able to get missiles in. So what does that tell you? That tells me that if Israel didn't have all the support that we give them, that they would have been gone decades ago. Nobody wants them there. Nobody. And they start problems with all of their neighbors. They sit there and say, oh, no, we want peace, we want peace. It's a fucking lie. Netanyahu, throughout the past 30 years that he's been in power, has done everything he can to ensure that, number one, the Oslo Accords are destroyed and there's never a two-state solution, even though that wasn't even really going to be a two-state solution. It was going to be some type of, mere attempt at it. He continuously wages wars against all of his enemies, provokes issues. They constantly cut the grass every couple months in Gaza. They attack Iran with Mossad attacks, whether they're hacking into their systems, they're doing assassinations of their nuclear scientists, they're killing generals, they're doing airstrikes, they're doing all kinds of shit. So they're constantly provoking stuff. And here's the thing, a lot of this stuff happens, we talk about it here on Twitter, but it never hits the news. Like, most Americans don't know about Hassan Nasrallah being assassinated. Most Americans don't know about Fuad Shukr being assassinated, or Yahya Sinwar, or Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Nobody knows about this shit. They just know, oh, Israel got attacked. We got to do everything in our power to protect them. But they don't realize that the reason why Israel gets attacked is because all the bullshit they do on the side that never gets reported in American media. Unless you're on Twitter or you're watching Al Jazeera or you're looking purposely for alternative news, American media never reports any of this shit. And if they do, it's kind of a side talk. Oh yeah, Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. Okay, let's get back on to fucking Trump campaign. Like, that's how it goes in American and Western media. They never show all the escalatory things that Israel does to put itself in precarious situations where we have to fucking come in and give these dumbasses billions of dollars because they're starting problems with all their neighbors. So they don't want peace because they understand that, excuse me, for them, number one, to maintain the military posture that they have, they need to constantly be engaging in war. Number two, we know Benjamin Netanyahu is literally on the cusp of a criminal case for bribery and corruption. He wants to make sure that he continues to push that back, and the only way for him to be able to do that is to maintain a state of war so that he has full control of the cabinet and no one can touch him. And then number three, he understands that that the only way that Israel is going to ensure its hegemony in the Middle East is that they need to stop all their neighbors. Well, what's left? Iran is the last chess piece left. So when he's not attacking Iran because he has a ceasefire from Trump, what is he doing? He's attacking the fucking Lebanese people in southern Lebanon. Oh yeah, we're attacking Hezbollah. Like, Israel's motto is rise up and kill them first before they kill you. And this has kind of been the motto ever since, who was the fucking prime minister that instituted this? The female, what's her name? Oh man.
Golda Meir.
Boom, there you go. Golda Meir was kind of one of the first ones to kind of impose this whole situation of we're going to rise up and fucking kill them before they kill us. And I think, was it after the, Truth Teller, help me out here, was it after the Munich Games situation?
Well, look, they've always struck preemptively or been on the.
Well, at least been overt about it, I mean.
David Ben Gurion, was doing it, and he had plan de lat, right? Or not, was it plan de lat? He already had a plan of aggression from 1948 onwards. There was never any acceptance of the partition plan. So the plan was to, commit the Nakba and, wipe
of
out over
course.
500
But I mean more from, let me clarify, my bad. Like, I mean more from like a international perspective of we're going to rise up and go to other countries and kill our enemies if we need to. Like, I know Golda Meir was real big on that. At least she stated it overtly.
He was, and so was Oded Yunan as well. He was the advisor to Ariel Sharon. He came up with the plan to balkanize Lebanon and also, of course,
was he the
Syria
originator of the Likud party?
No, the Likud party originated from, well, they are actually made up of, Haganah Ergun.
Yeah. Who was the originator of Likud,
groups.
though? Who was the main guy? There was a main guy that said that we need to eradicate all these motherfuckers and kill them first. Who was that?
Yeah, trying to remember.
I forget his name.
It was either Begin or it was, what's his face?
Not Begin. It was somebody else.
The other guy. Oh, Yitzhak Shamir. I'll look it up.
Okay. All right. But anyway, regardless, I'll turn it over to Ian after this. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is we need to take back our country because right now the person that's at the steering wheel is a reckless motherfucker, and that driver of the steering wheel is Israel. And I don't think people understand how important foreign policy is. A lot of people write it off as like, oh, it's not that important, man. Like, I'm more focused on, jobs and infrastructure. But what they don't realize is that foreign policy absolutely, contributes to our ability to create opportunities in the United States.
Ian, I can tell you if you wanted to just sum up all of this craziness since the Trump administration into something that has happened as like a policy summary, and it kind of goes into Scott Bessent's comments there and his dig at Elon Musk, it's the weakening of the dollar, and since Trump has been into power, every single policy has weakened the dollar. So if you're a foreign investor in
the only thing
while the stock market is at new all-time highs and the cost at which by the American government needs to borrow is significantly higher than the average. So any rollover of the debt, you're going to have to pay a foreign investor significantly higher to invest. But even though the stock market's at new all-time highs, if you price the stock market in gold, it's in decline and flat. And so, in fact, it's a declining stock market because the dollar is being weakened significantly. You've had from its peak since the Trump administration, you've lost 15% of the value in the dollar. So if you own dollars and you're a foreign investor, you need to not only sell your US debt, which is what Japan and China and the largest countries that lend to the US government have been doing, but it's significantly more profitable to invest your money in alternative stock markets, and you've got to make up for the currency loss that you've made by the fact that the US stock market is denominated in dollars. So the net effect has been a capital outflow, a strengthening of every currency relative to the dollar, and a significant weakening of the dollar by about 15%. So it just went below this week. Every time Trump tweets, or Truth Social, something enters into a new argument, you get a weakening of the dollar. So we're below the DXY, which is the main measure, is below $97 now. So these are like really, really big losses for those that own US assets as a foreign investor. And so capital outflow has been the major goal. And then that goes into, well, who is Scott Bessent? Scott Bessent was the CIO of the Soros Investment Fund during the time when they did a speculative attack against the pound as the euro was coming into place. So I believe the strategy of Trump is to weaken the dollar. And the net effect of weakening the dollar is that you end up with this multipolar world order and you strengthen BRICS. And then if you think about, well, who is invested in BRICS and a multipolar world order? Well, that's BlackRock. And so BlackRock, I believe, created the tariff policy, and Trump was installed in order to implement it. And BlackRock has got everything it could possibly want in order to split the world up into this multipolarity. And the tariff policy was the perfect execution in order to achieve it. And the dollar's just weakening, so it's getting all the capital outflows needed in order to rebalance the portfolio away from US. And that's the net effect. It's a weakening of the dollar and a continuing weakening of the dollar, and essentially moving America to an emerging market in terms of its debt, because now it's refinancing on, like, there was a repo market, that's the overnight rate. The Fed, even if the Fed tried to cut rates now, it would lead to an increase in the longer term debt because the two have ran away from each other, whatever you do with the short term debt. So what that essentially drives it to is America.
Simon, I got a question for you after.
Every week. Sorry, Myron.
No, finish what you were saying. I don't want to disrupt. I was just going to say I got a question for you after. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Megan was one of the co-founders of Likud, by the way.
Okay, I know there was another guy too. I'll find the name. But sorry, go ahead, Simon. I had a question for you after.
It was Lumi as well.
Yeah, so in simple terms, the two impact is a weakening of the dollar leading to capital outflows, and the refinancing of America's debt now needs to be done with short-term bonds, which means you have to refinance it every single month, and you have to pay a higher rate to do it.
So, Simon, let me ask you this, because I remember me and you had this discussion, but I'm on stream right now, and I kind of want my audience to hear you explain this as well. I remember we were talking about the debt that the United States has. We're almost at like 40 trillion. And then we're discussing the Triffin effect and how and we're discussing the tariffs and how as the world's reserve currency, you're always going to experience trade deficits and you're always going to be in debt because people are always, I guess, fighting to utilize your dollar, use your currency to buy commodities or oil or whatever it may be. And you were saying that it's nearly impossible to not be in debt when you're the world's reserve currency. And any politician kind of going along the lines of it saying like, I'm going to reduce the debt. It sounds good politically, but it might not necessarily be feasible if you're the world's reserve currency. Can you kind of go into that a little bit deeper? Because I always thought that was a fascinating tidbit that you gave, because literally every single politician talks about, we need to cut the debt down. But it's like, okay, is it even really feasible when you have the world's reserve currency?
Yeah, exactly. So the current situation as it stands is that M2 money supply, which is the measure for all of the dollars that exist, because they're all digital dollars, it's hard to measure, but M2, approximately $21 trillion. Every dollar is a debt, and you have $37 trillion of debt. So if you were to take all the dollars that exist in the entire banking system and use them to pay off the debt, you'd still have $16 trillion of debt and no money in the economy. So it's impossible to pay off the debt. So any politician that runs on saying we're going to pay off the debt, you actually have to completely restructure the money at the same time. So it's just a talking point if anyone says it, and then they don't do like a Ron Paul end the Fed with a plan of how you restructure the debt. So Elon at the moment has just got one half of the equation. But if he were to, join forces with, say, the Libertarian Party and Thomas Massie and, and actually implement and end the Fed, then you have to have the second part of that equation. So other than that, it's just a talking point.
Yeah, because I thought that was crazy when you said that, because I was like, literally every single American politician talks about eliminating debt. You just talked about it here with Elon Musk saying, hey, I'm going to use Doge. I'm going to get rid of some of the debt, make the government more efficient, whatever. But the reality is, it seems to me like it doesn't fucking matter as long as we maintain reserve currency status.
Well, what you have to do is you essentially have to grow faster than the average interest rate on the debt. And at the moment, you're paying 3.3%. But if you were to refinance now, you'd be paying 4.5% approximately. So that adds more interest on the debt. And America would have to grow at approximately, 4 to 5% per year just to catch up, just to kind of net break even. So the growth rate is really hard. So what Trump is essentially doing is he's printing fake growth. And so by creating $1.3 trillion of stimulus and then handing it over to crony capitalists saying, hey, Lockheed Martin, you have some, Palantir, you have some, General Dynamic, you have some, and hey, let's create a new Iron Dome and let's protect the border. You've essentially increased the GDP of America through crony capitalism, and then you get to say that you're growing. But the problem is that that's harming Americans because it's going to be inflationary. And so if you don't own those stocks, you're going to be deeper and deeper in the water. But the companies and the people that own those stocks are going to do better. So it's a real desperate attempt to create additional GDP and additional growth. And then he's pushing Jerome Powell and the Fed to cut interest rate by 300 basis points, which is unprecedented in terms of impact. That would push the interest rate down to 1%. And then he'd try and refinance the debt with 1 week treasuries or 1 month treasuries and pay 1%, would be the idea. But it would have a negative impact on the real cost of borrowing, which is the 10-year treasury and the 30-year treasury, which are going up in value. But anyway, yeah, the Triffian's dilemma just means if you want world reserve currency, your job is to export your currency globally. And by exporting your currency, you have to ask, what is the currency? Well, the dollar is debt. And so you have to take on infinitely greater levels of debt in order to remain the world reserve currency. And so you have to have two things to do that. You have to have a trade deficit, which means that you import more than you export, which is why America ends up not a manufacturing country, but a service-based country. And you have to you have to have a fiscal deficit, which means that you're continually borrowing more than you bring in revenue. And if you ever reverse that, then you're getting the impact that you're having right now, where there's capital outflow, you're no longer world reserve currency, and that's the dilemma. You either are the world reserve currency with massive debt, a twin deficit of both fiscal and trade, or you're not the world reserve currency and you can just focus on America and rebuilding the manufacturing base and various other things, which was the promise. But you have to give up on the dollar as world reserve currency to do it. And you have to reform the currency, which can't be done by tax reform like tariffs. It has to be done by actually restructuring the very nature of the Federal Reserve and the fractional reserve banking system.
So let me ask you this then: how did we? Because we were at one time a manufacturing country, back in the 40s, 50s, etc. How did we lose that? Well, how did we have that while having reserve currency or no? Did we have reserve currency back in the 50s, or was it the British pound?
No, so you built your basically what gave America its
yeah. When did we get it from the Brits? Because I know the Brits had reserve currency before us. I just don't know what year that we took it from them. Was that
basically World War I and World War II were a mechanism for transferring Germany's gold, the British Empire gold, Russia's gold, and it ending up in the Bank for International Settlements and the Federal Reserve. So America was the net winner because your country wasn't bombed, and you supplied all the weapons, and you managed to sell all the weapons. And so the strategy of the dollar became, well, let's engage in covert warfare that creates the demand for dollars, and then you form the International Monetary Fund and various other organizations. And then what you can do is you can make sure that more and more people want to borrow dollars, and then you created the euro dollar and the petrodollar and various other things, and then make sure that the money comes back into American corporations. And so if everyone needs to buy their planes and weapons and war machinery and war equipment from America, then you could just keep recycling. And so the manufacturing base was there after post-World War II. Then you went through massive, massive growth. But then, because of all the structure of the dollar, it required more and more war. So then you entered into the Cold War, and then you went into the Korean War, and then you went into the Vietnamese War. And the Vietnamese War essentially sent America bankrupt because
Sorry,
everyone...
Simon, I'll give it right back to you to finish your point. But some more breaking news. Yemeni missiles are detected over the skies of Nablus heading towards Israel. So there is at least one Yemeni missile heading. Back to you, Simon, but that's happening now. Breaking news.
Okay, yeah. So basically, in the Vietnamese War, America essentially defaulted on its promise to convert American dollars for gold. And that was essentially we entered into a new monetary system then, which was everybody, basically no backing, no gold. And we just entered into this environment where America needed to continually increase the debt. And that created financial crisis after financial crisis. Then you had a savings and loan crisis. Then you had long-term capital management. Then you had the global financial crisis. And then you had just crisis after crisis, because in order to increase the debt, you just kept socializing the losses, privatizing the gain. And then you entered into this world we are right now, where essentially BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard end up with managing all of the assets. And now they're a parallel structure that sits way above government, that is way more powerful. And you just buy the politicians through lobby. But the asset managers essentially are like a stateless entity that control Europe, America, and UK. So that's kind of like the history, and it was all just done through the Federal Reserve System.
Let me ask you this then. Would you say that, so basically the United States had a manufacturing, I guess, we had a manufacturing monopoly, so to speak, during World War I. And then after that, we acquired...
Did we lose Myron?
Can you hear me? Simon? Can you hear me?
Okay, go again, yeah.
Okay, no, what I was just trying to ask a question to make sure I have what you said correctly. So you're saying during World War I and World War II, since we manufactured so many of the weapons and we weren't necessarily destroyed like other parts of Europe, we were able to be kind of we're able to double dip, where we were in a manufacturing phase with the war, and we simultaneously also acquired the reserve currency status, but I guess we've kind of given that manufacturing.
And you had the most amount of gold too.
And we had gold. But you're saying like after Vietnam, slowly kind of started to evaporate, that manufacturing base and I guess the power of the reserve currency?
Yeah, so the dollar kept strengthening. And as the dollar would strengthen,
When did it start to dip?
it
After
becomes
Vietnam in the 70s?
way before then. So like during the Cold War, like the more
Okay.
and more you manage to get dollars out in the world, the more you deplete the manufacturing base. You maintain the military-industrial complex, but as the dollar gets stronger, it just becomes cheaper to import goods from other countries, and so China was essentially having the reverse effect. And then when China joined like the World Trade Organization and opened up its market and started implementing more capitalism, they could just have a weaker and weaker currency, which would make their goods cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And then America would export debt. So it started to find new creative ways of getting its government in debt, which was war, its corporations in debt, which was securitization and financialization of everything, and its individuals in debt through student loans and credit cards, and pushing a consumption economy without savings. And so then all of those savings were being exported to other countries. So then you ended up with like Norway, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, China, that just built their sovereign wealth funds, and all the manufacturing being done in China, with America being the major consumption through debt.
Okay, so just so I make sure I have this right. So basically, since we consume so much, we cannot be the utmost consumers while also being the utmost producers. It's one or the other. So since we are the utmost consumers, we had to basically, in return for that, export the production to other countries that can do it for significantly cheaper, so that we can continue to consume at a lower cost.
Well, if you reform your monetary system so a dollar isn't debt, then you can actually just focus on America, have like a nationalist agenda, and you can simultaneously manufacture and consume and just work on but while the Federal
You know who
Reserve
successfully
System
did that, though, Simon?
Sorry?
You know who successfully did that?
Germany.
I was going to say, yeah, a guy with a mustache.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, Germany successfully did it. The only country that I've ever seen successfully do it, actually, is a guy with a mustache. Has any other country done it besides him? I'm trying to think.
Well, no, I mean, China has the closest to that type of model, where it's trying to build its consumption, and then it's working with other countries to make up the consumption when America is becoming too indebted. So I'd say China's pretty close there. I think the countries that have been sanctioned, they're pretty close, like Iran and Russia.
Okay.
And that's kind of the issue, that you're fighting a war that requires China to provide all the military-industrial complex components against the very same forces that are unified against the wars that America's fighting. And at the moment, if you want to continue fighting these wars, you need China to fight them in terms of rare earth minerals and all the other components. So this is kind of why Ukraine is just being vassalized in order to provide those components, and why we find ourselves in this position. And that's why I know that, there's no success here. It's an interdependent world. And unless you're going to end the Federal Reserve, unless you're going to reform money, unless you're going to make the dollar no longer backed by debt, then everything we're seeing is just theatrics. It's just going to end in more and more wealth inequality, and more wealth inequality means you have more people that are protecting their system on the right through corruption, and more people that are broke and saying, can we have socialism, please? Can we have communism, please? Can we have a universal basic income, because I can't afford shit? And eventually that leads to civil unrest.
We're already seeing that right now in America. I mean, New York City right now is about to have a mayor that wants to, have the grocery stores be owned by the city. Where he wants to make housing more affordable. He has a lot of socialist ideologies. And we're already seeing the left go that way, right? So that's interesting.
Yeah, and that's a reflection of if you were alive after World War II and you lived all the way through and you're a boomer, then you benefited from that system. But their children and their grandchildren are now suffering, and so they're kind of sat here saying, the real estate, I can't get on the market. I can't even get a job right now, despite the fact that I'm highly educated, got a degree, took on the debt, took on the credit card debt. I'm trying to take on the mortgage debt, and they're just incredibly disenfranchised, and they're just thinking, well, I'm doing everything I meant to do, but I still just can't. I'm just working for the bank 24/7, and I don't seem to be able to succeed. And so you end up looking for a new type of ideology, and you start saying to yourself, capitalism has failed. And then at the extreme, you just think, well, when are my grandparents and parents going to pass away so I can have some of that wealth redistribution? And that's like what's going to happen.
So, Simon, let me ask you this then.
10 to 20 years.
So let me ask you this. So we only saw the National Socialists pull this off, with Mustache Man, aka Top H. So are we saying that capitalism is a failed system, or is it just the way that we employ the United States is a failed system?
I personally don't believe that capitalism is a failure. I think if you have capitalism plus hard money, which, by the way, is Islamic finance,
okay,
then you can succeed. But America, when it was capitalist and it had a state banking system, the central banking system ensured that it turned it into a debt-based Ponzi scheme, which inevitably takes us to where we are. So if you look back at like Wealth of Nations and Adam Smith, which was meant to be,
so the Federal Reserve fucked this up,
foundation
basically, you would say.
Yeah, you need hard money, or you need a model like National Socialism if you want to have more government intervention. If you want a more capitalist model, you need hard money and a free banking system and small government, which is kind of like the Austrian type of ideology, which I think is more suited to American type of ideology. But to get there, it's radical reform. It's not going to be done incrementally by changing politicians and implementing a few tariffs. You can't get there with tax reform. It has to be a restructure.
God damn, man. No, I mean, very eye-opening stuff, man, because, it's interesting because it's true. I mean, people that, boomers, right, they were able to buy a home, they were able to live on one income, one income for a family, be able to raise a family of 4 or 5 on one income, factory job, no problem. But nowadays, that's unheard of, right? You got to make a significant amount of money to live off one income. Most people have to both work. You can't buy a home like you would before. The average home in America now is roughly around $400,000. Whereas people were to buy homes before for like 20 to 50K. So things have changed a lot. The value of a dollar, the purchasing power of the dollars went down, and things have changed a lot. And then like when you try to figure out, okay, well, why is this? Well, it's interesting when you mention this stuff because, obviously people understand how money works, but when you talk about like the actual economic system of how we run our capitalism here with a central bank and, lending dollars on debt, and how we've basically lost the manufacturing base. And then, the fact that like we have the Triffin dilemma, which no one ever talks about. It still amazes me how politicians campaign and say, we're going to bring down the debt. Now I'm like red pilled. I'm like, that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. It'll bring what debt down? At this point, it's like you can't be the reserve currency and then also bring the national debt down. As far as I'm concerned, this 37, 38 trillion doesn't even matter because as long as reserve currency status, it really doesn't matter at this point. So crazy stuff. Big financial red pills.
Just some more breaking news. We're getting visuals of the debris falling from the missile that was intercepted by the Houthis. So that missile was intercepted. And we've got some more big breaking news coming out in 2 minutes. I'm just
Houthis got hypersonics, don't they? From Iran?
They do, but it's not the top ones. Truth, do you want to jump in and explain the details of the hypersonics that Houthis are using? Because they are being intercepted, right?
Yeah, I think they're using ballistics. I'm not sure if they're using hypersonics. They also have anti-ship missiles as well. They've used against U.S. ships in the past too. No, they've got a Fatah. I'm not sure if it's the one or the two. They do have, I'm not sure which hypersonics they have in their arsenal right now. But yeah, they've used them to great effect. But again, launching just one missile at a time is not going to be effective. It's better to start with some drones, drain the air defense systems and then launch the missiles after. I'm not really sure what their strategy is here, just doing one at a time.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, if they're gonna actually launch, I mean, they would have to replicate something like what the Iranians did. The Iranians would launch like 300, 500, and then like first to kind of deplete the air defense, then they'd go ahead and start actually shooting the real missiles in. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what the Houthis plan to do here. Maybe it's just symbolic, like if you hit us, we're gonna hit you back. But you know, I'm sure by now the Israelis have replenished the air defense interceptor missiles by now. So that's the whole reason why they even wanted the fucking ceasefire in the first place.
Can I add something on the finance side?
Yeah.
With respect to what you're talking about. So look, what happened in the 1970s is got off right in the woods, right? So no longer, the dollar is no longer backed by gold anymore. So now they could implement full fractional reserve and have more or less no reserves because
backed by the oil, right?
A full
petrodollar,
backed by nothing. It was, well, yeah, they would establish that in '74. I'll get to that, but it was a fiat currency not backed by anything. But oil was the #1 traded commodity in the world. So long as Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states would trade, their oil in U.S. dollars,
Okay, just some major
the
news.
dollar.
Truth, apologies. It was something I was tweeting out. I just want to get it out straight away, and then I'll give it straight back to you, and then I won't interrupt you. But basically, breaking news: President Trump's DOJ and FBI have concluded that Epstein had no client list and committed suicide. That is an official confirmation from Axios. They've basically said there was no Epstein client list and he committed suicide.
Fake news.
Bombakat! Oh, man. Okay.
So that's the F. Remember, people were saying, what's all these Q guys? They were like, oh, Trump's guys. We had Liz Crocker on. I think, Myron, you had a bit of a run-in with her the other day.
Yeah, she's a retard.
Like a major Epstein. Sorry?
No, she's a retard. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she's like a major Epstein exposer or whatever it may be. But when she came on, she was like massively defending Trump and saying, oh, guess what? There's major arrests going to go down behind closed doors. I'm close with General Flynn. I know all this. It's all Q. Q knows the truth, and Q saying that. Actually, Miz, you might know more about this Q stuff, but it's going down and they're going to be mass arrests and these type of things. Well, shockingly, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and all the rest of them are like, listen, there's no Epstein client list, and Epstein killed himself.
See, that's the problem.
Is that it, Sully? They're literally doing a trust me, bro, not releasing anything.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end of
Dude,
it. That's the end of the investigation.
See, here's the thing, man. Look, I like Bongino, I like Kash Patel, but they never really did real cases. Bongino was a Secret Service agent. Patel was an AUSA and a prosecutor, I think like maybe a JAG or something like that. I forget exactly what he did. But it's like, dude, like, this is why you got to bring... What they should have done, because I cringed when I saw that Kash Patel and Bongino do the interview with Fox. They said, yeah, we saw the footage. First they said there was no footage of what's going on. Then they said, oh, I saw the footage. He killed himself. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck? So which one is it? That's number one. And number two, what they should have done was before they did any Fox fucking interviews, before Pam Bondi started yapping her gums on Fox News a million times saying we're going to declassify everything, they should have just released it and let the people make their own fucking decisions, right? Not make any conclusions on your own. Just release it and that's it. Because this looks terrible optically. This looks terrible optically, man. Like, what the fuck, dude? Holy shit, man. It's like they should know better, dude. They but again, none of these people have any investigative experience. So it's like, I'm not surprised they did this dumb shit. But it's like, bro, come on, man.
Well, let's be clear on this. Like, Bongino is an extreme Zionist. He blocked me during, like, even before he became the DOJ because of my anti-Israel stance. Kash Patel is another Zio who was like, literally, like, I want to put Israel first. The report gets worse. They basically conclude that there was no blackmailing of powerful people and that Epstein was not murdered.
Yeah, bro. It's terrible. Like, here's the thing, right? How they should have played this. And this is going to come, like, for those that don't know in this space. I used to be an agent with Homeland Security Investigations. I've done investigations for many years, right? All that stuff. The way you do this is obviously you have a case that a lot of people are scrutinizing that don't trust the government. The number one thing you do is you just give them everything, declassify everything, let them make their own fucking conclusions and just leave it there. Like, the fact that they went and made these conclusions for us without showing it just looks horrible. Because let's go play devil's advocate. Let's say he really did commit suicide and that he didn't have a client list. Like, put that out. Like, put that out first. Like, don't fucking make that conclusion for the people. Put it out so that they can make that conclusion. You want to do a press release after? I guess you can. But I would say it's better to not make any conclusion. Just give the people what they want to see. Give them everything and go from there. Here's the real reason why you guys are never going to see anything, okay? People need to remember that the Epstein case, there's two sides of it. There's going to be the criminal case where, you know, you have right there on the screen, USA versus Jeffrey Epstein, where it was him and Ghislaine Maxwell, right? And the FBI investigated it and, you know, did what they did. But there's also going to be a high side. And the high side is going to be all the classified stuff. I guarantee you guys, CIA, DIA, probably NSA, all the intelligence agencies have a file on Epstein, more than likely, guaranteed, right? Now, the problem is the intel community is huge in the United States. We have like 20 to 30 intelligence agencies, right? The FBI is just one member of the IC, right? The intel community. So the FBI would need to declassify their stuff, and then they would need to go and get all the other agencies to declassify their stuff so they could put everything out for everyone. I'm anticipating that is a part of the problem where if you want to see the criminal stuff, Ghislaine Maxwell went to trial. All that stuff's already out there publicly. She went to trial. Actually, interestingly enough, it was Maureen Comey that prosecuted her, the same one that prosecuted Diddy, by the way. James Comey's daughter, former FBI director. So the Epstein case, from a criminal standpoint, it's all out there if you guys want to actually see it. The evidence that they used against Ghislaine Maxwell is probably the same evidence they had against Jeffrey Epstein before he killed himself, or before someone killed him. But when it comes to the high side stuff, him being an asset for the Mossad or Oman or whatever Israeli intelligence agency people suspect, all that stuff is probably going to be classified and is going to be from the intelligence agencies. Now, shame on the FBI and the intel committees and the Trump administration for not getting all that stuff and declassifying it. They should have declassified everything. But I guarantee you the reason why they don't want to do that is because A, there's multiple agencies involved that would have to declassify it. B, there's people that are still alive. And then C, this is a very tumultuous time right now for Israel. Israel already has very low approval ratings. Could you imagine if the Epstein files came out now showing that the guy was literally an asset for Mossad and he had compromised American politicians or American celebrities? Like, it would make people hate Israel even more so. So that's not going to do Israel any favors. So I'm not surprised that they're trying to just say, oh, yeah, he killed himself and yeah, that's it, guys. Bye. Like, I'm not surprised, man. And we're never going to see those files, guys. We're not. I mean, think about it this way. It took us, what, 80 years to finally see the fucking JFK files? Like, damn near 80 years for us to finally see that Israeli intelligence was involved. So with Epstein, man, we're not going to see that Epstein and 9/11. I know that Trump said that when he was going to declassify Epstein and 9/11. We're not going to see those for another 50 to 70 years, dude. No way.
So sorry to jump around, but Elon just tweeted.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, bro.
Somebody asked him in the comments, will the American Party embrace Bitcoin? And he answered, fear is hopeless. So yes.
I'm just going to ask you that, Simon. I literally read it. I was just waiting for Myron to finish. Yeah, he did say that, Simon. There's rumors going on, unconfirmed completely from me, that you're advising him, Simon. What's going on?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Well, make sure, we'll tell him, listen, if you are, that listen, stop being a Zio.
Oh, right, yeah, no. I mean, what, you think I got more power than Zayas?
You are the Bitcoin, you are the daddy of Bitcoin.
Yeah, Zayas are more powerful than Bitcoin. Actually, Bitcoin is the one to defeat, but then Zayas, they recognize that, so they jumped on board. I mean, BlackRock's holding almost 600,000 Bitcoin for clients now.
Yeah, which is a problem. But just coming on to this point, where does this leave Bitcoin? I mean, Musk saying he's going to support Bitcoin hard. It seems like just to be perfectly honest, it seems like he'll do it in a better way than Trump did. I know Musk's got his own coin, which is Doge and whatever, and I know he promotes his own coins. He promotes a lot of meme coins. That being said, where does this leave him in terms of where does it leave Bitcoin? Will this push Trump to support it a lot more? Bitcoin under Musk, I'm assuming, will do a lot better as well. What's your thoughts?
Okay, this is a really interesting question because the one thing that Trump has done and delivered upon his promise, was create an environment where Americans can own Bitcoin without fear of, regulations, and he 100% has delivered upon building a team. Now he's enriched himself personally from it, and all good. But yeah, he certainly created the environment where America can never really look back.
I'll be back, guys.
And sorry.
No, I'll be back. Sorry, go ahead, Simon.
No worries. Yeah. Now, what do you?
All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna jump on with Sneako real quick. Let me just take a quick piss. All right. Before I jump on with Sneako, niggas. The only thing I ask, especially for my YouTube viewers, is for you guys to join OSS. We just passed 1,500 active supporters. I want to say thank you guys so much for the OSS. As you guys know, the OSS is my community. Starting in July, we're going to start adding in some perks. We got a Discord that we're working on, a Telegram group. Also, giving you guys merch discounts. You can call into the debrief show. I'm going to take in calls $4 to join. I'm running a sale right now for you guys. Or you can jump in for the year at $75. Basically, this is how I offset the fact that YouTube is absolutely robbing me blind, because I know that they still run ads on my shit. The goal is 10,000 strong for us to fight back against the censorship of YouTube. That's how you really support me, support the mission. It allows me to continue to do these super long streams for you guys. A lot of people tell me, hey, Myron, like, you shouldn't even be streaming on YouTube anymore. You should be streaming on Rumble and Kick only. But I'll take the financial hit to reach more people, especially on YouTube where people don't talk about this shit. All right. All right, we're gonna go, bro, what the fuck? Show me these stupid ass fucking pages. Dude, nobody gives a fuck about Demi Sucks, man. She's a fucking retarded whore. I don't know why they show me that bitch's updates. Okay. Let's go ahead and, we'll jump on with our boy Sneako real quick. Why are you niggas hating on Sneako, bro? Sneako's my boy, man. Fuck you niggas, bro. In the fucking YouTube chat talking shit. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I don't like Sneako. I don't give a fuck what you like. He's my friend. Fuck off. If you don't like it, get the fuck off the stream. Yo, you YouTube niggas be the biggest crybabies, bro. Complaining the most. He's my friend, bro. I don't give a fuck what you think. Fuck. If I want to talk to fucking Sneako, I'm gonna talk to Sneako. Fuck you. Seriously. Holy shit. All right. You should know that by now. Like, what the hell? You should know already that, like, I'm gonna fucking stick by my friends, bro. I don't give a fuck what any of you ass clowns think. All right, Steel Wall says, Myron, if you became one of the richest persons in Russia or China and decide to start a new party, how do you think the Russian or Chinese Secret Service will see this decision and react? They'd probably kill me. I don't know. It's a strange question, Steel Wall. Abbas Dyfin says, just broke up with a woman I thought was going to be my wife. Now it's time to leave the country to pursue flight school in Dubai. Should I go to Dubai or Saudi for school? Fuck these hoes. They all the same. Hey, man. Glad that you learn now instead of later. Can't Stop Chris. Thank you, Myron. You changed my life starting years ago by teaching female nature. Just to ask you about my dad, because my whole life will basically break every rule. They taught me to build my future, and they'll genuinely hate me forever for being a sinner. Bro, the thing I'm trying to tell you is that, like, look, man, if you want to wait until you're a virgin to get a wife, you can, but just understand that your parents don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to modern women. They just don't. They come from a different era, bro. And from a different country, too. A different country from a different era. So they have zero concept of what you're dealing with in the United States. Zero concept, bro. Hey, Myron, I've been a long-time supporter. You have motivated me and changed my mind on a lot of things. And in the beginning, I lost a lot of weight working out. But in the past year or so, I let myself go on the weights, and then I got injured. Now I have been cleared to my injured, so I have no excuse to get back in the gym. I'm just wondering, what should I split be? Full body 3 times a week? Could you send me a list on X? Bro, just go full body 3 times a week. Full body 3 times a week. That will help you get back in the gym. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other chats from you guys. They might bring on Stephen A. Smith. Okay. Your Utah. Oh, no, that's $2 chat. $2 chat. $1 chat. Guys, I only read chats 5 and up from Myron Gaines X. So, okay. All right, let me see what this ninja Sneako's doing. To add on, I know you're a pro-nuclear family, but anti-living with your girl. I am too. It sucks, but how do you have a nuclear family while not living with them? I think fully committing to a girl makes attraction fall off a cliff anyway, so I don't really want to have an old-fashioned family. Seems painful getting nagged all day. Yeah, bro. I mean, like I said, you could live there. You're just not there every single day, bro. Dude, I wish it wasn't this way, but this is the game right now, my friend. This is the game, my friend. Shit. Do this thing.
Can you hear me, Myron?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Let me put my camera on here, I guess.
Here we go. 2 boomers trying to figure out Discord.
Bro, Discord is
2 unks
fucking
chat.
garbage, bro.
You're the only one, man. You're the only. You keep saying this, but it's like you stream in a Batcave with 300 monitors, and Discord is, Discord ends you.
No. But it's not that it ends me. It's just that it's trash. It's not good. It's not a good product. It's fucking trash. Hold on. Why am I trying to turn my camera on?
We can't hear him. Hold on. Shut.
You guys should be able to see me now. Look, it puts it in a mirror image. Like, bro, this shit is so garbage. Puts it like, see,
you could flip it though. You could flip it.
No, it doesn't let me flip it.
You can't. There's an option to.
No, there isn't. That's a lie. There's no option.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. Let's see. There definitely is.
I know that there's not an option to do it.
2 unks trying to fix it. Voice video.
I know for a fact there's no way to do it, dude. I looked.
Let's see.
How do I even? What the fuck?
This happens every single time. Lowers volume. Okay, lower it.
Exit full.
All right, we're good. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm trying to. Do I do a pop out? No. What the hell, bro? Yo.
What?
No, not. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this on screen. So, all right, I'll just make this bigger. All right, cool. I think I got it. Yo, Zoom is so much better than this shit, bro. Why do you use this?
Someone in chat said I don't agree. They said Myron's black IQ is showing. The fact that dude, Discord's not that hard. Literally everyone in the streaming industry. No, I've never seen one person use Zoom.
Bro, that's because you guys are all a bunch of retarded 20-year-olds. Right?
So everyone's retarded but mine. Also, half the people that stream are in their 30s. You're the same age as most of them.
They don't use Discord. Who do they use Discord?
Duke's the same age as you, Agent, Mike Malak.
Yeah, bro. None of these niggas had real jobs.
They all use Discord.
Bro, none of these niggas had real jobs before us, bro. Like it's you gotta.
What does having a real job have to do with Zoom?
Because that's what you use in the professional world. You use Zoom. No one uses Discord in the professional world.
Yeah, that's why you quit. That's why people leave their 9 to 5 so that you can have better jobs and do.
So we can use a shittier service like fucking Discord. That makes sense.
It's not shittier if everyone prefers it except for you. Are you? So you're the only you are the tastemaker, and everyone else is wrong.
No, the whole world uses Zoom, bro. Zoom is far more popular than Discord.
Yeah, if you work a corporate job back in 2020.
If Discord was as good as you think it is, it would be monopolizing the video conference space, but it doesn't. That should tell you something.
It kind of is.
No, it's not. Zoom destroys it in every way. It's way better. And Zoom is newer too than Discord, which makes it funnier.
You're gonna die in the Zoom hill?
I'm just telling you, it's a better service.
Isn't Zoom falling off? Isn't the Zoom stock plummeting?
I don't think so, man. It skyrocketed after COVID.
The Zoom stock. Let's see.
It literally skyrocketed after COVID, man. It's grown so much over 5 years.
It's 2025, Myron.
Hey, bro. I'll tell you this. Nobody uses fucking Discord in the professional world. I know that.
This is why we leave.
This is for fucking, neckbeard gamers and shit.
Oh yeah, the Zoom stock has went down since COVID quite a bit.
It's probably still better than Discord.
Let's see. Let's compare.
It's definitely way more popular than Discord, bro. Like, dude, no company says, "Oh yeah, jump on a Discord meeting." Nobody.
I don't remember the last time I took a Zoom. Yeah, pretty much all my meetings, Discord stock. Anyway, it's working now, so you're fine.
Yeah, I'm here. It's fine. I figured it out. But
You're gonna continue to cope about Zoom, but how you been, Myron? There's lots to talk about.
yeah, sure. What do you want to talk about?
Well, first off, why does Elon Musk? Why is he starting an America party?
You know, we were talking about that earlier. I don't know why. I think he's really pissed off at Donald Trump, and he's like, I just want to go ahead and fight back against Donald Trump, and this is the way that I do it. I'm going to go ahead and make my own political party.
Do you think that he could actually compete?
Nah, man. I don't think so. Like he would need I don't think he has a political clout to do it, man.
But I do have to say that you were wrong about Diddy. You were like dead set that Diddy was going to go away. You said as a Fed, like you looked at the case.
Hold on. So
you were full on
You're
Diddy.
mischaracterizing my position. I actually didn't say that. What I said was he's going to get found guilty.
You did.
I'll tell you exactly what I said. See, everyone's mischaracterizing my position.
You said that on my stream. I asked you. You said Diddy's cooked. I looked at the case.
Yeah, bro. Okay. Look, I said he's going to get found guilty of something. Okay? Which I was correct about. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, people say, "Oh, Myron, you put he's going to die in prison, blah, blah, blah." Bro, that was a clickbait title. I ain't going to lie. But I was there at the trial for the first 2 weeks. I saw Cassie's testimony. I even said it. And if you guys watch my Diddy coverage when I was in New York City, I even said it. I'm going to reserve my judgment until I see more evidence. But even back then, I was like, okay, you know, he's going to get found guilty on something, but I'm iffy on the RICO. I even said that back then. Okay.
You said iffy on the RICO?
Am I still iffy on the RICO? Yeah.
No. You said you were iffy on the RICO?
Back then I was, yeah. Even back then when I was going to the trial, because Cassie's testimony was very suspect.
Okay.
Bro,
fair.
I was
he beat a lot of the charges, man. He did beat the human trafficking charges. Now they said like prostitution across borders, which is like, what is that?
Basically, if you move escorts across state borders, it affects interstate commerce, and it's a federal charge. Bro, he's still gonna do like somewhere between 2 to 7 years. He's still gonna do some time.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's still W for the. That's another thing too that people need to understand. Like, this is still a W for the government. Like, people are dumb that don't understand that. Like, the government looks at it like, oh, we got a conviction, it's a W. It doesn't matter. The AUSAs and the agents still went to the bar and celebrated after. It's a W for them regardless. So, the only benefit here is that Diddy's not going to die in prison. Okay, fair. But I knew he was going to get convicted of something. The feds aren't going to bring you in. Because here's the thing you guys got to understand. When they framed the charges the way that they did, they knew the RICO and the sex trafficking charges, they're going to have to prove that in court. They knew that. But guess what? Right. They knew they had him dead to rights on the interstate transportation of escorts. Why do you think they had all the receipts and the airline tickets and all the escorts coming and talk?
What did you say about the Cuddy situation?
I said that wasn't good for him because that was a part of that was to establish the racketeering.
He beat that.
Yeah, he got lucky on that one. Yeah, he did.
He beat that one.
You did beat that.
Did you see? I went outside the court the day that he was.
Yeah, the day before the verdict came out, I actually said like I'm rooting for him to beat this because let me tell you why I wanted him to beat at least the sex trafficking and RICO stuff.
Tell me.
If he had lost, that would have set a terrible precedent where bitches could get angry and 10, 15 years later say, he trafficked me, and you're cooked. Because when I was there, because I sat there and I listened to all of Cassie's testimony. She testified for a week, bro, and she was like 9 months pregnant. So the jury was feeling all sorry for her and shit like that. When I was there, now when they were showing when they were showing the evidence that they were showing was her text messages, right? And in the text messages, you could see that they were having conversation where she'll be saying, "Oh, I can't wait to get fucked by these dudes and all this other shit," because that's when they were doing the freak offs or whatever. And I was like, bro, a lot of this shit is consensual. This is very flaky. This is like very, very weird shit. So even then, I was like, man, if he gets convicted of this is gonna be bad. And then I heard the testimony from Mia, a girl that he allegedly raped a few times, and Jane, 50 Cent's baby mama. I was like, wow, if he gets found guilty of the sex trafficking with consensual sex with these women, this is going to be horrible for men. So I'm actually glad that he beat the sex trafficking charges, and the RICO I thought was weird. I think the strongest angle they had for the RICO was the Kid Cudi car situation, but other than that, I don't really know. But I knew he was going to get convicted of something, dude. I called that like he was going to get found guilty on something. There's no way they're going to go to trial and lose. But the fact that he didn't get convicted of the RICO and the sex trafficking, he won't die in prison. But he's still going to go for like 2 to 7, bro. They might give him the full 10. Who knows?
Did you see this?
Yeah, that fucking weirdo chick, bro. Holy shit, man.
Hold on. She came out to me. She was talking about you. It's not loading right now. Fuck. Goddamn Twitter video. Here we go.
No, I don't. I'm not putting the makeup.
Yeah, she came up to me and she said, "Oh, you're Myron's friend," and then she wanted me to pour baby oil on her. Oh, what happened between you and her?
She's a retard, bro. I don't know. She just came up to me and tried to start some shit on the street, and I was just like, whatever. Like, you're embarrassing yourself. Like, just one of these loud fucking black chicks.
The titties are clapping. What would you rate her 1 through 10?
A 0.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm on YouTube, by the way, bro, so be careful. I don't want to see no titties, please.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
No, you good.
Hey, YouTuber. I forgot that was there. Yeah, she came up to me, you're Myron's friend. She said that she wanted to, she was going to.
She wanted you to do her, didn't she?
What happened?
She wanted you to do her some shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
That would have been that actually been funny.
Yeah. But it was chaos out there. It was crazy. It was New York is at a crazy spot right now. Do you still get how is it for you?
You guys are about to have a
lot
socialist mayor, bro.
What happened?
You guys are about to have a socialist mayor.
I mean, don't you think he's the best option? Did you see what he said on the debate stage?
No, I did see what he said about Israel. I mean, I wrote a whole tweet about why he's winning. Like, I wrote like a pretty thorough analysis on it. But the long story short is that he's literally saying everything. He's saying everything that people in New York want to hear right now and they want. So he's like the perfect candidate for the perfect time for them.
Like if Hassan was mayor.
That's exactly what. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
That's exactly. Yeah, he's basically Lasan Lobby. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, who do you think's a better option?
I mean, Eric Adams is crooked. You know, he got arrested by the FBI for fucking taking bribes.
He's a good guy.
Oh yeah, you would have hung out with that guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Wait, did I show you the New York Post? I haven't talked to you in a minute. Did you see this?
Yeah, I saw the I forgot that you told this guy, bro. Oh shit.
Look at this. New York Post.
Yo. They said something about him hanging out with the anti-Semite, right?
Yeah, bro.
Oh shit, anti-Semitic smoke signal. Oh shit, let's go.
Yeah, all this stuff. It's heating up here. I want to ask you about that because like I get every day an Israeli comes up to me every single day and says like I even know their slogans. They say so much Yam Israel Chaim or something.
Oh,
they always say that. I always respond.
I'm Rizio Chai, whatever the fuck they say.
Yeah, that. Like,
yeah.
Does that happen to you too?
It's happened like when I sat at the table, it happened. But like when I'm out in the street and shit, like once or twice, but not often. But I don't go outside like that, man.
You're not outside. I see you in Brickell wandering around all the time, walking your dog.
Yeah, but like I'll take a piss and I'll go right back upstairs and shit. I don't really go outside because I be streaming so much now and people annoy me. So it's just like people are just weird and rude sometimes.
You just like to avoid everyone, just stay home.
Yeah, man, it's just weird.
Dude, your setup is so dark.
What do you mean?
When we were setting up the cameras, I told you to make it brighter. It's like super dark in there, and you got the hoodie pulled down.
Nah, man, I got a couple of different angles, man. If I wanted to be bright, you know, I could like switch.
That's what I'm saying. You look like you're in a CIA room. Can you go back to how many fucking monitors?
I got 4.
Bro, why?
Not too crazy. Hey man, hey bro, you got production value, man. Production value. It looks weird though because everything
this
is
one's
reversed.
too dark. This camera's too dark.
Nah, this one's not too dark, bro.
This one's too dark.
I wanted to have a cinematic type thing. That's why.
Dark doesn't equal cinematic. Can you go back to the screen ones? I want to see all the cameras you got.
Okay. This is one right here.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane.
Where I have like
I like this one. I like the shot.
You like this one? Yeah, they say I look like I'm in a fucking bat cave or some shit.
The bat cave shot.
And then this one is like the one right here on the side. And then that one is like the one up top. This one you actually helped me set up.
It looks cold in there. I feel like you're freezing in that room.
Bro, it's always cold in here, man. You know that.
Yeah, it looks freezing.
Yeah.
Do you get sun? Like what's your schedule like right now?
I go to bed at like in the morning. Like I stay up all night, and then I go to bed at like 9 or 10 a.m. I wake up like right before the stream at like 5, and then I stream, and then I do Fresh or Fit, and then yeah,
just nonstop.
it's nonstop now, man. Because I do this show Monday to Friday, and then Saturdays and Sundays as well, and then I do Fresh or Fit Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So
Well, you just reminded me, Bob, with the CIA, the CIA shot. Why did the CIA admit psychological warfare agent came into contact with Lee Harvey Oswald before JFK's assassination? Following up, like you did help me out with that JFK. Did you see on my JFK video? Did you see this report?
Before your JFK video, or
no? This just came out. The CIA,
the one that came out May 27th, right?
I think it's even more recent than that.
Did Alex Jones post it?
I am not sure. Yeah, this is new. Yeah, I'll show you. I'm going to share this with you right now. This is new.
Yeah, I just don't go. The only day I don't go live is Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, every day except for Saturday.
The CIA admits shadowy officer monitored Oswald before JFK assassination, new records reveal. For the first time since President Kennedy's assassination 62 years ago, the CIA has tacitly admitted that an officer specializing in psychological warfare ran an operation that came into contact with Lee Harvey Oswald before the Dallas killing.
Yeah,
So
I mean
they're
that makes sense. I mean at this point, man, like it's all kind of out there with operation, like MK Ultra and all the other shit that the CIA was doing. And nothing surprises me anymore. And the crazy part is like it took them like 80 years to come out with this information. Isn't that wild? This shit happened in the 60s, dude.
62 years.
Oh yeah, sorry.
For decades, the agency,
my math sucks.
They falsely said it had nothing.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're thinking 80 years, a different world event that had to do with this.
60 years. My bad.
Yeah, you were thinking about it. Yeah, I know what you're thinking about. It had nothing to do with the student group, which was instrumental in having Oswald's pro-Castro stances published soon after the shooting. So they're basically completely contradicting themselves 62 years later. So essentially, they're admitting that they had involvement with like who would the shadowy officer admit? Shadowy officer be?
Probably the guy. Probably the guy that ran Oswald. But everybody knows that Oswald had a CIA handler. I mean, it was all kind of just a front, man, to make him the shooter. This was all like a cleverly orchestrated plan to put the blame all on Oswald. So they had to come with the backstory. He's a communist. He's a Marxist-Leninist. He's a Russian defector, blah, blah, blah. So when he killed Kennedy, they would be able to put all the blame on him. And then before he can actually even get, I mean, he got interviewed by the Dallas police, but they didn't record it or take any notes, which is also interesting. And then he gets killed like the next day.
What is the DRE?
Oh, DRE was his handler, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I could show you. Hold on, I got something for you that might be able to explain this better. Hold on, I'll send this to you in a. If I send this to you on text message, can you put it on screen?
Or you can send it on Discord. I can click it right away.
Send it on Discord. Okay, let me try to.
You don't have the Discord app on your phone?
I think I do. Hold on.
By the way, you can text it to me too. I'll just do it. Said all the records disclosed so far show the CIA lied about financing or being involved with DRE. That includes the agency's interactions with the Warren Commission. So they've admitted they lied. Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, a Florida Republican overseeing the White House committee examining the newly released JFK documents, said Joe Ides was 1,000% involved in a CIA cover-up. I think more of this stuff is going to continue to come out. It's like it feels like they're just spoon feeding us little bits of information so that we're comfortable.
I just
with
sent
the
it
lies.
to you. You can take a look at it. You can pull it up on your screen and we can show your audience.
Okay, let's see.
I got like a whole flow chart for this.
Are you texting it to me? Okay.
Yeah, it's in the Discord chat.
Is it?
Yeah, I sent it in there. It's not there?
Sure. Nope. Just text it to me. I'll figure it out. Once Myron finds out Discord, bro, we're out of here, bro.
Wait, it's not. Oh, what the fuck? Isn't it Sneako Love Speech?
Yep.
That's the one I sent it to. It's fine. I sent it to you on text and iMessage.
Yeah, you didn't send it to me. I got it. One day. One day.
Bro, I definitely sent it. I'm looking at it right now. Oh, hold on.
Right.
Maybe my Wi-Fi? Let me look.
Oh, Myron.
Hold on, I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. Okay. It should come through. Okay, so it's gonna come through on text and Discord probably.
Okay, send me a picture, not a link, but
It's a picture. That's why I was trying to send you.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's like a big ass flow chart. And you can like zoom in on everything.
Well, can you explain before I pull it up? Like, what are we looking at? What is this?
It's like it's an org chart that shows like kind of how the conspiracy somewhat goes.
Okay, got it. Boom. This is low quality.
What?
You don't have a link?
No, I mean you can't like zoom in on it?
I can, but it's kind of grainy. Anyway, I mean, we don't need to read all the text. This looks like something Ryan Dawson made.
I found it on Twitter. It was a pretty good chart. Yeah, I mean that looks legible on my side.
Okay, can you break it down briefly?
You gotta zoom in though.
Okay. You want me to zoom in where?
All right, hold on. Well, you can start top left. Then we'll work.
Can't read the text. It's too grainy.
All right, never mind. All right, all you need to know is DRE was basically like one of the guys that handled Oswald, and they basically manufactured the whole cover story that he was a defector, a Russian agent, all this bullshit, so that when they killed him, it wouldn't look as crazy, or that he would have a motive.
And is more information going to continue coming out? Why are they?
And obviously that was all bullshit because the real reason why they wanted Kennedy gone was because the Israel's nuclear program. That was one of the main real reasons that they wanted him gone. I mean, so with Kennedy, so I can summarize for your audience real quick. Multiple factions wanted him gone. You had the Italian mafia, you had the Israelis, and then you had the CIA. The CIA wanted him gone because he wanted to destroy it into a million pieces, he would say. He wanted to smash it into a bunch of different pieces. He thought that they were a rogue agency that was doing a bunch of illegal shit, and he wanted to disband them. The Italian Mafia wanted him gone because he didn't honor not fucking with them. His brother, Robert F. Kennedy, led a whole, pursuit against them to prosecute them. And his father had promised that if Kennedy got into office and they rigged the election in Illinois, that he would not that Kennedy would not fuck with them, but his brother ended up fucking with them because he was the Attorney General, RFK. And then the reason why the Israelis wanted him gone was because because Kennedy put a lot of pressure on Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, to inspect his nuclear program. He had information from the CIA that they were doing nuclear testing in Dimona and trying to get a bomb. And that was a big no-no for Kennedy. Kennedy did not want.
And then he resigned. Ben-Gurion resigned, and then they replaced him with a new guy.
Yep.
And then JFK died, what, 6 months later?
Pretty much, yeah. He sent the last letter to Ben-Gurion, I think in June. Ben-Gurion resigned, didn't say a word to anybody about when.
And he was prime minister of Israel. This is important. Like he was prime minister from Israel's establishment until 1963.
Yep. Just randomly resigned.
Okay. And to this day, there's no explanation. Well, why are they releasing little bits and pieces of this info now? Like, because everything is intentional from the CIA. Why are they telling us now that they lied about the DRE?
I think a big reason why they were concealing it for so long, obviously, is because of the involvement of the Israeli lobby. But like, if they release in bits and pieces, the public isn't going to be as tuned in, right? They quietly released all the RFK files. Nobody talked about it. So since they released the RFK files, they're like, all right, now we can release some more JFK stuff. Mm-hmm. Because the thing is this, unfortunately, most people don't care about JFK at all. Like, at all.
Yeah.
Like, unless you're in the conspiracy theory circles or you're critical of Israel or you're a historian or you're a boomer, nobody gives a fuck.
So they strategically waited enough time to where people don't care anymore. But like in the 70s or 80s, this would have been like enough for cause national uproar.
Huge. It would have been huge. Yeah. So
I know.
So I think now, it's the people that remember are pretty much dead.
Do you think that there's like been an uproar about something like, you saw Tucker Carlson's interview with Ted Cruz? Do you think that's going to cause some sort of change?
I know. I think it did. It caused a lot of problems. I mean, he interviewed Tucker. I was going to talk about this on my stream. Tucker's interviewed the president of Iran, and everybody got all mad, like, "Oh, what the fuck? This guy, Carlson is what they call him. Tucker Carlson Tucker Carlson, whatever the fuck they want to call him, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But it's like, I find it hilarious how they say this about him, but it's like, you know, you guys literally get paid by Israelis. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if anyone's actually like compromised and corrupt, it's you motherfuckers. And you guys openly take money from the Israelis. Like, at least with Tucker, if he were to take money from Qatar and these other countries, like, he'd have to register in FARA and get money from them. And people try to say that he got money from the Qatar. That's not true.
So that seems like it's the most important issue to you. If you were living in New York, a New York resident like me, would you support Zohran Mamdani?
No.
You would just not vote?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't vote.
Isn't it enough, though, to have, like, when I saw that, isn't it enough to have
Eric
somebody
Adams
that's
is
not...
corrupt, Cuomo's a retard, and Mamdani is a socialist gay dude that's Muslim.
He's not gay.
I know, but he might as well be.
Yes. Would no, he's a good guy. But isn't that the most important issue, to try to get people that are not bought and sold? Can't we look away at the gay pride stuff and the trans whatever and be like, this is the most important? Isn't that that's the most crucial?
Well, I talked about this.
Yeah.
I talked about this. I do think that him winning, because he is going to win by far. Thank you, Jeremy, for the gift of subs. You know, he is going to definitely win, I think. And this is going to be a W for anyone that's anti-Israel, because for someone who's critical of Israel to get mayor of New York City, the most influential and probably most important city in the United States, that's a big W, because that hopefully could be a domino effect that will lead to, you know, more politicians taking a stand against the
That's what I'm saying.
lobby.
That's the most important. I see that as a long-term play. Like, now that he won by a landslide and he was the only one on stage saying, like, hey, where would you go visit? They'll go, Israel, I'd kiss the wall, I'd kiss the wall. He's like, actually, I'm going to stay in the city. That's enough for me. And other people are going to see that, like, okay, maybe I don't need to be a shill anymore. Maybe this AIPAC allegiance is not going to work on American voters.
Well, keep in mind that he's a mayor. Like, he's not necessarily a federal politician. He's a state official. So, you know, it's still going to take a lot more work to get this at the federal level. You know, because obviously, you know, the Zionist lobby controls the federal level, because at the end of the day, it's the federal officials that control foreign policy. But I do think that this is a step in the right direction for American politics.
I was going to ask you that. Is this a step in the right direction?
It
So
is.
Overall, it's a good thing.
Well, it's a step in the right direction for American politics when it comes to getting rid of the fucking leech of Israeli influence. Yes. The socialism and everything else, no, that's a big L. But the one redeeming trait from this guy is that he's not controlled by the Zionist lobby, which is good, which is a big W. But I wouldn't vote for him because, bro, socialism just doesn't work, man, unfortunately. Well,
right. So
given
long term, it's a W. Short term, you know, there's going to be higher taxes and saying.
Oh yeah, bro, you're good. It's literally going to be people like you that get cooked by this. Just FYI, I hope you know that.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
No, nigga, you're cooked. Like you're cooked, bro.
I'll tell you.
Anyone that makes over a certain amount, you guys are air fry.
Hold on.
All right, man. I'm gonna be laughing, bro. When you
don't read this. Don't read this. Don't read this.
Oh, don't read it out loud. Yeah, that don't matter, nigga. That doesn't matter.
I'll talk to you off stream.
Okay, that's fine. But that's not gonna protect you. But that's fine.
But what do you think about having a Muslim mayor in, like, a Muslim politician like that? How do you think that affects the country?
Well, it's kind of funny because you got a lot of people getting pissed off saying, oh man, we got this jihadist that's going to be a mayor. You know, which is interesting because I'm like, you know, these same people that are critical, right, and say like, oh, this guy, he's a Muslim and Islam isn't compatible with a first world democracy. Well, neither is Judaism, but nobody talks about that. You know what I mean? Like, no one ever talks about that how our tax dollars goes to a country that is fundamentally completely antithetical to the U.S. government, like our Constitution. They'll sit there and say, oh, it's a democracy. No, it's not at all. It's an apartheid ethno-state that has a class of people that they occupy that have zero fucking representation in their Knesset. What are you talking about? Like,
they just say that because they don't wear hijabs and, like, you know, they're liberal at festivals. And so
so like, you know what? If Charlie Kirk and all these other conservatives want to sit there and say, oh, Islam isn't compatible with America, which I actually do agree with that to a degree. I want to see you guys have the balls to sit there and tell me that it's not compatible with Judaism either, but they'll never fucking
I want to see you debate Charlie Kirk so bad.
He would never do it, bro.
You know what? Okay, actually,
here's the thing.
one in the. I want.
Let me tell you something, bro. Like, I need everybody.
Yeah,
I don't want to ruin everyone's fucking, emotional high, but let me be very blunt with you guys about this, okay?
Go ahead.
Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, any of the establishment conservatives, they will never, ever, ever debate someone like me, Nick Fuentes, hell, even Candace Owens. And the reason for
Matt
that,
Walsh didn't even want to debate me.
Huh?
I asked him to. Matt Walsh didn't even want to debate me.
No, they won't, dude. Oh, yeah. He won't debate you. Dude, they never will. You want to know why? Because
you're not going to win. It's there's like blatant hypocrisy.
No, it's not that you're not going to win. You're going to win. That's why they won't do it. Defense of Israel is an indefensible position. It's literally a losing debate, no matter what you say. Because like you could sit there, like, dude, you know what's going to be dangerous? If I sit there from Charlie Kirk and I don't like, he's like, yeah, well, Islam isn't compatible with the United States. I'll be like, all right, cool. I understand that because obviously criticism of the prophet is antithetical to the First Amendment. Fair. That's a good argument. But tell me how Judaism is compatible with America. That's why he's going to lose. Because I will go ahead and
he might fall into Ted Cruz argument and say that in the Bible it commands us to bless the state of Israel.
Oh, then I will tell him because see that's where they try to get it. The evangelical Christians. What people don't understand is that the people that they're talking about in the Bible is not modern Israel today. And it's not the Ashkenazi Jews either. And that's what they don't want to, that's why they can't sit there and do that debate. Because my thing is I would debate strictly from a political standpoint. I wouldn't even go into the religion. But if anyone tries to go in that realm, I'd be like, dude, the people of Israel and the Jews that you're talking about in the Bible that they're referring to aren't the modern day Israelis of today.
I pointed out the hypocrisy the day before I did the Mayor Adam stream. I copied Charlie Kirk's tweet where he said Islam is not compatible with Western society. That blew up. And I just replaced it with the word Israel. I said Israel's not compatible with Western society.
Yeah.
They put that in the newspaper and called me anti-Semitic. Charlie Kirk says the same thing about a religion, and he's on the Trump administration, and he's platformed everywhere. When I say the same thing, not even about a religion, I said Israel is not compatible with Western society.
Yeah.
They write it in the fucking newspaper.
Yeah, dude. That tells you who owns the New York Post.
Probably a Sikh.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy to me how if you say that Islam isn't compatible with America, yeah, let's go, woo, yeah. But like you say anything about, yeah, well, you know, I don't think Zionism or Judaism is either. Oh my God, I'll get this anti-Semite out of here. Oh, Hitler. It's crazy, bro. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, that should tell you that they captured that they own this country. The fact that you can't even say that. Conservatives will never fucking say that, dude. They will never say that.
That's what I'm saying. That the most important thing is not having people that are owned by them. Like that's
yeah.
Why,
Conservative media is
I want Zohran Mamdani. Like now that he has the opportunity. Like,
well, bro, he would never say half the shit that we say either.
Like, maybe
dude,
we could help steer him in the right direction.
Bro. That nigga would never say anything that we say. Just so you know, he would never say any of the things that we say.
He says some of the stuff we say. He does say free Palestine. He does say that like he wants to stay in New York. And
bro,
he has the most.
Palestine,
Myron, he has the most America first position on that stage. On the debate stage, when they said they're all travel there, and he said, "Actually, I'm going to stay here in this city." That is the most America first thing that anyone on that stage said.
All right, that's a cool like little tidbit, but the reality is, bro, he wouldn't say 10% of the shit we say.
But some, and the most important thing, which I am agreeing with you, but the most important.
You know what he's going to say? He's going to make the typical leftist, humanitarian arguments and just end it there. He's just like he's gonna take the Hassan Abi position. Probably he's gonna be actually even a bit more centered from Hassan Abi. Yo, shout out to you, DPG man. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the gift sub. 90 gift subs, man. Thank you so much. He's gonna take an even more centered position. What I mean by that, he's gonna say this. He's gonna say, okay, what Israel is doing is wrong. They're killing innocent people. But he's not going to talk about how they got into that position, the lobbying groups. He's not going to talk about their influence in America. He's not going to talk about the nefarious, corruption that they exude all across our politics and how they control upper echelons of all of our societies and how they're able to lobby. He's not going to talk about any of that because it's political suicide. Like Bill Ackman right now is literally trying to get him cooked. And Bill Ackman is a lifelong Democrat. Literally, I saw an article come out like today. He's like, I got billions of dollars. I'm going to lobby all my friends. Who are all his friends? We all know who they are. Right, so he's gonna try to ensure that they get him out of here. So he can't afford to be, he's got to take the humanitarian angle and just end it there. Like, oh, I don't like that they're killing Palestinian children, right? He's not gonna go much more than that, which is fine. He's a politician, but it's a step in the right direction.
Besides just politics, I also want to ask you, because it's summer, what advice would you give for young guys in their situationships and dating this summer?
Like situations as in like they're dating a girl and trying to take her seriously?
Yeah, that's the new word that people are describing for a lot of what you do. Like where, a regular, I think it's like a TikTok word for roster. Like how are we supposed to navigate that right now?
Yeah, sure. You shouldn't even be taking girls seriously until you're 35 years old, making $100,000 a year, have 6 months to 1 year of savings, be in the gym, and have a body count of 50. And I know people are going to get mad at me like, oh my God. But, at the end of the day, right, for all the people probably crying in your chat right now, it's like, oh, D-Gen. Bro, look, nobody gives a fuck what you Jeets got to say at the end of the day, bro. You niggas don't get no bitches. You guys are going to find your first girlfriend. She's going to fucking cheat on you. And then you're going to say, oh my God, what do I do? And then you're going to fucking come back and watch my videos anyway. So I'm preparing people for the reality. You want to go back to India or Pakistan and get your fucking wife? Cool. You want to get your arranged marriage? Cool. But I'm warning you guys of how women move in the United States. In the United States, they're fucking
You make a
sluts.
good point. I do have a lot of like Bangladeshis and Pakistanis who come and say, brother Sneako, get married. I'm like, dude, like, do you know what it's like here?
Dudes are fucking stupid, bro. Like, yo, these niggas don't live in reality, bro. Like, look, once you motherfuckers put on some deodorant and realize like that you can like that like American women are different and they don't want to fucking eat curry all day. The reality is simply this. You have to have your sexual market value high. You have to make a certain amount of money. You have to be of a certain age. You got to understand how women move. Look, if you guys want the, traditional Islamic relationship where, you guys are both virgins at marriage, cool.
Do it in Bangladesh.
Go home. Don't go home. You're not going to find it here. But if you want to go ahead and deal with westernized women, I'm preparing you so you don't get fucking cooked.
Dude, I'm doing research on a movie I'm working on, so I've been interviewing more women recently.
Yeah.
And, bro, you know what? One thing they're talking to Chat GPT now. Right, they're starting to cope and get validation when they have problems.
Yeah,
they're talking to it's getting dystopian real fast. Last year it wasn't like that. Now the average like 20-year-old to 25-year-old girl, like I would say like 30-40% are talking to Chat GPT, which is just like whenever she's hearing her own delusions being repeated back to her. And also not just that, like the little things like the entitlement's getting worse. I'm trying to write a character like from a female perspective and try to get a good angle, and like listening to them talk is just the rage is starting to, I'm having to stifle it more and more. I'm like, bro, the average guy is just it's just brutal.
Yeah, man. I mean, like,
brutal.
Dude, I'm telling you, like I've said this shit for 5 years now. Like, if you want a girl that's a virgin, that's gonna respect you, that's gonna have like certain traits, you're probably going to have to leave the country or find a girl that comes from a solid family that has certain values that aren't Western. But if you want to find a woman here, because I know a lot of your viewers are young Muslim guys, like, bro, don't do it here, bro. You guys want to find a virgin wife, or you want to find a girl that isn't corrupted, you're not going to find it here, bro. So if you want to stay in America and date in America, you got to do what I said.
A lot of them, like, they're not solidified yet. And when I said, like, it's more realistic that you're going to find a girl, like a 9 out of 10 with like 10, 20 bodies than a virgin, they all start getting so angry. I'm like, where are you going to find a virgin girl like that in America that's your age? Like, you don't even have a career yet. You haven't even made anything yet. Also, a lot of these guys will spend so much time, and I'm sure a lot of them you have in your audience too, they're chronically online. A lot of them are virgins, a lot of them are incels, and they're like, I'm going to get a virgin. Like, do you think that the virgin pretty girl wearing a sundress, barefoot, holding a flower, wants to be with an incel? Like, wants to be with the chronically online guy? Just because you're a virgin too, do you think that you're going to know how to charm her, how to talk to her? Are you going to know anything about her personality? There's a lot of these guys that are holding on to this idea. It's like, I think you need to step outside because this is a fantasy land.
Yeah, a lot of you young guys, because I know your audience is a lot younger, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Like, I don't think you guys understand what life is like for women on the other side of your age. Like, I just don't think you guys, like, really understand or grasp it. Like, it's actually, like, a whole other fucking world. Because they think, oh, yeah, like, yeah, the regular girl, like, just goes to school and hangs out and just stays home all day. No, bro. No, you don't understand the amount of opportunity they have that far exceeds you. You might not get that level of opportunity until you're like 45 years old and like a fucking millionaire. A guy that's 45 years old that's a millionaire still doesn't have as much opportunity as a fucking 21-year-old female. Doesn't even come close, dude. And it's amazing to me how like so many men don't understand this shit. Bro, girls at like 15 are already losing their virginity in the United States. It's cooked.
I saw that you were doing the IRL debate, and then 2 girls came up to say, "Don't you have a mom?" And you're like, "How old are you?" They're like 15. You're like, "Dude, who the fuck's your dad?" Like,
yo,
they're Brickle at like 11 p.m. walking around with like bras on.
Dude, and not only that, it's like you got to remember that like social media, Instagram, TikTok, it's sensationalized it even more. Like these girls are not just like now, not only are they becoming whores younger, but they're also stupider and they got lower attention spans and they have more ego. It's fried, bro.
They'd rather talk. No, I'm telling. I don't think people have realized. I want to see a freshman show about this. People don't realize the average American woman in her 20s would literally rather talk to ChatGPT than you. She doesn't want to talk to. She would actually prefer AI than the average guy. That should be like a major way. Why would she talk to a bum guy who hasn't got stuff figured out, that's going to disagree with her, that's going to tell her the truth, when she can talk to ChatGPT and use the flower rose on her pussy? That's what reality is right now.
You know, that's a good point, man. Like, I mean, I say it all the time. Like 90% of men are like mosquitoes to women. Like you guys are pesky and annoying and they don't want to fucking talk to you or deal with you. Like a lot of you guys in the chat that might talk shit. Myron, you're promoting degeneracy, blah, blah, blah. Bro, no bitch would fucking talk to you, bro. Like a lot of you guys, I'm being really honest with you guys. A lot of you guys are like fucking mosquitoes to women. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to see you. Honestly, if they could, they would fucking smack the shit out of you. Like a lot of you motherfuckers, women don't even want to talk to y'all niggas, man. They just don't. Women,
Like,
women
want
see
them-
like
for them
90% of men as
think
pesky.
that. Look at the stuff that I've dealt with on stream, right? And like without like flexing or stuff, like I'm a millionaire, I'm 6'2", like I'm successful to stuff, like I know how
And
to
you
charm
still deal
women.
with bullshit.
And look at the amount of girls that have crashed out on stream that aren't even my girlfriend because they want to be in that position. Like over the years, if you've been watching my streams, the amount of girls that lost their minds, that start to yell and scream and stuff that if I did, then people would call me misogynist, like maybe the police would come. That's happened live on stream. And you guys are saying one person, like it's been many. Imagine what it's like for the if you're not a millionaire, if you're not successful, if you're people are saying you're old and complaining, like I'm 26 and it's happened for years live. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, and don't forget that these are like
not the
regular.
same.
And the other thing people need to realize is these are like regular bitches with no talent. These are regular
Average
fucking girls,
bro.
regular fucking girls with no talent that are entitled behaving like this. What the fuck do you guys think like a chick that's like hot is gonna think?
Hold on, Aiden's calling me. I think he wants to join.
Sure.
Yo, Aiden, I'm
Oh, yeah,
live with
you're
Myron
cooked.
right now. All right, I'll add you to the call.
Some people in your chat
no,
are saying I got aura. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up,
no,
bro.
we're adding you. I want to add you. Myron wants you on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's continue this girl convo. I want to see Aiden's
Sure.
perspective on
Yeah,
this.
so
like,
some nigga in your chat said I got aura. Shut the fuck up, man. You over here beating off, watching the stream right now, talking about I got
he's
aura.
complimenting you. Now, aura's a good thing. I don't think you know what that
No.
means.
Someone said I got aura in your chat. I got aura, Myron. I get girls. Shut up, nigga.
Maybe he does.
You on party.com, never been to a party in your life. Get the fuck up out of here, nigga. Fucking
what?
losers. Now I'm looking at your chat. Some retard said, I got aura, bro. Shut up.
I think he might be rage baiting you. Hold on. How do I why is Myron's name not coming up? Hold up. One sec. Because I want to see what Aiden has to say about this because he's always. What's your Discord name, Myron?
So Myron Gaines X.
Okay, hold on. Why is it not? Discord. Bro, why is his name not coming in? One sec. I don't know why I can't do a group message. But Myron, we might be unks with Discord.
Oh, so I'm not the only one that oh shit.
I was a YN when we first met. I think I'm an unk now.
Hold on. Let me turn my camera back
Like, that's
on.
how long I've known you.
You just froze. Okay, we're good now. Bro, I told you Discord is
Do
trash.
you have Aiden? Do you have Aiden added on Discord?
I don't know if I do. Oh, I think he just disconnected. Oh yeah, he just disconnected. His shit fucking disconnected. All right, he reopened it. All right, let me read some of these chats while you'll give me a call back on this thing. What the hell?
Finally, and I'm trying. There we go. We got it.
Yo, you got me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just turn the camera on real quick.
All right. Bro, what the f... Oh my
And Adin just left the call. What is he doing?
What the fuck? Open call? All right.
There you go. There you go. All right. Okay, he's like waiting to join. He's aura farming before he gets in here.
Order farming?
Yeah, I think so. He's just like talking to them. Let's see what he's saying. Hold on.
All right. But yeah,
basically, he's like he's trying to cope with them because they just don't say slurs. Don't say slurs because like his community is gonna.
No, I won't. That's fine. I'm on YouTube anyway. I won't say it.
All right, cool.
Wait, what slurs specifically? Because I have a lot.
All of them. All of them. Dude, why does Adin get like that? Me and Myron were cooking. He calls me, and now he's just waiting in the call. He said he wanted to join, and now he doesn't want. It's probably because the chat turned on him.
Yeah, they're probably like,
Look
yo, they're Nazis or some shit. Who knows? All right. Anyway, but yeah, I just can't, in good faith, bro, tell young guys to not have their shit together before they deal with these fucking thoughts, bro. You guys just got to be careful, bro. Honestly, that's what it comes down to. And just assume they're all 304s. Yo.
What up, Adin? What the fuck,
up,
bro?
E? Hey, what up? What's up? How you doing, Sneako?
Well, welcome home. You're free. Glad to see you beat the charges. Okay.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, King. I can't wait to pull up on you in the city, man. We're gonna go shopping when I get out of here.
I'm looking forward to it. But Myron thought that you were gonna get locked up forever, but you beat the charges.
Is that a Diddy filter?
Yeah, man. We had to beat that shit, King. You know what I'm saying? We had to beat that shit because I'm a fucking savage. All right, let me take shit off. Let me take it off.
Be the first one to get a Diddy stream. Like,
I said that. I said that.
Do it?
Myron, can you help me do that, bro? Please.
How is he gonna help you?
I don't. I mean, bro, I don't know Diddy's people.
Myron was in the courtroom. He was in the courtroom with Diddy.
I was in the courtroom, but like, I mean, I don't know him or his people like that. You should talk to his sons. His sons could probably link it up for you, though. His sons were there.
Oh, you're right.
Talk to his sons, bro. They'll link that up real quick. Well,
wait, does that count as blackface, Myron? As the resident black guy here, does?
Hey, man,
this is like AI blackface if you think about it.
I'm all for it, bro. Making fun of blacks is my specialty.
But why are you drooling? Why did you drool as soon as you did that?
Nah, you're weird about Sneako.
No. Eat the food and don't spill it out of your mouth. Come on, man.
No, Sneako, you're actually weird as fuck. Hey, Sneako, you were the man's Michael Rubin. That was love. For real. That's my guy.
I love Michael Rubin was a cool guy. I talked to him and I said, like, hey man, I'm Aiden's friend. He's like, oh, Aiden's a great kid. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
And then I told him I'm part Jewish, and then he brought Robert Kraft over, and I got $1 billion. I'm part of the club.
What the? Nah, give me Strickland. I want Strickland.
What are these face filters?
Hold on, Myron. I got a good one coming too. Hold on. I want Strickland.
You got a top H one, bro? You got a top H one?
Myron, you've been on the.
Nah,
come on, man. You got to have a top H one at least. Come on.
I did it in Canada, but yeah, nah. Myron, what you been on, bro? What you been up to?
I've been good, man. How have you been, bro?
I've been good. Myron, I always see the clip of you when you're doing the live debating.
Yeah.
And then you see something like, you say some shit like you should go to the gym, and then you're like, I'm not gonna let you fuck you, bro, or to the girl or to the guy that's trying to back up the girl. You're like, she's not gonna fuck you. Like,
the Simps, bro. Yo, I fucking hate those guys, man. They're the worst. It's like they sit there and they'll be like, yeah, women are powerful and all this stuff. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, bro, these women are not going to have sex with you. Like, shut the hell up. You know, they're all whores anyway. So what's
do the voice? I know you want to do the voice. Do it.
Go. Sneako, you fucking pussy. Let's spar.
You know who was at the party? Nick Narsina. I saw him at the white party too. He also he sparred Strickland as well.
Bro, that guy's the biggest cuck on the internet, man.
What?
Wait, what?
Nick Narsina, bro. The nigga was with the biggest whore ever.
What are you talking about?
Am I? Is this like a fucking Twilight Zone? He dated the fucking porn star chick. The it's a Thought Bree, Sky Bree, her.
I see your point, but when you view it from a social media angle, didn't he kind of come up from that a lot and kind of build momentum from that?
Bro, he came up with, bro, that's the worst way to come up, bro. That's the worst way to come up. He came up off of a porn star, bro.
So did Mike Malek had a big come up from that as well.
That's an L too. How you go from crackhead
yeah.
to dating sluts? And then you go from Nick Naracina, like retarded college student type dude. I mean, I think he's like, isn't he like in his 30s doing these frat party things? Coming up off of 304?
Wait, big guy in the building. What do you think?
Oh man, shit, music good. All right, I gotta get out of
Look,
this.
you didn't even sound like that. You just sound like any black guy.
No, hey, stop it, Sneako. Hey,
this is blackface.
No,
blackface.
Bro, what is this app?
You like it, Myron?
Yo, I need this, bro. I need this.
Bro,
I know.
ARL wants you to collab with Speed and Kai.
Stop. Oh my God.
You're doing blackface with Myron and Sneako. Like, yeah, like you wonder why people don't want to. Come on, man.
No, bro,
Hey,
it's
Sneako,
great. I need that
I just want to give you. I want to talk to you, Sneako, real shit. Hold on, let me dead this filters real quick. Hold on. Destroy. Wait, can you go back to Adin, please? Get me off of Facademics.
Hey, no, he's not fat. He's big. Big act.
Oh, okay. Sneako.
And Nick's a good guy. I like Nick.
Nick is cool. Oh, wait. Okay, I want to say this, Sneako. You know why? Yeah, I love you, bro. You're a real one, bro. Thank you, bro. Again, thank you.
Of course. For what I do now?
Don't do that. No, don't do that, bro. Guys, me and Sneako got really bonded. We got really close these past couple of days. Really close.
He flaked on me last week, and then now we're really close, and I'm like the realest one ever.
But listen, Sneako, the good news is you have a picture with Ruben. So next Fanatics Fest, you can punch the boxing thing when you show them the picture.
I wanted to crash out there so bad. It's just like the shit that I got to deal with.
Yo, what was that party that you were at? What was that? Like, what was that?
Adin and Tom invited me to the Mike Rubin party, but I didn't bunny hop. Okay, I didn't get fucked in the ass. He was really
I didn't do that either. Ruben's a great human being. You know that.
He's a great guy. No, he's a great guy. He's a great guy. It was
He
a fun
actually is
party.
really cool. Yeah.
Shout out to Mike Rubin, great guy. There were a lot of Israelis at the party.
Yeah,
Like,
I was gonna say, you know, he's a Jew, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
You don't
Myron,
think I know that, bro?
Hey, Myron, what do you think about me? And I'm Jewish. It's in my blood. What do you think about it?
You're the only Jew I fuck with, to be honest with you, bro. You're like you and like maybe one or two others. That's about it. And then Sneako too, I guess, because he's like 10% or whatever.
Yeah, Sneako's Jewish. No, you're not 10%, Sneako. Don't lie.
6%.
No, you're not. You're higher.
No, it's 6. I thought it's 6%.
Okay.
Wait, maybe
Myron,
it's 12. Wait, no, maybe it's 12. Whatever. Go on.
Myron, what about Adam Sandler?
Nah, man.
Why?
What?
Nah, man. Can't
What?
trust him, bro.
You don't even have a reason. He's a great guy. He makes good movies.
Well, name one good movie he made.
Don't mess with the Zohan.
That shit was trash.
Grown-ups.
That shit was
Grown-ups.
trash.
Punch-Drunk Love. Grown-ups 2.
Yeah, all
Happy
those movies
Gilmore.
suck. All those movies suck.
No, you're just you're rage baiting right now.
They're all trash.
rage
Big
baiting.
Daddy was the
Uncut
worst one.
Gems. Have you seen Uncut Gems?
No, trash.
Such a good movie. Happy
Banger.
Gilmore.
Trash.
Happy Gilmore.
Trash.
He's rage baiting.
What?
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall
They're
for
all
it.
trash.
He's rage
Okay,
baiting.
wait.
He hasn't even seen his movies.
Billy Madison's a good one, too.
I've never seen that one.
Have you seen Punch-Drunk Love?
No, but it sounds gay, so no.
The one where he gets married to the guy. Larry and, what is it?
No, then I
Dude.
didn't see that. No.
No.
Then I didn't.
I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. They got married.
You can't rage bait if you haven't seen these movies. Like we're just listing bangers and bangers right now.
Look, dude, I like one of his people say one of his best movies was Waterboy. I saw that shit. It was trash.
Well, that's one of his first movies. And he didn't have a major role. Yeah, I guess he did.
Yeah, he was the main. Yeah, I was gonna say he was the lead. He was the lead.
Did he freeze? Oh, he's putting on another blackface filter, isn't he?
Stop. Hey, stop doing that, bro. Wait, why? Wait. Mika, what happened?
ARL, I'm sorry. I know you guys want like Twitch collabs. You want to do the water slide.
Stop being weird.
But instead, you guys got Myron and Sneako. You guys got Myron and Sneako spamming Jew jokes and throwing. I know it's not my fault. I thought it was going to be monkey. We can still do monkey. Let's do monkey though.
All right, fine, we can. But real quick, wait, hold on, Myron. No,
I'm not doing that. I'm really holding it back, bro.
Sneako, you are one of my closest friends. Chad, do you like Sneako? And be honest. Let's see what they say. Let's see. They know you're good for me, bro. They know you're my good friend.
I know. Whenever you go on a depressive break, you go and bounce back on an air with Sneako. You go to the gym for a little bit, and then you ditch me once you get popular again. And then it's popular again, and then I'm back to the curb. And then it goes through the cycle. And then more,
hey, another. Sneako, fight me. Sneako, fight me. Sneako.
Yes, right now. Let's sign the contract. We'll do it.
Dude,
we'll do it, friend.
Shut up, pussy. Fight me.
Yo, what the hell is this app, bro? I need this thing. What is this?
Sneako, you need to fight me. Sneako, fight me, you pussy.
What accent is that? You sound like Combi.
You need to shut up, pussy, and fight me now, pussy. Sneako, I have videos with you. I'm gonna expose you.
Okay, yeah, I went to the club. Big deal. I'm in Miami. I went to the club. We'll do it. Let's sign it. 100K each of us. Let's do it. What's gonna happen now, Fresh?
Sneako, I need you to come on my podcast.
Yo, you guys are gonna be friends again, bro. Look, they're cool. They're cool with Zerka. Zerka and them are cool now. So.
Wait, you guys made amends?
Yeah, man. I'm the peacemaker, bro. I'm the real. I'm doing what Trump should have done.
Wait, so Myron, could you squash my beef with somebody?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Who's it with, though?
I'm really happy with anybody.
What was that?
I guess you're right. I don't really have beef with anybody. Hi, Myron.
Hey, man, that's a handsome fellow, bro.
Fuck, dude?
That's a handsome fellow.
Why do you look more Jewish now?
Because Myron's secretly Jewish.
You kind of look like you look like a Moroccan. Oh my god, bro.
That's gonna be my next endeavor, giving out high interest loans.
Alrighty. All right, Sneako.
What?
Are
they taking it off? I'm waiting for it to take off so I can ask a question.
Oh, what do you want to ask me?
Well, we were talking about dating and how it's kind of cooked, and we do talk about that quite a bit. How's okay? Oh, motherfucker, bro.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Can't take you like we're trying to have a serious like red pill talk, bro.
Guys, I was a model. My nudes. Look it up. I'm sorry.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. This is freaking me out, bro.
The only thing that's missing is the receding hairline. That's the only thing that's missing on that one.
Really, bro? Really, what do you want me to get a BBL hair transplant like you?
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
On girls with fake tits. And
yeah, you're gonna have to, bro.
Turkey?
You're gonna have to. Those Jew genetics are fucking up your hair.
Hell nah, bro. I have a perfect hairline. Perfect hairline.
Nah, man, that shit cooked. That shit is cooked.
No
man.
BBL. You have a BBL hairline.
Yeah, but it's back.
You have fake hair.
You're gonna have to. No, it's actually real hair. But you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to do it soon too, bro. You're cooked.
I'm never doing that.
Those Ashkenazi genetics are not good for hair, bro. You're cooked.
I have to go play Call of Duty.
Right, you got a hair transplant and you're still balding.
No, I'm not. My hair is nice and luscious and long.
Let's see the back. Show the back right now.
All right, what do you want to see the back? What back is fine. You're just jealous, bro.
So a little spot chat.
No, there's no little spot.
Okay, Aiden's trying to leave. Aiden's trying to do a COD wager with XQC.
No, I just have to play COD. I'll be back. Are we doing Monkey tonight still?
You want to do it right now?
Okay, we can do it right now. But then you're ditching Myron, and then I know it's fucked up. You guys do what you guys do. We do later.
No, yeah.
Our talking points are over. We've been yapping for a while.
Yeah. You guys do your monkey. I'll go back and do my shit. I was covering. I got to cover this Tucker shit anyway. You guys go ahead and do the monkey.
Oh, okay.
No. You guys are good, bro. You do the monkey thing. I'll watch a little bit of it, and I hope you make fun of the black people. Do me proud.
Myron, who are your top 3 favorite monkeys?
What are you asking, dude?
I'm like for the monkey breed. I
would say NBA YoungBoy.
Oh my god.
Kodak and damn, AB probably. Top 3 monkeys.
That's racist, Myron. Well, I can't believe you would say that. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. Later.
Bye.
Peace. All right, guys, we back. We back. Bro, we do it all over here, baby. We do it all. We troll. We have good times. We back, ninjas. All right, let's cover what I wanted to cover before with you guys, which is the Tucker stuff, which I didn't get to do. So we got here. So check this out. Tucker released this comment.
We just finished up an interview with Masoud Pezeshkian, who is the president of Iran, the 70-year-old heart surgeon who leads the country we were just at war with about a week and a half ago. We know we'll be criticized for doing this interview. Why did we do it anyway? Well, we did it because we were just at war with Iran 10 days ago and maybe again. And so our view, which has remained consistent over time, is that American citizens have the constitutional right and the God-given right to all the information they can gather about matters that affect them. If their country is doing something with their money in their name, they have a right, an absolute right, to know as much about it as they can. And that
I agree. Now, you guys are going to see the comments from this. Dude, people were so fucking mad about this. You guys are going to see here in a second.
would include hearing from the people they're fighting. Now, can you believe everything you hear from the president of Iran? Probably not. But that's not the point. The point is you should be able to decide for yourself whether you believe it or not. And keep in mind that anyone who seeks to deny you that right is not your ally, but your enemy. By the way, we have also put in for the third time in the last several months an interview request with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and we hope he accepts that.
You know, it's interesting how everyone was going to be crying about Tucker talking to the president of Iran and then talking to the president of, but then he tries to talk to the president of Israel and like no one is like acknowledging that. Like,
the interview is limited by a couple of factors. One, it was done by remote through a translator. That's always awkward. For another, I don't speak Persian, and there are all kinds
or Farsi
of questions that I didn't ask the president of Iran, particularly questions to which I knew I could not get an honest answer, such as, was your nuclear program totally disabled by the bombing campaign by the U.S. government a week and a half
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's a stupid question to ask.
ago? There's no chance he's going to answer that question honestly. I didn't bother to ask it. The answer, in fact, from an American perspective, even from the CIA's perspective, is unknowable. So we dispense with those, and I asked him very simple questions, such as, what is your goal? Do you seek war with the United States? Do you seek war with Israel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Again, the purpose of this was not to get to the absolute truth. That's impossible in an interview like this. The purpose of the interview was to add to the corpus of knowledge from which Americans can derive their own opinion. Learn everything you can, and then you decide. That's the promise of America. And we hope that this interview does a small part to making that promise real. This interview will be up as soon as we have done editing it, as noted, and that should be in a day or two.
So this caused an uproar on Twitter chat, okay? This announcement. And I'm going to read some of the comments for you guys on his thing, right? So journalists, thank you for doing it. It's sad that it's controversial to interview a foreign leader. You're a journalist. What do you think? Right. So, people are, well, he said something smart. How dare Tucker get everyone's perspective? This is Ken O'Keefe. Please ask the population, respect Tucker. Jack Posobiec again, say, I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to mean. But yeah, a lot of people were mad about this. I saw a lot of Zionists like this guy. Does the president of Iran know the exact population of Israel? Did you solve all the questions like the Putin one? Are there groceries cheap in Iran? Too curious. This dude, Sean Farush, is a fucking retard, bro. This guy, when I say MAGA retard, this guy is the definition of MAGA retard.
Welcome, punch.
Biggest fucking moron. I ratio him every single time on X, even though he has like a bigger following. Nobody watches this fucking guy. This guy gets like no engagement. Nobody gives a fuck about what he's got to say. Like, this dude's a true fucking MAGA-tard through and through, bro. Like, no critical thinking skills at all. So, yeah, a lot of people were pissed off about this. A lot of people. When I first looked at this, it looks like more people have come to the discussion. Oh, yeah, how much do you pay for this interview? Of course. And look, Eitan Firstberger. I wonder where he's from. All the Zionists are fucking pissed. So mad. So I commented, I said, looking at Zionist crying Tucker's comment section over this, because when this first came, guys, it was nothing but people talking shit. Over this interview is hilarious. Tucker, how dare you interview Zionist Ted Cruz, then the anti-Zionist president of Iran, to show both perspectives. And then he even wants to interview Netanyahu. Bro, this is called fucking journalism. It's called journalism, dude. Okay? Look, I know some people are critical of Tucker Carlson. Some people don't like him. I actually like Tucker Carlson. I like him. Okay? Do I agree with everything that he says? No. Do I think that he's a bit off when he does the fake laugh and I'm just the guy that does flip-flops and shit like that? Bit weird. But I understand that he's doing that to appeal to the average American, right? I like him more than I dislike him. All right? Though he does have some weird tics about him that I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. In general, I like him, and I do think that he's one of the better conservative political commentators. Okay? And one of the things that I like about Tucker that the others don't do is he will at least, at bare fucking minimum, question our relationship with Israel. Okay? Which is a death sentence in conservative media. Okay? It's a death sentence in conservative media. So I will commend him for that. Now, I know what some of you are going to say. Yo, Myron, he doesn't go hard enough. Okay? He doesn't ask hard enough questions. He gave Putin softball questions. He's not going deeper. Yeah, he might talk a little bit about AIPAC or whatever, but that's not what's important, chat. Okay? Here's the thing you guys got to understand. Tucker's been in media for a long time. 20 plus years. He knows who runs this shit. So he's got to strategically maneuver in a way where if he wants to talk about them boys, he can't be overt like your boy Myron Gaines and others. He's got to dance around the shit. So what does he do? Strategically, let's bring in Thomas Massey. Let's bring in Daryl Cooper. Viral interviews, by the way. Memorable interviews. Thomas Massey, yeah, they walk around the AIPAC handler. Memorable. Daryl Cooper, yeah, I don't know if Churchill, I think Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. Viral. Brought up he single-handedly brought back up the conversation of World War II with that interview with Daryl Cooper, right? He just did a fantastic fucking interview with Scott Horton. I was listening to it earlier. Fucking awesome. I love Scott Horton, right? He doesn't have to say it, but he platforms people that will say it or get closer to it. You understand? That is important. Every single one of Tucker's interviews, guys, is getting like 10 to 20 million views on Twitter. That's not including YouTube. That's not including Rumble or his Tucker Carlson network. That is huge, chat. The interview with Ted Cruz, embarrassing him about not knowing the population of Iran and how he can't answer about Israel being beneficial to us strategically. Huge. Huge. Now, I know what some of you are probably thinking, like, yo, Myron, well, okay, I see your point, but I don't trust him. I think he's a spy. Fair. Fair. I'm not going to get mad at you for thinking that, right? We know that his father was linked to the CIA. Fair. We know that Tucker himself wanted to work for the CIA. Fair. But let me tell you this. Let's assume he is a spy. Let's assume he is he's an asset. Let's assume he is. The interviews that he's doing are still waking people up. He could be a CIA asset all day. I don't give a fuck. He's interviewing people and having these discussions and waking people up. And I look at it like it's for the greater good. I'm not so concerned about Tucker Carlson. Rather, I'm concerned that he has a huge platform and he's having these discussions and waking people up. Right? And I know some people that I like might not like him. Right? I know some people are critical of Tucker. Fine. But let me tell you this. More people are going to find me. More people are going to find Candace Owens. More people are going to find Nick. More people are going to find Ryan Dawson. More people are going to find, well, now they're going to definitely find Scott Horton. Right? More people are going to find Ian Carroll. If you watch Tucker Carlson, we're 1 degree away of separation where you can go ahead and get the sauce. So even if he is CIA, fine. Still waking people up to who controls this fucking country. Still waking them up. Okay? So, look, I know some of y'all like Tucker, some of you guys don't. I'm sure it's probably like a 50-50 or maybe some other disparity. But I still think that he's exposing the Zio lobby, and he has a huge platform. It's a W. So that's my take on it. If you guys agree with me, awesome. If you guys don't, that's fine. That's the whole purpose of the chat. Feel free to vet your, please voice your opinions. This is where the freedom of speech comes in, where you guys can say, Myron, I don't agree. This is why I don't agree. I'd love to see what you guys are saying. This is where the freedom of speech matters, right, in this chat, because I like to get your guys' takes on it, and maybe it might make me think again before, versus niggas trolling and they're saying dumb shit about, hey, fuck you, Myron. Like, okay, is this really productive freedom of speech? No, you're just being a fucking annoying retard. But if you disagree, tell me why in the chat. I actually want to see what you guys got to say. But I think Tucker's a helper. I think he's doing more good than bad when it comes to waking people up about this fucking problem that we got with the occupation of our fucking country by a foreign government. So, let's see here. So I think my new board came in, chat. Let me see if it's in the fucking thing. Give me 1 sec, niggas. Let me, hold on. You know what? Could the mods do a poll? Probably not, right? Probably not. I'll do the poll on Kick. Let's see here. So, yes or no. I'll give you guys 4 minutes to vote. That's my take on Tucker. I'll do a poll for you niggas on YouTube too. Sure, why not? This is where the freedom of speech comes in, guys. Like, you guys that just spam and talk shit, like, that doesn't add to the conversation. All right, give me 1 sec, guys, while you vote. Also, guys, real quick, man, just so you guys know, okay? Word from our sponsor while I go ahead and check this thing out. Smash the like button, by the way, guys, because you guys know I'm fucking demonetized on YouTube, these fucking dickheads. We're going to run the sale on the OSS for another 24 hours, you guys, because the fucking audio pissed me off. So, here you guys go. Join the OSS, guys. $4. Join. Use code DEMBOYS911. The only thing I ask, especially for my YouTube viewers, is for you guys to join OSS. We just passed 1,500 active supporters. I want to say thank you guys so much for the OSS. As you guys know, the OSS is my community. Starting in July, we're going to start adding in some perks. We got a Discord that we're working on, a Telegram group. Also, giving you guys merch discounts. You can call to the debrief show. I'm going to take in calls. $4 to join. I'm running a sale right now for you guys. Or you can jump in for the year at $75. Basically, this is how I offset the fact that YouTube is absolutely robbing me blind, because I know that they still run ads on my shit. The goal is 10,000 strong for us to fight back against the censorship of YouTube. That's how you really support me, support the mission. It allows me to continue to do these super long streams for you guys. A lot of people tell me, hey, Myron, like, you shouldn't even be streaming on YouTube anymore. You should be streaming on Rumble and Kick only. But I'll take the financial hit to reach more people, especially on YouTube where people don't talk about this shit. All right, boom. So this is what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna run downstairs and see if this fucking package came in, because I really want to get this audio issue resolved and start. I'll literally fine tune it right here on stream with you guys. Guys, we just passed 2,300 people on the OSS, man. Dude, I'm fucking honored to have you guys support, man. And you know, you guys are the fuel for why I work so hard, and gonna continue to make this show better and fucking better. And it starts right now. I'm literally this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run downstairs, see if the fucking thing is here. If it's in a package room, I'm gonna try to fucking get it. See if I can. So what I'll do in the meantime is, Tucker did a fantastic interview with Scott Horton, which I think you guys should definitely watch. It's great. Let me read some of the super chats though before I do this. Okay. Niga's Graper. Like, of course Tucker was being careful with Putin, like he ain't stupid. Putin legit called them out point blank, like, I know everything, nigga. Of course. It would be like talking about killer masturbator machines and skin lampshades on the first date. Okay. Cuban says, Myron, just an update. The DOJ released 10 hours long of surveillance footage. They say proves no one entered Jeffrey Epstein's cell prior to his death. Just thought you'd like to show. Thanks for hard work. Thank you so much, bro. Who is trusting this? Oh, my God. This J. Okay. The evidence don't lie. What is this? XRP ETFs are pre-launched at the DTCC. Okay. TJ says, Myron, could you please check this really quick? I just found out all PMs of Israel were born in either European countries and have all changed their names. I know, nigga. I said that before. Bro, I've literally said this. I've said like every Israeli prime minister has changed their name pretty much. Yeah, bro. I've been told y'all that. Dude, they do the opposite. So when they work for the Israeli government, they change it to their Jewish name. But when they come to America, they change it to their American name. Yeah, bro. I've been saying this. So, shout out to Owen Shroyer. This video clip comes from Owen Shroyer. You know, I'll probably go out to, you know what? Let me text Owen right now, actually. You know what I'm thinking about doing, chat? I'm thinking about going back to Austin, doing InfoWars again, like in September. And going out to UT and debating some college students there. Let me message him. Owen Shroyer is a good guy, bro. I like Owen a lot. Shout out to Owen Shroyer, man. Dude's a patriot, good guy, honorable guy. I like him a lot, man. Great guy, man.
DNA test for all the Israelis. The Palestinians have more actual genetic ties to that landmass than the Israelis, who are mostly Eastern European. This is every prime minister of Israel. First one, David Gurion, real name David Grun, born in Poland. Next one, Mashi Sheret, real name Mashi Shurtok, born in Ukraine. Then Levi Eshkol, real name Levi Shkolanik, born in Ukraine. Next one, Yigal Alon, real name Yigal Paikovich. Next one, Golda Meir, real name Golda Mabovich, born in Ukraine. Next one, Manichin Begin, real name Mazi Chekslaw Begum, born in Ukraine. So I can go on and on and on. Almost every single one of them has a fake name, and nearly every single one of them is actually from Eastern Europe. Even Netanyahu's real name is Milakovsky. I would bet you, if you did a DNA test for all the Palestinians.
Yep, that's a fact, man. That's not even debatable. That is DNA genetic proof, my friends. But yeah, shout out to Owen Shroyer, man. Great guy. Okay, breaking DOJ. Okay, look, it's all over fucking Twitter, dude. Conclude the average ever is not black man, but hold on, actually. Bro. This is how you look at this guy. This dude said there were no dancing Israelis. Bro. See, now you guys see why I be cooking on Twitter so much. Bro, I'm about to cook this nigga. Hold on, let me save this tab. I'm about to fucking air fry this retard. But before I do that, let me go back to my feed. Oh, did you guys see this shit, bro? Steve got this guy, Chief Keef, a fucking, like Lamborghini and a Land Rover or Range Rover. And bro didn't even say thank you, man. Dude, these rappers are fucking shitbags, dude. Like, Steve is such a nice guy. And he's over here getting these fucking dumbasses cars and shit. Yeah, Corla Ray's a dumb whore. Bro, Twitter, you could literally get lost in this shit, man. Oh, man. Bro. Yeah, there's an L. Okay. All right. So let me see. Okay, what was else I gonna do here? I was gonna do something for you guys. Oh. All right. Hold on one second, ninjas. Hold on, ninjas. All right. Well, okay. You know what? I'll play this video for you guys a little bit so you guys can see what I'm talking about here with dumbass Chief Keef.
FaceTime Sosa, and then after I listened to Love Sosa, and then Bitches Love Sosa, Raris and Rovas. So that line stuck with me. So we got Bitches. And that line, Rari and Rova, stuck with me. So we're going to give Chief Keef a Rari and Rova. I don't know if it can cut right now to me buying it. We'll see you guys in 30 seconds. We are at Vegas Auto Gallery. I'm going to put on a clock, and we'll see how fast you can buy a Ferrari and a Range Rover when you're me. I swear.
Muting the music real quick because that show hit me with a fucking copyright immediately. You know how these niggas be. And this is what Steve does. Buys people gifts. Very nice guy. But yeah, bro, like, this nigga didn't even say thank you, man. Like, he didn't even say thank you. I was like, what the fuck? I remember, let me fast forward to when he gets them. Hold on.
Bro, this thing fucking ages when I get boy and a Rover.
All right, there we go. What the hell is this nigga saying? Bruh. Bro, they gotta put subtitles on when this nigga talk, man. Bro.
All right, we're here at Sosa's. Yo, we walk in and we've got 2 cybers.
It's so crazy.
Dude, one more?
See that Cybertruck? You see that one?
Yeah.
Can you see it? Can you see it? That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie though, you know what's so crazy? This type of shit I wanted when I was a kid.
All right, let me fast forward this shit, bro. Losing brain cells. All right, I think this
Yeah,
is...
plane. Callie.
I'll fight you.
Got Van Sex.
Bro, where the fuck? All right, you know what, man? I'm just going to go on my X because I know that I commented on it. Let me find it for you niggas, man. Just make it simpler. Because I know I commented on it, and I was like, what the fuck? This guy didn't even say thank you. I got the clip. Let me find it for you ninjas. All right, here we go. Bam. I got it right here. There we go. Thank you for the reply area.
17 cars right now. Do you like Raris and Rovas? Yeah. What do you have? I have 17 cars right now, bro. It's a lot of bitches. But you got a Rari and a Rover? No, I don't have a Rari and a Rover. So cheap. The lyrics, you gonna get fucked over, Raris and Rovers. Don't get fucked over, yep. What about my lyrics? Why you have that if you don't have a Rari or a Rover? Bro? I was 16 when I made that shit, bro. 29 years old right now, bro.
Wait, but why did you always want the Rari and the Rover?
Because I come from nothing, bro. I ain't got shit. So, like, a Rari and a Rover is like, you know, I'm rich when I get that car.
Yeah. Or they just go good together.
No. That's what. FaceTime, right? Like a week ago. After that, I've been listening to Love Sosa, that lyric, you gonna get fucked over, Raris and Rovers. So with me, you're not gonna get fucked over, but you're gonna get a Rari and a Rover.
Rari and a Rover.
Rari and a Rover.
So he brings them the cars.
2 white boys?
And that's how you gotta be 2 white boys, bro.
Yeah. White on white. Okay. Yeah. Which one is this? 488 Spider. What the fuck? 488 Spider motherfucker though. In the top drop. Could have went cheap on you and got the convertible. Right. That's what Spider says, convertibles, huh? Yeah. They get like a Syria in it. Hey, B-Rad.
I'm trying to find something, chat. That's why I'm trying to find something right now with the Dancing Israelis. If one of you guys could do me a favor, I know I posted the fucking link to the FBI declassified documents. if any of you guys have it handy, if you guys can drop it for me in like the, maybe in like the OSS chat or something like that, I'd appreciate that. It would help me greatly. So I don't have to like dig this thing up. But I know I posted. Oh, hold on. Did I just find it? Oh, yes, I did. Let's go. Okay, let's go, baby. All right. We'll watch some of this monkey shit real quick, and then we'll go to the higher IQ stuff.
You got the roll one? Okay, I see. I'm gonna tell you something. I told this guy, I was like, yo, I talked to Chief Keef, like, maybe we could do something with him. He called me to go, yo, I'm gonna buy this guy a Rari. What other fucking white boy, you know, that's that shit.
Steve will do it.
That's the only one. Check it out, though.
I was about to play games. I can go to ATM after that and play a PlayStation.
I mean,
yeah, I don't think he said thank you one time, bro. But hey, man, what do you expect? Nigga shit, bro.
You like
straight nigga shit. Because if he did say thank you, they would have put that on camera. So something's off there. All right, so here you go, guys. Here's the FBI documents. I'll actually give this to you guys if you guys want. Here's the FBI documents declassified for you motherfuckers. Right here. Bam. For all you guys in case you want to ever read through them. So let me go ahead and send this to this fucking retard. All right. Roasting niggas on X as usual. And just because, hold on. All right. Sorry, guys. I got to cook niggas on X, bro. Like, I fucking hate these dickheads. I always get into fights with these retards on X. These Zio fucks, these idiots. Holy shit, these niggas are retarded. All right. Okay. I spelled identity wrong? Oh, fuck. I'm going to ratio this nigga instantly. Oh, shit. Let me give you guys a link. Here's a link, niggas. Let's ratio this fucking dumbass immediately. There's a link. Like that shit and let's roast this nigga, bro. Fucking idiot, then. I type fast, man. Sorry, guys. I just like, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck. Don't worry. I fixed it, nigga. I put the star there, all right? Put the star David there. All right, there you guys go. Smash that like button. This nigga's not even worth a white snake gathering. Fucking loser. All right, we'll ratio him without even Niggas just gonna see and be like, oh, fuck this guy. Nobody likes him. Okay, let me see here. Rest of the chats. We got here. Can't stop. Chris says, too late for me to wait for marriage. Oh, body count is somewhere above 40 already. That's why I know the red pill is real. My parents actually moved here when they were early teens and married each other here, but still don't get it. Yeah, they're cooked, bro. They'll never know. Let's say I managed to get into a new financial system and going to get paid every day over $1 billion a month. What do you do with it? $1 billion a month, nigga. Just live your life at that point. It don't matter. Read the rest of the chat, gang. I read them, bro. Diana, AK says, just became a member of OSS. I really enjoy your political content. FNF finally unsubscribed to YouTube and subscribed to Rumble because of you. You changed my life, and my husband's life is better because of you. I had no idea that I was an undercover feminist due to society. Thank you. I'd rather take the red pill than live in the matrix. I love to call in someday. I have questions for you and Dog Talk. 20 years experience working with dogs, grooming, training, competing. All right. Well, Diana, welcome to the OSS. I'm happy to have you. It's interesting how that women that watch me 9 out of 10 times always have a happy relationship. So thank you very much. You make me feel better than the therapists that fail their jobs. Thank you, Diana. Welcome. Yo, Myron, is it worth buying condos and investment properties? No, don't do it. Not worth it. A lot of times they have HOAs. So unless you're going to get it with a very low HOA, bro, not worth it, my friend. Not worth it. Yeah, a lot of pain in the ass stuff. I did a whole episode with Jay Waller about this, actually, when it comes to condos. You got to be cash flowing hand over fist, bro, for it to make sense. But the HOAs will eat into your cash flow. So I would advise against it. I bought a condo here, but I live in it, right? This unit here, I own it. But I do not suggest people buy condos and investment property. If you're going to live in it, that's different. You're going to live in it, fine. But if you're going to fucking, rent it out, not a good move, Raj. But thank you, bro. $100, appreciate you. Welcome to the OSS, man. Happy to have you here. Thank you so much, Raj. But yeah, dude, try to stay away from condos if you can, man. What was the cream you used to get rid of your acne marks? Dude, man, that was like from 2006, bro. There's probably better shit by now. There's got to be way better shit than that now. It was like some bullshit. And bro, it dried the fuck out of my face, man. Dried the fuck out of my face. Dr. JD98 joined in. Thank you so much, bro. Welcome to the OSS. Welcome to the OSS. Happy to have you guys, man. Let's see here what else we had. Okay. Damn, it's already 11 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun, huh? All right, let me close some of these tabs. They got a lot of tabs here. Covered Tucker, Elon. Okay, we're gonna finish off with our boy Robert Hansen. I have a what's it called? A documentary to watch with you guys. And yo, DBG, once again, bro, thank you so much for the stuff earlier. If you're still watching the stream, I want to tell you thank you again, bro. Thank you so much, man. We passed our goal of 4,000. Now we're gonna try to hit 4,500. So, thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. You guys supporting me, man. You guys, even though, like I said, I had the audio fucking problems earlier and it got me pissed off, we ain't going to quit. We're going to keep grinding. Let's see if we can get to 20. If we can get to 2,500 on stream, bro, that would be fucking lit. That really would be lit. Okay. Before I do this, though, I see that they have a Twitter space on your boy Epstein. I might jump in there real quick. Let's see who's hosting it. Yeah, I could jump in here real quick.
Agencies that could question its authenticity as a DOJ and FBI memo. The document discusses a review of Jeffrey Epstein's case, mentioning over 300 gigabytes of data, his suicide on August 10th, 2019, and no evidence of a client list or blackmail. First, the formatting. It lacks a visible date, page numbers, or official signatures, which are standard for DOJ and FBI memos. The seals for both agencies seem present, but I can't assess their alignment or clarity without a visual reference. Any slight offset could be a red flag, as government docs are meticulous, like office addresses or contact details, which is odd for an official release.
Oh, shit.
The language is formal but vague on specifics, like no mention of the exact office or task force authoring it, which memos usually include. an official DOJ or FBI source link or public release confirmation.
Bro, these girls are such fucking whores, dude. It's crazy to me, like how all these fucking chicks, bro, like they're just like, look at this shit, man. What is this? What's up with these fucking stream? Like, just thoughts everywhere. Thoughts everywhere, bro. Clearly has her body done. Incredible. Bitches don't go to gym no more. No more hard work. It's fucking crazy.
Got it. Focusing on the seals. From what you uploaded, if the DOJ and FBI seals are present, here's the deal. Official government memos have those seals perfectly aligned, usually centered or symmetrically placed at the top or bottom. If they're off, even slightly, like one seal higher than the other or not flush, it's a red flag, as federal agencies are obsessive about precision. Without seeing the image myself, I'm limited. But based on standard DOJ and FBI memo formats, any misalignment, say more than a millimeter or two, or if one seal looks stretched or pixelated compared to the other, screams potential fake. The DOJ seal should have the eagle and shield crisp, while the FBI's has the scales and stars. Both need to match official versions exactly. If you can confirm whether they're uneven or look off in placement, I can zero in further. Can you describe the seal's positions, or if they seem distorted?
They're on the documents that I uploaded to you. Check them out yourself.
All right, reviewing the seals in the document you uploaded. If they're there, I'd expect the DOJ and FBI seals to be perfectly aligned, typically side by side or stacked with equal spacing and crystal clear in resolution. In this case, without visual access to confirm exact placement, I'm working off the description. If the seals are offset, say one's higher or shifted left-right by even a small margin.
You can't see the seals. Okay, that's good. Grok, thank you. So it looks like it sounds like from the formatting and everything else, the lack of a letterhead. I mean, it looks, unless it was like a draft that got.
I'm going to explain to them kind of what I said earlier, guys, that we're never going to get these Epstein fucking documents, bro.
Who changes fonts in the same letter?
What?
Who changes when you're typing?
And there's about 2,000 people in here. I don't think a lot of these people follow me. Let me look here. So, guys, you want to grow your audience? Good thing to do. Join these spaces with, oh, yeah, this fucking fruit bag fucking blocked me. Weirdo. Yeah, this is good. A lot of people here don't follow, so this is good. You get to expose yourself to a new audience.
The Jews or something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I was joking, bro. Are you there?
Oh shit! Did you? My bad, dude. I muted the space for a second. I'm on stream. What'd you say?
Oh, you're good. Oh, I was just gonna tell you. You know, Trump's meeting with Bibi Netanyahu. Do you think that's why this whole thing is blowing over tonight?
Well, look, so before I kind of go into this real quick, because I know there's a lot of people in here that probably don't know who I am. I used to work for the government. I was a special agent with Homeland Security Investigations, so I'm very familiar with how the FBI works and a lot of these different agencies. You know, was 1811 for many years. So I'll kind of go through this real quick. We're never going to see the Epstein documents fully. And the reason why is because people need to understand that there's two different sides to this. There's a high side, then there's a criminal side. For the criminal case, I mean, we know that. Ghislaine Maxwell went to trial. All the evidence came out against her. Maureen, I think it was Comey's daughter, prosecuted the case, and she successfully, got her prosecuted. A lot of the evidence in that case was, shown out publicly during the trial. So there's a criminal case, but I do think it's very important for people to understand that there's also a high side. And when I say high side, that's a term that's used in the intelligence community to describe things that are, typically classified or, not ever going to see the light of day in a courtroom or public disclosure. And given the nature of who Epstein is, being an asset with the Mossad or Oman or whatever, a lot of people speculate that he's an asset for Israeli intelligence, one of the components. More than likely, there's going to be a CIA file on him. There's going to be obviously an FBI file on him. There's going to be, NSA, DIA, all the intelligence components of the United States government. We're talking like 20, 30 different agencies. So, it's not really up to Kash Patel and Bongino to declassify everything on Epstein, because there's going to be multiple agencies that have documents on him that are classified. And the way that the government works is that it's extremely bureaucratic. So in other words, let's say I have a document that's a CIA document, right? And I work for the FBI. Well, if I want to go ahead and share that information or get it declassified, I need permission from the highest authorities over at the CIA to even share it with another agency with a clearance. So declassifying it is a whole other, can of worms. So again, the reason why we're not going to see these documents, at least the real stuff that we're actually looking for, the stuff that has to do with him being a spy or being an asset or whatever, is because more than likely all that stuff is classified and multiple agencies have bits and pieces of the puzzle. The FBI just has some of the stuff, but they're not going to have everything. And the other reason why we're not going to see it is because a lot of people are probably alive. I mean, look at the Kennedy file. It took us decades to get that, and damn near everybody's dead, and we still don't have everything for it. So I'd be shocked if we actually got what we're looking for when it comes to the Epstein stuff, because multiple agencies are going to have a piece of it. People are still alive. And I would, I'd be shocked if they actually release anything to do with Epstein that would implicate Israeli intelligence, given the fact that, they make the argument that anti-Semitism is on the rise. People are starting to question our alliance with Israel. So releasing those files right now would probably be the worst thing you can fucking do. So I would be sure that that kind of came into play as well with the declassification of these documents. Obviously, Pam Bondi's a retard and made this promise early when she got in as Attorney General, like, yeah, we're going to declassify all this stuff, not knowing what was going to probably be in there, or just making false promises, wanting to get on Fox News and talk. But the reality is, I'm going to be very blunt with you guys, just from my experience dealing with classified documents, we're not going to see those for at least 50 years. 9/11 too, not going to see those either, unfortunately.
What do you think about the video that was released tonight? On the there's a video, it's up in the jumbotron, of the doorway to Epstein's cell that goes from supposedly from the time he went in until the morning time, and it shows no one going through. So it's supposed to be proof of his suicide. What do you think about that? There's a clip up there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know a lot of people like to harp on how he died or whether he was killed or not. I think I'm more interested in what he was doing when he was actually alive than who he was working for. I think that the death thing is a little bit of a deflection. And keep in mind, that comes from the Bureau of Prisons or Department. It's going to come from the DOJ, basically. So, that's what they can show, because like, oh, look, he killed himself, or he, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, I don't think that's the most important thing. I think it's obviously, a component, but I'm more interested in what he did when he was actually alive, who he worked for, what he was doing, what he was collecting information for. I do have a good idea of what he was doing. If for those that aren't familiar with Epstein, I'll quickly summarize it. Basically, what he was doing was he was compromising people in powerful positions, and he was here to basically collect technology through MIT endowments that he basically forced Bill Gates to pay on his behalf. And nobody really knows how he came into his money. We know that Lex Wexner was his main guy, which, it's always interesting how there was really never an investigation into him, or Jean Lebrun, who was the guy who basically, Jean de Luc Brun, I'm mispronouncing his name, but he was a French guy that was basically a model recruiter, that he was the guy that was responsible for finding the women for Epstein's ring. And he not only did he get of age women because Lex Wexner owned Victoria's Secret, basically this is the way the scheme worked. Epstein and his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, would show up at these parties. And when he would show up, he'd always show up with these hot models that worked for Victoria's Secret. So obviously, if you're the guy that brings women, they're like, oh, who the fuck is this guy, right? And, then they find out, oh, he's this billionaire. He has all this money. Oh, wow, okay, this guy's cool. Okay, social proof passed. And then next thing you know, hey, you should come party with me and Ghislaine. We got a jet. Come on, hang out, blah, blah, blah. Come down to West Palm Beach, house in New Mexico, house in New York City, house in France. Obviously, he's going to pass the social proof test. He shows up. Next thing you know, there's underage girls there, because what people don't know is that while he was in West Palm Beach, his main place of operations, he had a bunch of high school girls that were at a local private school nearby that, he would recruit to become masseuses. And I say that with air quotes. And, they would give these rub and tugs and masseuse stuff and everything. And these were girls like 14, 15, 16. And what he did was he would pay one like $300-$500 every time she did this. This was back in like 2006. Right? Good money for a 15-year-old, right? And then he's like, hey, do you have any girls that you know that are that same age? And these girls are like, yeah, sure. And then they would recruit their friends. And next thing you know, he has a little ring, like a little masseuse ring. And he would travel with these girls to different places all across the country. That's how the feds were able to kind of come in and take it, as a federal case, because the interstate transportation of the minors and, facilitate interstate transport. And then on top of that as well, he was doing this with underage girls and bringing people over, but that's how he would basically compromise them. And then once they were compromised, hey, I need you to do me a favor. And like Bill Gates, for example, he would have Bill Gates spend a bunch of money and give money to MIT for their technology program. And what Epstein would do was he'd be overseeing these things, because obviously he's the donor, and he would take that technology and give it back to Israeli intelligence. For anyone that isn't familiar with the way Israeli intelligence works, they're notorious, absolutely notorious, for stealing technology information from multiple different countries. It's actually one of like the backbones of their intelligence program. This is why their intelligence program is so good, is because Israelis, a lot of them some of them are Arab, some of them are white, some of them, are Ashkenazi, Sephardic, etc. So what they're able to do with the Mossad is they're able to basically go out to, in all these other countries and steal technology, and you wouldn't know because a lot of Mossad agents don't look like they're Jews or Israeli. They can literally blend in. So this is the backbone of their intelligence program. This is why they're so technically advanced. So this is what one of the things that Epstein did for them. And then back in 2006, when he actually did end up finally getting prosecuted for having this ring of young girls, he got a sweetheart deal. He basically got a state case. He was able to go to prison during the day, and he was able to go back to his nice lavish house at night. And then I think it was Alex Acosta, if I'm not mistaken, who was
That's true. He was able to go there on the. Actually, he only went on the weekend when he was in Florida.
Yeah. So the feds, the FBI,
and he had his own private wing of the prison.
Yeah. And the FBI out of West Palm Beach was actually investigating him, and they wanted to prosecute him, but the attorney.
And they passed up on a prosecution.
Yeah, it was the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida. It was Acosta. And basically, he declined the prosecution because he was told that he was intel and hands off. So, I mean, that in itself obviously is going to raise a lot of red flags. But that's basically how the Epstein ring worked. And the way he was able to meet a lot of these famous people.
Can I ask you a question? I hate to cut you off.
Yeah, let me just finish what I'm going to say, because I might answer your question here in a second with what I'm about to say. So,
I doubt it.
Yeah, that's fine. But the other thing, too, also that's important is that people say, well, how did he get around these famous people? Well, he would get invited to these parties because Ghislaine Maxwell would be at the UN talking about the oceans and conserving the oceans, whatever. So what ended up happening is she became a socialite, and she was able to meet all these powerful people at the UN.
Why are you having to explain this to us?
Okay,
You think
Jennifer.
everybody
Yeah.
in the States knows how
Holy
being
shit!
black around
Why is
Britain
this woman
works right
speaking?
now.
I'm still trying to figure out why this woman is speaking.
But you are kind of rehashing what a lot of us already
what a
know, though.
dick.
Yeah. Well.
Hold on.
Okay. Here's again. But you guys got to understand.
If you want to tie, we tied into what we're talking about tonight with the so-called release.
That's fine. But Diligent, you got to understand, bro. There's like 2,000 people in here. The speakers, cool. You guys get it. But there's thousands of people in here that don't know a lot of this information. They might not know the detail of the information and not know all the facts and circumstances that led to this.
Most of these people are my dedicated audience, and then we've covered the Epstein files ad nauseum together in these spaces with thousands of people.
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
I'm just trying to save everybody time here.
I understand that, but it significantly went up.
I had a question specifically for you, Myron, about what you said.
It significantly went up since I've come in here.
Myron, let him ask you.
It significantly went up since I've come in here, and then we got this Jennifer Lawrence woman who's speaking like rudely. I don't even know who the fuck she is.
Shut the fuck up, Myron.
Get her. Someone.
So hold on.
Can she make a sandwich for a man who's superior to her? What the fuck is going on here?
Okay. Let's just let Good Logic break it up a little bit. He did try to ask you a question a few minutes ago. I like to break this up because long monologues tend to kill the audience in spaces. Good Logic, go ahead. Ask him your question.
The listeners have been going up, but that's fine. We'll let a woman dictate how things go. See how that goes.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, come on, dude. Come on. Good Logic, go ahead.
What are you, Hamas or something? Shut the fuck up.
Who the fuck are you talking to, you fucking retard?
Listen. So we're not going to derail this, start calling names based on ideology. Like, this has nothing to do with the topic. Good Logic. Would you like to ask him a question?
Yeah, the question I wanted to ask you, Myron. Most of what you said there are things that I think anyone who's been following.
That's from you, Glitch. That's not me. That's from you, Glitch. And 3, 2, 1, go for it. Good Logic. Should be good now. Good Logic. Did we lose you?
I can't hear. Now I got it. Okay, now I got it. I'm not going to hit it. Okay, now I got it. Most of what you said there are things that I think a lot of the audience or anyone who's following the Epstein case is already aware of. I'm very curious about the part you introduced there, which is where you're able to narrow Epstein down to being either Mossad, Israeli, Jewish, or codename Tel Aviv Jaime. I'm wondering how you managed to do that and exclude CIA, FBI, MI6, or any other agencies which he reportedly had basis to have ties to. And you seem to be very, you seem to have a lot of inside information. You're talking as if, you're an expert in this area. I'm not questioning your expertise. I'm wondering, did you have direct contact with this, that that he was part of some Israeli intelligence specifically, or is it that you actually just are surmising that it's probably the Jews, and that would just be the best explanation for how he got away with this? And for some of the Jews were Svengaling the entire FBI and Acosta, and that's what was going on here. Maybe I just want you to explain that to me.
Well, interesting. I like your condescending tone of asking the question, but I'll go ahead and entertain your stupid question, no problem. Here's the thing you got to understand. CIA and Mossad work very closely together. Our foreign policy is pretty much controlled by Israelis and Jews. I mean, if you don't want to concede to that, then you're just a fucking retard at this point, honestly.
Oh, that's very
So
compelling
hold on
argument.
really quick. Hold on really quick, guys. So I looked it up because I was curious to see if there was something to that, because I had heard people talking about, okay, Epstein and Mossad, and I wanted to verify if there was actually anything
It's
to
Ghislaine
that.
Maxwell that has ties to Mossad.
Well, hold on. It was witness
Her father.
testimony in cases that where the witness was saying that Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein bragged to her that they were like working with Mossad, or he was with Mossad. And then there was another one where there was a intelligence guy who came out and also said something to the effect of Epstein having Mossad ties. So there was a couple different sources. So it's not like there's nothing to anchor that to.
Here, I'll
so
take it
I
a
would
step
just look
further,
into that.
real quick.
Millie,
Let me take
that's
it a step
correct. I
further.
covered the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. I was at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial.
Great.
There definitely was reference to the ties. There were definitely reference to the ties, the potential ties to Mossad. Supposedly, there were also references that were made, because I did a deep dive onto this 3 years ago when that trial was going on. There was also other ties related to Robert Maxwell and his potential connection to both MI6 and Mossad, and also CIA. And that's why I was asking Myron how it is that he's so definitively positive that obviously this is American
But wait a
intelligence traveling to
second.
Mossad.
No,
So that's
this
my
is
question.
David, right?
Because
This is
American
David who was just
intel
speaking.
work closely with Israeli intel. That's why. And Robert Maxwell, by the way, just so you know, was literally involved in putting Mordecai Vanunu in jail for exposing the nuclear program that Israel illegally has, okay? So that is your connection right there, my friend. He went ahead and told the Mossad to put that Mordecai Vanunu had the pictures, the 50-plus pictures of the nuclear program out in Dimona, okay? And he got put in jail for that, and Robert Maxwell was the fucking guy that did it. So that's your connection right there, and that's Ghislaine Maxwell's dad.
So the one who ratted him out as far as connections to Mossad is the one who's has his daughter working with Mossad.
Well, there's links there for sure. I wouldn't be surprised.
I just want to make sure I understood what you're saying clearly. You're saying that Robert Maxwell, because he basically exposed someone who was involved with Mossad, and ended up, you saying, going away because of some nefarious
That's not what I
activity
said.
that Mossad was doing. Well, then clarify what you're saying, because that's what it came across as. So,
yeah, no, it's
explain.
because you're not listening, because you're so triggered by what I'm saying here when I say that Israeli intelligence works alongside American intelligence, and this has been known for a very long time. It's very simple. Robert Maxwell ran a newspaper. Mordecai Vanunu went to that media company and said, look, I have pictures of Israel's illegal nuclear program. I want to go ahead and publish it with you guys. He owned that newspaper. He notified the Mossad. They kidnapped Mordecai Vanunu in Italy, and they used a honey trap female to get him there. And when they got him there, they kidnapped his ass and took him back to Israel. Okay? This guy was an asset for the Mossad. Everyone knows this. Okay? And obviously his daughter was Ghislaine Maxwell. You're telling me that there's not going to be a link there? There's a pretty solid link there.
Okay, that makes more sense, and that's more consistent with the reporting I saw. You're saying Robert Maxwell was working with the Mossad. He also was reportedly working with MI6. Am I mistaken in believing that MI6 works together with the CIA as well?
No. What the fuck?
Brock, is there any
Fuck is this
evidence that Ghislaine Maxwell's father was associated with MI6, Mossad, or any other intelligence agencies? Disregard any bias.
See, these fucking retards, guys, they just want to go ahead and argue with me. That's the fucking thing that I'm realizing. These dudes are stupid. They're not intelligent, and they just want to argue with me because they don't like me. Because I got a bigger audience than all these fucking people. Nobody knows any of these niggas, FYI. Just so you guys know. They're fucking nobodies.
Suspected by the UK Foreign Office of being a
And they're Jews.
possibly a double or triple agent, with known links to MI6, the Soviet KGB, and Israel's Mossad. His mysterious death in 1991, falling off his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, sparked speculation, with some, like Seymour Hersh in his 1991 book, The Samson Option, claiming he was a Mossad asset. Israel's then Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, speaking at Maxwell's state funeral in Israel, attended by every major Israeli intelligence figure, said he did more for Israel than can today be said, hinting at deep ties. A 1991 book by Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon.
Yeah, I'm leaving that shit. All right. I don't give a fuck. They're a bunch of nobodies. Like I said, their views went up significantly when I was in there. So I'm just going to leave because I don't know who they let women run their space. That's fucking retarded. Yeah, when I joined, it was like around 2, and then it went up like 500 or 600 just off that. But okay, I'm out. They're fucking retards. Let's see here. Where were we? I cooked them niggas, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell? Somebody said, what? Guys, do you not realize this is all I do is shit on people on Twitter Spaces when it comes to debates on Israel? It's an indefensible position, chat. It's an indefensible position. I'm not going to sit there as they fucking ask Grok a million questions and confirm what I literally just said. Like, what the fuck? Oh, well, how do you know he was the CIA asset? What does that matter? The Israeli and the American intelligence, they literally work together. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Again, oh, is it the Jews? Yeah, it is actually. Fucking dumbass.
Fatality.
It is. I can explain why it's the Jews. I can explain it in a nice, concise manner, but fucking retards, man. Holy shit. And then this woman, Jennifer, this chick is clearly, who's this chick? This bitch is clearly, what is this? She follows me? What the fuck is wrong with these whores? Why would you talk shit and follow me? That's weird. What the fuck, man? These bitches are stupid. Let me guess, she's a MAGA retard. She's got to be a MAGA retard. Oh, oh, of course. Of course. For those of you that don't know. Ah, man. Nigga. No wonder. Am I vindicated or what, niggas? Am I vindicated or what, motherfuckers? Holy shit. Bro, every single fucking time. Of course these motherfuckers gotta come in. Hey, bro, is it the Jews? Oh, is it them? Yeah, it fucking is. Every time. Holy shit. No wonder she's so fucking mad. She worked for fucking Breitbart, man. Yo. Yo, literally, bro. I can't tell you guys how many times I go in these spaces, and it's basically them just saying, stop noticing, Myron. Stop noticing, Myron. Do you guys see now how our country's fucking occupied? Do you get it yet? Huh? This is why I got demonetized on YouTube for noticing this shit. This is why. Oh my God, bro. Bruh. These niggas are the worst, man. But now you guys see what it is, man. You guys literally see what it is. Of course this dumb bitch is going to say something. I'm shitting on her bosses. She's been on here since 2009. Got 81K. That's funny. That's funny, bro. Anyway, bruh, this shit is starting to get wild, man. All right, niggas, what do you guys want? Oh, actually, matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? Bro, yo, you can't make this shit up, bro. You literally can't make this shit up, bro. All right. I'm going to... Yeah, I'm about to go back in there and roast this bitch.
Understand that.
It's
I know what you're
possible
talking about.
that a broken clock strikes right twice
I mean,
a day.
Millie, I'm not going to knock
We
that
should
because
not,
we've all seen it.
right?
We've all seen it. I agree.
Just
but
because
it's just
something that
frustrating.
the people from the Jews crowd said happened to have actually kind of checked out here doesn't mean that everything they say is true or accurate.
All of the people
We can look
DMing
at
me saying
things.
that for all the I'm hosting this space, but I'm definitely going to vet you after the space. And so unless somebody else wants to take over that and we can do it during the space, but it's already getting so late, I would rather go ahead, Jay.
I was just gonna jump in and say hey to everyone. Trying to support your space. I saw Chad in here, and I saw somebody else in here. So just throwing out a little love. And I appreciate the invite to speak. If you guys are not following the host and the co-host, please make sure you do that and repost the space, man. Much love. It's a good conversation, and you can drop
How
me down.
much did Diligent pay you to say that, Jay? I'll double it for you to trash him.
I hear you. I remember the first time I was gay. But yeah, no. Yeah.
Chat, who was talking shit? Tell me who was talking shit so I can start roasting these niggas right now. Do it. George Santos call me a bitch? All right.
Such a good, quick, easy comeback. I loved it. That was so good. That was so good.
Hey, I got something to say. I find it interesting that, you know, people were criticizing some of the information I was providing, which was all factually correct. And idiots like Jennifer Lawrence, who used to work for Breitbart News, Jew-controlled, and then George Santos is a...
idiot.
Who gives a
not
fuck? It doesn't
Breitbart.
matter. You work for a Jewish company. Anyway, and then George Santos is a cocksucking scammer.
Is that all you know, Myron?
Yeah, anyway. So, hold on. I'm done with you, woman. I'm done with you, woman. And then we got George Santos, who's a cocksucking fucking
All
fraudster.
of you at once, okay?
Myron, you need new material. Like, you need new material.
Bro, you are literally a cocksucking felon. What are you talking about? You are a cocksucking felon fraudster. Cocksucking felon fraudster. You are an L. Jennifer Lawrence works for Breitbart fucking News, aka
I don't
Jew
work
News.
for Breitbart
Oh no,
News.
you got
can't
fired by the
read,
Jews.
you
My
fucking
bad.
Retard.
No wonder
the
you
only
cover for
retard
them.
on the stage is
That's
the one
why you
talking.
cover for the dreidel spinners, you fucking dumb slut. You should be making a sandwich superior to
All right. So as entertaining as much as I need the energy on a Sunday night after I've been awake for like 30 hours doing spaces, this is the kind of entertaining. I need you to dial it back because I have 2,300 people in here.
I'm trying to figure out why she's not in the
Who are
kitchen.
not used to listening to this shit. I moderate it a little bit, bro. Just dial it down just a little bit. You can get spicy. You can talk shit.
Jews.
But
Okay.
like,
One question for Jennifer Lawrence, and since we're not going to talk about Jews, let me ask you this: why are you not in the kitchen making a sandwich for a man superior to you? Why not?
Dude, you're the
For a
most
man
ignorant-
superior
it's a
to
good question, Jennifer. It's a good question.
Because I already made my husband a sandwich, you dumb fuck.
Oh, you're married?
You're one of the
That's
most
incredible.
ignorant people I've ever heard in a space, bro. Like, I don't even know who the fuck you are, but dude,
Jay, nobody knows who you are. You're on an Anon account. Shut the fuck up. You're on an Anon account. Nobody cares who the fuck you are. You're nobody. Shut the fuck up.
No,
You're simping for this
speak
bitch.
for yourself, Myron.
You're simping
Stop
for this
speaking
whore
for the room.
that will
You're
never
stop-
suck
oh,
your
I'm a
dick.
sim- oh, I'm a
She will
whore.
never
You
suck
know
your
what?
dick.
Okay. So this
This
is just
reflects more on you than it does me, sweetie.
it's not
so
even
keep talking.
it's not even entertaining because it's
Okay,
how that's how rough
everybody.
it is. So yeah, it's not even entertaining. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna dial it back. We're gonna bring it back into the subject of Epstein, and not just outright attacks. Right? Like I could do that on a different time, but we have too many people in here. It's too serious of a topic. Myron, if you want to bring it back to that, but the ad hominem attacks is not usually how I roll. unless you know.
Well, they were talking
that's
shit when
what
I
like
left.
it.
I was being polite, just
Well, they
speaking what I had to
they
say.
Were, they listen.
I wasn't
actually,
insulting them. They insulted me first.
You are not being polite.
Problem is
Is that all you had?
hold on, hold on.
So I can't. So all right, Myron,
You
come
can
on back.
feed
when
it
you-
Let's fucking go, niggas. Let's go. They can't stop us. These niggas can't stop us, these fucking losers. George Santos, the fucking loser-ass felon. He's gonna like it in jail. I'll tell you that. Fucking Cook, man. These niggas can't stop me. Yeah, you were right. The Grok was saying things that were right about you. I know. I've been studying these niggas, bro. I know. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. Yo, you guys better join the OSS because I'm probably going to get banned. I'm going to take this video down. I'll be honest with y'all niggas. I'm going to 100% have to take this video down, just so you guys know. Definitely going to have to take this shit down off YouTube. So you guys got to like the video right now. Smash the like. Well, actually, it don't even matter if you like the shit. Just join the OSS, niggas. I'm running my ad right now. Because we definitely going to have to be sponsoring ourselves after this one, nigga. God damn. Nobody else keeps the only thing I ask, especially for my YouTube viewers, is for you guys to join OSS. We just passed 1,500 active supporters. I want to say thank you guys so much for the OSS. As you guys know, the OSS is my community. Starting in July, we're going to start adding in some perks. We got a Discord that we're working on, a Telegram group. Also, giving you guys merch discounts. You can call into the debrief show. I'm going to take in calls $4 to join. I'm running a sale right now for you guys. Or you can jump in for the year at $75. Basically, this is how I offset the fact that YouTube is absolutely robbing me blind because I know that they still run ads on my shit. The goal is 10,000 strong for us to fight back against the censorship of YouTube. That's how you really support me, support the mission. It allows me to continue to do these super long streams for you guys. A lot of people tell me, hey, Myron, like, you shouldn't even be streaming on YouTube anymore. You should be streaming on Rumble and Kick only. But I'll take the financial hit to reach more people, especially on YouTube where people don't talk about this shit. Hey, man. You niggas better join because, yo, I can't be doing shit like that on YouTube, bro. I'm still on stream on this bitch, too. But whatever, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. We got to fucking tell these dumbass motherfuckers. Bro, guys, I was literally, like, they started talking shit to me. I didn't start. What the fuck? But I will finish it, goddammit. Falcon punch! Bro, there's nothing that pisses me off more than women that talk in space. Like, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares what you got to say, bitch. You work for Breitbart. What the fuck? Come on, man. Breitbart. I don't give a fuck. It's actually pronounced. I don't give a fuck, bitch. Falcon punch. Nobody cares how it's fucking pronounced. Like anybody fucking cares about Brett. Nobody watches that bullshit anyway, man. Conservative media's cooked now. Me, Nick, Candace, we're taking over, bro. You fucking Jews, man. Nobody cares no more what y'all niggas gotta say. Get the fuck up out of here, bro. Okay? The Israeli Wire, the Blazenstein media. Okay? You niggas are cooked, bro. Breitbart. AKA Israeli Bart. Nobody watches you niggas no more. You guys don't tell the truth, man. Get the fuck up out of here with that bullshit. You draining, bro. All right. Okay, what are we going to do here? We're going to cover, what's next? I was actually going to show you guys a clip of, yeah, there's an annual promo code. It's JFK 911. Funny, huh? JFK 911 is the annual code. Them Boys 911 is the monthly. So, yeah. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, man, the noticing is here, bro. The noticing is here, and they can't stand it no more. Too much noticing. Wow! Gotta cut them off. Someone said stop using the N-word so loosely. Shut the fuck up, monkey. The fuck? You think I don't got time? I got energy for you dumbass niggas too. You fucking welfare warrior. Shut the fuck up. You think I'm gonna make fun of these dreidel spinners and not cook you too? Shut the fuck up. You don't use the N-word so loosely. Shut the fuck up, you monkey. Holy shit, y'all niggas pissed me off. You NBA YoungBoy fan, get the fuck up out of here, man. Holy shit. Snap Savior, EBT fucking EBT entrepreneur, watermelon warrior, fried chicken connoisseur. I got jokes for you niggas for days too. Get the fuck up out of here with that bullshit. Do-rag Dan, do-rag Aquarius. Holy shit, man. I got more jokes for blacks than Jews, man. You don't want to go down this road, bro. Stupid ass nigga. Bro, don't use the N-word so loosely. Shut the fuck up, monkey. What the fuck? I'm Frieza to you dumbass niggas, bro. I'm your worst nightmare. I'm a job application. The fuck you talking about, man? I'm fucking child support. I'm a belt. I'm fucking proper English. I'm hooked on phonics, nigga. Watermelon felon. Get the fuck up out of here, man. I'll cook you niggas all day, bro. You probably playing some little baby right now. Wonder why you got a baby. When you ain't got no money for the little baby. If you know what I'm saying, you fucking bum. Fucking out here playing a dice game like this with your fucking scammed ass dice. Trying to get your last $10 so you get some Pampers, nigga. The fuck up out of here, you bum. Talking shit to me, man. You trying to buy a Hellcat right now as we speak with a 420 credit score. Hey, bruh. Trying to get this Hellcat. Dealer look at you, start laughing. He a Jewish nigga. Well, oy vey, I could get you a deal, but it's gonna be high interest. And then your dumb monkey ass, okay, I'll take it. I want the Hellcat, I want the bitches to see me. It's gonna be 50% interest. Okay. Nigga give you the contract. You look at that shit. Just write your name right there, Aquarius. Your dumbass. How do I spell Aquarius? Sign that shit. Sign your life away. Get that fucking car. You don't make payments for 3 months. You dumbass. Repo nigga start looking for your shit. You can't even park the fucking car at your house no more, nigga. You gotta park that shit at your second baby mama house? Hey, yo, Sneako. Look, these repo niggas, they're trying to find my car. I just need to leave it here for a little bit till I get some of my money up. Okay? Do a little bit of trapping, some dice. You know, I got some new dice I could use. I just need it here for a second. Nigga! Your baby hungry. Haven't had diapers in 3 months. And you got this fucking car. Come on, man. Please, please. Let me just keep it here, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Aquarius! Please. I'll lick your pussy. Okay. Your dumbass go off. Turn to Goku. You go try to get a job. Nigga give you the job application. Start itching. Oh, God. Ah, job application. Fuck. You're reading the terms of employment. Must show up on time. Must put the fries in the bag. You're like, oh, shit. You barely reading that shit. You sounding out the words. Tire? Belt? No, Sneakers? You could barely read that fucking job application. You itching this shit? Oh, damn, a real job. Fuck. You sign that shit anyway? You show up for your first day of work? Nigga show up like me? Hey, just put the fries in the bag, nigga. Hey, what the fuck? This tether trying to tell me to put the fries in the bag? Ah! You spaz out. You get all mad. I'm a foundationally black American. Ah! You get all angry and shit. After me, some Haitian nigga come in. Put the fries in the bag, nigga. Ah! Some African nigga shows up from fucking Nigeria. Just put the fries in the bag. Yeah! You go home, you mad as hell. You punch in the air after the first day of work. All this so you can keep your shitty ass fucking Hellcat. You mad as hell. You had 5 tether niggas tell you to put the fries in the bag in different accents. You mad as fuck. You turn on the Tariq Nasheed stream. Hey man, ain't no wrong being a broke ass nigga. You foundationally black. Your forefathers picked the cotton so these tethers could come over here. No wrong being a brokey. Yeah, we built this culture. You sitting there, yeah, he right. Yeah, he right. Yeah, he right. I am an FBA. Yeah, he right. Yeah. Then you turn on some fucking monkey Umar Johnson. You gotta treasure that black woman, you dumbass. Trying to write what he's saying down. Can't even write it. Throw the fucking notepad away anyway. You get all excited. You start getting on Twitter. You commented on my shit. Look at it, tether. You can't spell though, so niggas gotta help you out. You gotta ask the fucking your second baby mama that hides her hell count. Hey, how do I type tether? T. She in another room with the baby crying. Ah! Your dumb ass sitting there on Twitter. You sitting in the corner of the fucking house because it's the only place your broke ass got internet. Ugh. Hey, Shaniqua, how do I spell tether? She's screaming from the other side while the baby cries. Ah! Oh, T. T. E. E. T. T. H. H. E. E. R. Bitch, who you talking to, R? Ah, the grass. Or, you ain't even know that shit was a letter? You thinking she talking shit to you? Falcon punch. Stupid ass nigga never fucking learned his ABCs. Get the fuck up out of here, man. Anyway, I'm done frying this nigga, bro. I'm done frying this goddamn. Bro, I got these jokes all day for you monkeys, man. Okay? You niggas want to talk about, oh, go back to your country, Sudan. Nigga, I came to your country and did better than you. What the fuck you talking about? How does it feel to know that my dad came from war-torn, fucked up Sudan, came here, didn't know the language, didn't have the citizenship, figured it out, now I'm making 100K per year. Why your dumb monkey ass can't even get a Hellcat? Who taking the L, nigga? Oh, you are. How'd a tether come here and tether better than you? The fuck up out of here, man, you dumbass niggas. I'm a foundationally black American. So what? So what? You're a foundationally black retard too. How about that one? How you been here 7 generations, you still poor, nigga? Fuck up out of here. Huh? Named Dontavius, but you don't work. You got don't in your name and you don't work too. Get the fuck out of here, man. You fucking monkeys. I cook you niggas, bro. The reason why you guys hate me is you can't beat me, bro. How you been here for 8 generations with $8 in your fucking bank account? That make no sense. Falcon punch. What the fuck? 8 generations with $8 in your fucking bank account, man. Get the fuck up out of here, bro. Holy. You niggas are an embarrassment. You niggas are an embarrassment. You sitting there watching Tariq Nasheed. Oh, he's the savior. Not knowing his wife, one of them boys. Dr. Umar Johnson, oh, I'm building a school. Nigga, school ain't been around for decades. That's your king? That's your king? Man. All right, bro. Hey, man. I'd rather be a tether in that case. Just call me the tether. Hey, man. I'll tell you this. I'm tethering better than you niggas, though. I've tethered to American society and did a lot better than you. You've been tethered here for decades. You still poor. How does that make sense? What the fuck? You don't know about my struggle. Shut up, motherfucker. All right. Anyway. Where were we? Yo, I'm on fire tonight, man. I'm on fire tonight, man. Good audio, bad audio. You niggas are getting this work, bro. Okay? Anyway. Let's see here. Now you guys see why we got the OSS, because I can't be doing this shit, bro. Niggas, I can't. I'll get banned everywhere. Okay. King Abdul says, hey, Myron, you funny as hell, man. You would never get Dr. Umar Johnson debating with iconic clarity. We offered him. He said no. He declined. He didn't want to come on our show. Myron, please go roast that penny pincher bitch again. She needs some more. Bro, they won't let me talk, bro. Win Myron, fuck Death Magnetic in the chat. I don't know who Death Magnetic is. All right. I know. I'm going to fix my soundboard, bro. Got my OSS gear. Let's go. Yeah, you niggas better get this shit. Oh, yeah. Bro, merch is live, by the way. Merch is live, ninjas. Merch is live. This is why I support Catman. Appreciate that. Yeah, bro. Who knows how much longer I'm going to be on here after shit like that. Interesting, Steady Mac. And you said Diligent is fake too? Okay. Well, bro, a lot of these Twitter niggas are losers, bro. To be honest. Like, they don't have a real audience or anything like that, so it is what it is. These dudes should be honored that I even go in their spaces, to be honest with y'all. Like, this is why, honestly, I'm like the only nigga with like a platform that like goes in these spaces and talks. Bro, other people never do that because, I don't know, they just don't want to grind, I guess, or they don't want to fucking be called out. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'll sit there and debate with any of these fucking losers. All right, Myron, you the GOAT, bro. Fuck that penny pincher bitch. Yeah, I know she a retard. Fuck yeah, Myron. Yo, bro, you know it, man. Bro, she crying in the corner right now. Let's fucking go, bro. You know she is. I love Myron just throws a grenade and watches them rage. Yeah, I know. Myron, don't forget that Epstein had landed from Israel when he was arrested. Oh, shit, I didn't know that. My nigga Myron still undefeated. Fuck them Jays. You know it, bro. Ex-occupied, all tech is. It definitely is. Freeology, yo. She was talking like she knew who you were. Bro, I don't know who that bitch is. That was a suspect. Very subversive combo. I know, bro. Dumbasses cut you off, then ask you questions, bro. Annoying. This is why a lot of people don't go in random Twitter's raids, bro. I'm like one of the only niggas that does it. I'm telling you, man. My bad if you didn't, but I think you missed my chat from a few hours ago. Bro, that shit might have got lost. OSS merch is out. Go get you some war gear, ninjas. Absolutely, bro. Okay, I think I caught up. Owen Rojas. Shout out to your lawyer from Bradenton, Sarasota, who lost their son. Stand your ground. Prayers to their family. Yeah, that wasn't even a stand your ground. That was just fucking straight up murder, bro. Dude fabricated that whole story, that piece of shit. So. Yeah. So, all right, let's see what else is going on here. Okay, Mario has a space on... You guys want me to join in this space right here? It looks like Mario's having a space. Bro, I'm going to end up repeating the same shit over about Epstein. I don't really want to do that shit. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you guys vote. OSS niggas, what do you guys want? You guys want me to go in this space or no? The other thing I have here, I was going to cover the Hunter's Game. This covers serial killer Robert Hansen, since we didn't get to do this the other night. Marlon, I've been working and behind on OSS. Is it like a Patreon? Yeah, it's basically my community, bro. How you support the mission. It's pinned at the top, bro. NV Rob. Jump in there, bro. Only $4 for for the first month and then $10 after that. Crazy deal. Oh, Wayne, thank you for supporting, bro. You're in Brickell too, I see. Make sure you're in OSS, bro. If you're in OSS, then stop me, nigga. Say what up. How about that? You say you don't want to be weird? Join the OSS, then stop me. Then you're a real G, my friend. Okay, let's see here. IDF soldiers. All right, this is what I'll do. I'll join it real quick for you guys. I'm going to run downstairs, though. I'll let you guys listen. I'm going to run downstairs, though, and see if I can get this mixer. All right? This fucking George fucking Gatos is in there. Fucking loser. I could roast him again. Bro, this is the nigga that's talking shit to me, bro. This fucking weirdo right here. Nigga, you are a criminal. This fucking loser right here. Convicted felon. So why do you guys think I was roasting him so hard? This nigga got arrested by the FBI for fraud, bro. Bro, dude stole a bunch of money. Falls by a louder... Yeah, at various points in his career, he claimed to be Jewish. Bruh. Oh, man.
Welcome, punch.
Cooked. All right, we'll join in here and listen to see what these niggas are saying.
Brave enough to speak up. She was willing to go out there and name names. And Prince Andrew, you know, basically got off.
Let's see if they give me a mic, chat. We'll see. We'll see if I get one, chat.
All right, let's go to Clint and then Alex. Clint, tell us your thoughts today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked to hear anybody trying to portray this as a conspiracy theory on the level of Pizzagate. The evidence for this one is particularly high. I mean, you also have to consider the fact that you have I think it was the age girl who met with Epstein 36 times from 2013 to 2017 after he had already been convicted of trafficking. So overall, I mean, to believe that there's no list here, to believe that there's no there is just beyond the pale. For AG Bondi also said that this was a national security concern, and that's why it was taking so long. She said she had a list on her desk and she was reviewing it. She said there was thousands of hours of Epstein with victims. So there's a lot of evidence to go through. So for them to say that there's nobody else to prosecute is just a fucking lie.
Well, this is a difficult. And tomorrow, we should note that the president's schedule has a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu and a state dinner or a dinner that evening as well. So there's some interesting things that might come. Some questions that the press will put to him on these sort of things. It reaches so far. It's so crazy, and you realize, for example, that even just Ghislaine Maxwell, that her father and his history. I mean, it's a crazy conspiracy movie that'll be written 12 different ways within the next 20 years.
I just want to be very clear, though, to frame it as just a conspiracy movie and not an actual conspiracy, I think is the mistake here. I mean, we have
I agree, Clint.
we have mountains of evidence that Maxwell and Epstein were tied to Israeli intelligence. I think, given the fact that they were running the operation out of America, and you have American DAs who saying, you know, basically go easy on this guy. He's connected to intelligence. That tells you that the FBI and the CIA were in on the operation. Whether or not they were running it, I don't know. But yes, her father being, you know, a very, very well-known Mossad agent. Then you have, I just want to really emphasize.
Guys, don't bring this back around to the Jews did it again. That's where it all comes back. My friends told me, Justin, when you go on the spaces, immediately someone's going to blame the Jews on this thing.
There's a book written about it that documents his history, the fact that he was buried in Israel.
He was a crook and a politician. I mean, it's that simple.
Robert Maxwell. Okay, if you want to make it sound like that, I think that you're protesting a little bit too much here. But there's just so much evidence that this was an intelligence operation, and ultimately, I think that's the reason that we don't have answers. I think that's the reason for the cover-up, is that this was an intelligence operation to formulate blackmail on the rich and powerful.
Then why the pomp?
Can you give me a case, Clint, of somewhere where this is given some? If this was done by dozens of individuals, right? Then show me the evidence where there was a single case that brought. I mean, I just think we're.
Hold on, chat. It was glitching out. Twitter has a lot of problems on the web base. Let me try to fix this shit, bro. Let me join back in again.
I mean, I just think we're reaching on some of this
Justin,
stuff.
The evidence is that there's videotapes that the head of the DA, excuse me, the AG of the United States, as well as the FBI has talked about. You have
Bondi.
prosecutions.
We're talking about
that
Bondi,
happen.
whose credibility is in the tank right now.
Yeah, well, the reason that it's in the tank is because she told too much of the truth, as far as I'm concerned. But you also have reports, even if you want to go away from the government, that they had, safes and surveillance systems all throughout Epstein's properties, not just on the islands, but also in New York. Mid-90s, you had the cops looking the other way, you had the AGs looking the other way, you had intelligence agencies looking the other way. Why? You tell me, Justin. Why did he get away with it?
The absolute f-ups that are involved in this thing across the board, like Bill Barr said, I can't blame anyone for going those conspiracy theories deep down there. But I thought between Bondi, between Kash Patel, between Dan Bongino, that any three of them, and especially President Trump, would have come out and said, yeah, we've got the goods, right? And they alluded to it, but in the end, they've all come out and said, there's nothing there. They've all come out and said that now. So I don't know. I mean, either
why?
they're all duped, or
no, they're not duped. That's
Somebody's
not the
getting
point.
paid off, though.
So you're accusing of Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino, and President Trump of being.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying someone somewhere is getting paid off to make shit disappear. That's how I feel at this point.
Which person, and wouldn't it be a huge conspiracy, George?
Sure, but our government, how many conspiracies have been proven right now at this point, Sarah?
I don't know. You tell us.
The conspiracy that you're a fraudster. I think that conspiracy got proven that you're a fraudster.
Let me finish one last point, and then I'll shut up. I just want to really emphasize what I already said. The former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert, who was also very high up in the IDF and also in Israeli intelligence, met with Epstein after he was already convicted of abusing children 36 times from 2013 to 2017, while we know he was continuing to run these operations. I'm sorry, but that is as close to a smoking gun as we're probably going to get until we get an AG or an FBI or a CIA or anybody who actually wants to bring justice to the American people.
Yeah, can I speak on this real quick? Because people want to complain and say, oh, it's the Jews. Well, let's just be honest here. And, we don't have to go ahead and say it's the Jews, but let's go ahead and just identify some consistencies. I find it interesting that Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi are all hardcore Zionists. Bongino, when asked about Israel, he said, oh, it's one of the nearest. Hold on, dude. No. I'm just making connections here, okay? Because the thing is that you want to sit there and put your head in the sand. Excuse me?
You're making dispersions.
Okay, can you give me a second so I can explain before you put you want to put your head in the sand and not, understand the truth. But the reality is, it's very simple. Everybody knows that Epstein was an intelligence asset. When he got arrested, he was coming back from Israel, okay? His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, her dad, Robert Maxwell, literally was a guy that stopped he tried to stop the Israeli nuclear program from getting exposed by a guy named Mordecai Vanunu. So that's a very deep tie with Mossad right there and there. And then you're telling me that this guy who was a billionaire out of nowhere from Les Wexner, another hardcore Zionist who was his backer, and then he was going ahead and showing up at these parties and compromising all these powerful people, and then he was blackmailing Bill Gates to basically give a bunch of money over to MIT so he could do what? So he could collect information for technology. It's very well known that Epstein was an asset. We know this from Acosta, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, when the feds tried to prosecute him. I was told to lay off that he's intelligence. Intelligence for whom? Okay? So there's a bunch of things here that, raise a red flag that would make you say, okay, if this guy was an asset for any other country, Would he have been able to get this kind of cover? The answer is no. How does he get a sweetheart deal back in like 2006 or 2007 where he's going to jail during the day and then he's able to go home at night? Nobody else gets a deal like that.
2025 DOJ FBI specifically states no credible evidence is found. FBI Director Kash Patel, quote, if Epstein was working for intelligence, I've seen no evidence of it. If there was, believe me, you'd know by now.
So here's the thing for you, Justin. So Justin, let me tell you something, okay?
So he's lying.
Yeah. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. I
do want to let you make your point, Myron, and then I want to move on from this.
Okay, well, I'm the only person that actually used to be a special agent here and understands how classified information works. So let me go ahead and talk about this real quick, okay? I've worked with the FBI. George, your friends actually, the FBI. Aren't they going to put you in jail anyway? So back to what I was saying. I actually used to be a special agent doing these types of things, and you got to understand that when it comes to high side stuff, classified stuff, they're not going to talk about that stuff. Someone like Epstein, who is an intelligence asset, there's going to be a classified file for him over at the FBI, over at the CIA, over at the NSA, over at the DIA. Every intelligence agency is more than likely going to have a file on him, okay? There's like 30 plus intelligence components in the IC. So here's the thing. Are they going to be able to go ahead and get all the information from all the different agencies? Well, the FBI is going to have a file, but are they going to be able to get the CIA stuff? The FBI is only responsible for what they have. And to be honest with you, they're probably not going to give it to you anyway, because guess what? A lot of the people that are involved, they're alive. It would compromise a lot of problems. And then guess what? A lot of people don't like Israel right now. So right now, declassifying anything to do with Epstein and his intelligence asset capabilities would be absolutely detrimental to Israel's national security. So of course they're not going to put that out. So before you sit here and think like, oh, bro, it's the Jews. It is the fucking Jews. I could go ahead and explain for you.
There it is, Myron.
Get your head out the sand, dude. Get your head out the sand.
Muting.
Okay, we're muting to Israel's national security. So of course they're not going to put that out. Okay. So before you sit here and think like, oh, bro, this guy's a fucking pussy.
And just so we're clear, folks. Muting. And just so we're clear, folks.
I don't know why it's echoing.
In
chat.
2017, it's U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta. He was being vetted for the labor secretary role, and he allegedly told a Trump transition team member that he was told to back off of Epstein because he belonged to intelligence. The quote comes secondhand from a 2019 Daily Beast report, never been substantiated by Acosta himself or any other official document. Just so we're clear, okay? Now, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm just saying the evidence that's being thrown out here.
He muted me and he fucking took me off. Pussy.
Yeah, exactly.
They're a credible news source, George, just like Fox News, right? So, Alex,
I will take that these days.
Yeah, these people are insufferable. Okay, look at that. Space dropped what, 600 or 700 since I left, bro. These niggas are losers. I'll jump in here real quick for you guys. I'm gonna go downstairs though, because I really do want to go downstairs.
Crazy ass world, like just building the algorithm for artificial.
Here, I'll let you guys listen to Twitter Space. I'm gonna run downstairs though. I've been saying I'm gonna do this. I got to do it. Let me do it real quick. I'll turn this on for you guys. I'll be right back, ninjas.
For JD Vance via Peter Thiel, and I mean that's where.
Give me one sec. I'm gonna see if the other mixer's there.
Just the world is going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and we're just on this app with 3 hours sleep a night talking about this Hollywood movie. That if it wasn't so sick that there was like a real world genocide and pedophilia and shit like that, like it would be laughable. But we're actually like in the weird of like the biggest crimes against humanity discussing it on this app.
Yeah, thanks for that, Simon. Let's go to Jared. Jump in.
Yeah. Well, Simon, not for me, because either X or Grok is kicking my ass. Because every time I want to speak, I keep getting booted out of the app. I swear to God. But Casey, I share the same frustration as you do, and I appreciate that all of us are not making this a left or right stimulation. And by the way, guys, there is an ongoing, and I'm just going to say it because I've been space jumping. You guys know me. There's an ongoing space tonight who are making excuses and who are trying to say that Donald Trump is not a part of this, and that Pam Bondi doesn't know what the hell she means when she went on the airwaves and said that she has all of these. This is crazy, you guys, right? And we are literally on X tonight as all of this breaks, right? Like we deserve to give ourselves a pat on the back as people are making and are not showing any type of discernment or anything, and are trying to say that Donald Trump or Pam Bondi may have accidentally said, I mean, even a former congressman who I consider a friend of mine is making excuses tonight for the sitting president and basically Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And here's my thing, right? If you are truly a boss, Mr. Trump, and if you have this blonde white girl going on Fox News and saying that, right, we're talking about child sex crimes, right? So we should be very mindful of what we're talking about. And by the way, remember, guys, Pam Bondi was heavily scrutinized, right? Because you had the MAGA people saying they wanted Matt Gaetz. Remember that? We can't forget about these things, right? They wanted Matt Gaetz, and Matt Gaetz was supposed to be Attorney General, and then Pam Bondi became Attorney General because it didn't work out with Matt Gaetz, and she was the person that was supposed to drop everything. No, this is not Pam Bondi, right? I'm not just gonna blame her. Yes, she should have never told fiction to us, right? And told and you know, described the big leap from papers on her desk to I don't know what the fuck is going on at the DOJ. I mean, that seems like that's the big topic right now, and we know who this is coming from. I want to jump on something because someone asked a question earlier if Elon Musk is somehow infiltrated in this madness with Epstein at all. I look at it like this, right? You're a little fish, Elon Musk, but you have been very close to Donald Trump through the last few months, right? And it seems like when they get irritated at each other, Elon Musk drops a bomb and says that Donald Trump is a part of the Epstein files. And at first I'm like, really? Or is this just, you're just mad at your little friend? Like what? We get mad at each other now and just like starts, I mean, there's just little things. And I think that's a lot of people are, Casey, you said that you didn't want to vote next, like we should all just boycott America's elections. I don't know about that, but it's disgusting. And quite frankly, a lot of the people who are still defending it, and guys, have you guys seen your feeds tonight? The people who were at the White House just 4 months ago have the gall to be on X tonight commenting about this, right? When they had the 4-inch binders outside of the White House, right? And then they went like, and then they're like in Pennsylvania and Virginia trying to win elections and stuff. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is like, it's a Hollywood movie. I don't know if it's a Dr. Phil show. I can't describe it, but a lot of this stuff is just not sitting right with me. And I mean, the headline really should be Sulaiman, the pedophiles got off scot-free. That should be the headline.
Yeah, golden point. Another question I got for you, Jared, before I bring in Device and see what he's got to say, is what I'm seeing is a lot of pro-Musk people actually attacking Trump. So like Doge's designer, you would say, is like probably one of Elon's close friends, someone who promotes Elon, and Elon retweets him all the time. They met each other. And even he posted something along the lines of attacking Trump about the Epstein files. Is this another example of how the line's been drawn, and maybe Musk may have some kind of hidden hand behind this without us knowing? Jared, what do you think?
What was the question, Sully? I didn't even hear you.
Yeah, I was asking that. Well, I'm seeing a lot of Elon fans actually attacking Trump on this and exposing this point, such as Doge Designer, who is Elon's friend. He retweets Elon all the time. Elon retweets him all the time. They met each other very close. He's like basically Elon's mouthpiece on X. So he wrote, "Do you believe that Epstein committed suicide?" Then he wrote, "Remember when Pat Bondi claimed that Epstein client list was sitting on her desk for review, and today suddenly there is no client list." So they've all jumped on the bandwagon and actually attacking the Trump administration about this. So does this does this give another example of how the lines are drawn between Elon and Trump, and maybe even Elon might be behind this in a hidden manner? What do you think, Jared?
I think, and you know, my mind's just been changing because like I've always been like a critic of conspiracy theories, and like sometimes I'm just like regretful of like shaming like when like. But anyways, to your question,
As you should. You should feel embarrassed about that.
Jared, all you gotta
thanks,
know
Maeve.
is listen, when you call people conspiracy theorists, just realize now that they are just ahead of the curve.
Well, Sully, you know my opinion that the people who are still claiming the election was rigged in 2020, they are still conspiracy theorists. But that's the only exception. But to your question, I mean,
hey, don't attack Miz.
Elon Musk. Well, she's not really a Trump person anyway, so. But anyways, to your question, if Elon Musk is behind this hidden agenda of what we've been seeing the last 5 weeks, very possible. Niggas. Very possible. Like if I flipped a coin right now, if it.
All right, chat. So I'm here. We're gonna install this shit, and then we're gonna redo it. I told you guys, man. This is what the OSS goes towards, man. The OSS goes towards making the show better. I told you I don't fuck around when it comes to this stuff, man. So I'm gonna leave this space real quick, and we're gonna I'll go ahead and do a live install for you niggas right here. So, all right. So I got it right here. This is a Rodecaster Pro. Good mixer, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go ahead and just run everything through this thing for now. And then I'll go ahead and do the more advanced setup with Bill tomorrow. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and just like put this shit in now. And hopefully that should fix the audio with the sound effects and shit like that. Hopefully. We'll see what happens. I don't fucking know. But we'll do this shit. We'll go on this adventure together, niggas. We'll see what happens. And if I don't master it today, Bills will definitely master it tomorrow. But yeah, this is a very simple mixer to use, guys. And like I told you, man, I literally invest right back into the fucking studio every time. You guys know this. Shit, what the fuck? Shit. All right, so this is the unboxing. This is what it looks like for all you guys. Shout out to you, Noodle. Thank you for the 5 gifted. So yeah. Comes in a box, right? This is the product right here. Okay. And it comes with some wires and shit, which we're gonna go ahead and get. And the thing is, I had a Rodecaster Pro before. But this shit fucking it fucked up before. I don't know what the hell happened. Okay. Let me what I'll do is I won't unplug the mic until the last second. But what I'll do is I'm gonna connect the mixer first. Where the hell's the wires? Oh. What is this fancy ass packaging and shit? All right, so here you go. Here's the USB cable. It's a USB-C with the power cable right here. What? Interesting. Oh, I think this is when I connect to the computer. Okay. Plug. Okay. And the power cord is here. So basically, this is what comes in the box, guys. A lot of packaging and shit. But yeah, you got the power cord right here. You got the power bank right here with a USB-C. This is what connects. This is what actually powers the thing, right? Then you have the USB-C cable, which is what you connect to the computer. And then you have, obviously, the mixer itself, right? So the good thing about this thing is with the Shure SM7B, I can just go ahead and connect it. You don't need a cloud lifter with this thing because it has a preamp built in. And when you plug the mic in, it already tells you what kind of, it tells you like, it already knows what kind of mic it is when you plug it in. So first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna connect this thing. So what I'll do is I'll connect the mixer first, just to make things easy. So that way you guys aren't like, and what I'll do is while I do this, guys, I'll let you listen to the space. Let me give you guys some entertaining shit so you guys can listen to the space while I fucking do this shit.
Axios, just to see kind of like why would Axios do this? You know, like because this is a big deal. You can't just say that the FBI you know, published a memo that they didn't publish, because then you're going to be held accountable for two things. Either one, who it was that gave it to you, or two, you have to be held accountable for manufacturing it if it's actually a fake memo. People can't let that slip. I mean, that's a big deal, right? And so if you know, and then what would also be the outcome, the net benefit if it was Elon behind it? Mind you, don't forget Palantir. This is what happens when you have these systems that are all being aggregated and there's access by, you know, the likes of Palantir, which is not open source. There's no visibility into anything. And so, you know, there could have been some sort of link there. I don't know. I've just been exploring all these options. I think if anything, it'd be pushing the people to begin demanding to see these more. That's the only thing I can think of, but I would love to hear other people's thoughts.
Yeah, that's the point I was making earlier, right? About like Axios, it's a Zio rag. Like, why would they get it with the FBI? Why would there be a joint release? And now, like today, completely unrelated, but I'm just throwing it in that this is so dirty, but I don't know who else had their hand up. Jump in because I can't see hands. Divisive, I think you've got
Let's
yours.
go to device.
Yeah.
Yeah, a long time. I appreciate the opportunity to give my opinion. You know, after seeing what the DOJ has had to say about all this and the files and stuff like that, I'm convinced that Jeffrey Epstein didn't even exist. I mean, if you ask me, if you believe Jeffrey Epstein existed, you're either an agent of Qatar, Epstein Island. I mean, have they even been to Epstein Island? I mean, this is absolute nonsense. And there's nothing weird about the timing with, you know, Netanyahu coming tomorrow and the little tiff between Elon and Trump. I mean, I just think people are completely overreacting. I mean, who even is Jeffrey Epstein?
When you said, why have you even been, why did you sound like Khaleesi?
That was the most British I could do, man. And she's pretty British, so.
Please don't do that to Khaleesi. That was supposed to be Douglas Murray, and we cannot stand Douglas Murray here. Please, y'all. That's just a little low.
Are saying what Douglas Murray sounds like Khaleesi's brother?
No, he didn't sound like Khaleesi. He sounded like Douglas Murray. That's what he
Khaleesi sounds like Douglas Murray's brother. Is that what you're saying?
Not at all. Nowhere near. Sound like Douglas Murray.
Okay, someone mentioned something. I think it was Jared. I can't remember who it was, and they were talking about how the influencers are kind of ignoring this. I mean, you look at the influencers who went to the Trump White House and were given the binders. They're upset about the Epstein
Shall we
file,
name
so
them,
I don't...
Sully? Shall we name them?
Yeah, Jack Posobiec, Cernovich, Libs of TikTok,
Scott Pressler.
The two blonde chicks. There's one's
Austin chick. Liz Wheeler was one, right? And I think Brianna Morello was the one who broke the gag order, right? She was there, right? She was the one that came out and actually, I'll check her page. I think she was the only one to like.
There's an Israeli one as well.
I'll be done here in a second.
Blonde one who basically broke the
Emily Austin.
That's it. I think it was Emily Austin as well. Yeah. And
all
of these were
like ever, chat.
Either Jewish Zionists or Zionists, right?
Yeah, that was the point I was just about to make. It was pretty much a good 98% Jewish Zionists. I don't know why Scott Pressler was there. Trump has been able to, this administration, what they did was they said, you know, Axios is the left, and this means whatever, Huffington Post, oh, fake news, right? And so they removed a lot of these people, these publications, and I'm not saying they're good or bad, right? I'm just saying they've removed a lot of these publications that, of course, would give pushback from the press room and have replaced them. Hey, we're going to do something different, guys. Watch this. We're going to bring podcasters in. This is going to be great. Come on, let's get everybody in here to pull Emily Austin. Yeah, and what happens is people in their minds, they think, oh, alternative media, this is great. We're going to get the real news. But they're all propagandists. Charlie Kirk, Michael knows, all these people, they're propagandists. And I don't care who's the president. I need people to provide pushback and ask the hard questions, not, how did you like the alligators? Did you get to feed the alligators at Alligator Alcatraz or whatever else they're asking? We are not supposed to trust our government, and not on some fear stuff. But that's the point of the press. This was the point of the free press, was to question the government. Now you got a bunch of propagandists who go in and say, yeah, base, MAGA, everything is cool. But yeah, alligators, all right, base. And I can't, I throw up in my mouth every time I see this type of stuff. So yeah, Sulaiman, and now what? They're pretending like they're upset about it? They knew it was going to be BS anyway. Go ahead, Jared. I'm sorry.
Honest question, and let me ask you and our friend Maze, who's on stage with us. If you try to get yourself right. I mean, first person here, and try to think about a MAGA person's head right now, right? Because if we're writing this on paper right now, this sounds crazy, right? But we're saying this in a space, it also sounds double or triple crazy. We know the DOJ, right? They just announced that no one else is going to be prosecuted. And that's also, we're not mentioning that. That was in the Axios report, and a lot of people are not mentioning that. So just to be mindful, they also announced that there will be no prosecutions. And remember, everyone was like, I want to see an arrest. I want to see someone walked in handcuffs. I want to see something that proves that there's still an investigation and that there's still interest in this case. These people, right? And I'm looking at the comments, and I know we all do this, look at the comments to see what the tone is, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this is the left, Axios." This is the left. This is a memo, and if this was a fake fiction memo, you bet there would be a spokesperson from DOJ tonight saying that this is false. Right? We have gotten zero response from Pam Bondi, zero response from the other assistant attorney generals who work in the DOJ. I think Donald Trump's former lawyer, forgot he's the assistant attorney general. I forgot his name. But no one is mentioning or no one is contradicting this report, which, we believe this is right. So I guess my question to you is if you're a Trump supporter, and Mace, you said this in the other, I don't want to take your words out of the quote, but you said this in the other space a few days ago, certain people love Donald Trump more than their mother, right? And they're watching this, and if you're looking at your feed, looking and reading the notes and stuff, how can you still how can you still even bring yourself to believe that all the campaign promises are being filled? We're learning more information that we're really not supposed to learn. Do you guys get what I'm saying here?
Maze, jump in.
Yeah, so just really quickly, and I can't act like I wish I heard everything that you said, Jared. So I'm scared to agree with you because I missed half of it. I was actually, what I found, guys, is that all these other news agencies are now reporting on it. Previously, it was just Axios, right? You couldn't find anything except Axios. Now, boy. So now there's Daily Mail, there's the New York Post, there's anyway, it's a bunch of different ones. So when I went and looked at the New York Post one, they previously also backdated to in May. They said that this is when Bongino made that statement on Fox News. Turn it down. So they made the statement that, hold on, I'll be right back. So they made the statement. Sorry, they made the statement that they were 100% sure that it was a suicide. That kind of, that's what sparked the controversy last time. So then they made a promise, the Trump administration made a promise that they were going to release 2 videos. The 2 videos, one would be an enhanced version, and then the other one would be the, untouched version, the raw version. And so what's crazy is that they actually did release that tonight, but the promise was made in May. So now it's July, and that was released with this Axios memo Now that even though the Axios memo is gone and no one can really get the federal, like I'm looking on the Department of Justice's site to find this, to see if I can find the legitimate source for it, and it's nowhere to be found. So none of the official, I guess, primary source type of sites are reporting on this, just news agencies. And then when you see that back when that whole controversy sparked off with Bongino, they made this promise, and I actually have the screenshot I'm about to put in the purple pill. And then they kept it tonight. So that's so weird. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Maze, I think that there is information that if it causes too much domestic instability or any significant international geopolitical instability, it will be classified as top secret. There has been multiple precedents that have been declassified where if a determination was made that they think this would cause civil unrest in like major cities in the United States, or it could implicate any of our allies, which I think a lot of people in this room assume it does, that would be something that would be classified as top secret and as a national security threat. So I don't even think at that level, even if they wanted to release it because they made campaign promises, once that determination has been made, I don't think any president would even have the power to do it if they wanted to. And the truth is, there's always been kind of a power structure where presidents have wanted to do things, and we know they haven't been able to do the things they wanted to do. There's always been the men like Henry Kissinger behind the scenes that, as you know, Vladimir Putin talked about in his interview, that everyone has these big ideas, and then when you get elected president, the guys with the black suits and the briefcases come into the room and tell you how it really is. And I think this is just one of those cases, and I think anyone that thought this was ever going to come out with the people it implicated, the countries and the intelligence agencies that were implicated, I think it was a bit naive to begin with.
You know what I was just thinking? Everyone's talking about the new party, Elon Musk's new America Party. This, coincides with the Epstein news that we're talking about this long weekend. I mean, put your political hat on for a second. I mean, you would have to believe this gives Elon Musk's new quote unquote political party a huge boost. No?
Yeah, and it's going to completely dominate the press conference tomorrow with Netanyahu, right? I mean, this is going to dominate the press conference tomorrow for sure.
Plus, just on that, let me just play this clip really quickly. It's in the Nest, guys, right? So the tweet in the Nest is Donald Trump didn't want to release Epstein files because of phony stuff. Now we know there was never a plan to release it. That's what the tweet in the Nest says. Let me play this, and then it just touches on what you guys were talking about how does this come across on Trump. So here.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files? Yeah. Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you?
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
That was it. That's the clip. So why did he say at that point there was phony stuff in there? It's because before he was president. How does he even know there was any phony stuff in there? Like, it's mental. I think American politics is driving the world mental. So now I'm gonna pass back to Sulaiman, and then he can go to somebody else and run this space.
Yeah, guys. Let's go to Witzer. Witzer, what's your thoughts on this? Let's go a distinct jump in. What's your thoughts on this?
Good evening.
Mike's not good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm just really, really disturbed and kind of in shock still. I think we're being played by these God-hating evil criminals who have been claiming the land of Israel and hiding behind Jewish religion when they don't even believe in God. And they can hide behind the anti-Semitism phrase to intimidate people who see right through the bullshit. So they are free to accomplish their evil agenda to take over control of the entire world. That's how I see it.
Oh shit! I
Back
can already.
to
What the hell
but
is going
I'll make
on,
it quick.
chat?
What the Visive said, you're right.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I just hear women talking. What the fuck? All right, I'll let you guys finish what she's saying.
I just wait for the reaction. And I think what I'm more shocked about is well, wait a minute, guys, it's the left, or Pam Bondi is bad. No, all of them call Trump out too. They don't. They make excuses. So it just goes to show again, they just take whatever chum in the water, they just take it. And, now people are talking about Axios being a left wing. I'm seeing the comments. We're all seeing it. And it just all the time, it's the same thing. There's always an excuse. That's why we don't get anything done. It's terrible.
So, Sully, Casey, what do you guys think is going to be the reaction as we're waiting? Like tomorrow, do you think this is going to be brought up in the press conference?
Yes.
You think what do you guys think it's going to entail? Because I'm just like, is a mainstream media reporter going to bring it up? Because this is going to be news tomorrow, but how is it going to make news is going to be like the question, right?
It's a golden question, actually, Jared. Trump seems to be ignoring it because he's already made a couple of posts that are about other things. I think one was about the tariffs and the other one was about BRICS. So he already made a couple of posts that are completely unrelated despite this being released. So I think he's going to
Sully,
ignore
did he say something about Modi at the BRICS conference? I thought I saw something, but I was on a stream. Did he specifically mention Modi?
Not the one I saw. The one I saw, he mentioned BRICS, and he said if anybody, I'm paraphrasing now because I'm like half asleep, but he basically said if anybody if anybody does deals with BRICS, basically, then they're going to be slapped with an additional 10% tariff.
Which is every country in the world.
Oh, Simon, defend the BRICS countries, bro.
Everyone buys.
I feel like
China.
that tweet's against you, bro.
Well, Modi was tweeting from there today. He was tweeting from the BRICS conference like a lot.
It just means an additional 10% tariff on everyone because everyone buys from China.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to come up. I think it's going to be like Trump. I don't know if he's.
By the way, the 90-day deadline, that's next week, 9th of July. So
I think he's extended it to 1st of August, Simon.
Yeah, I think he's.
All right, chat. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna need a little bit more time to turn this fucking thing on and get it going. But in the meantime, let me read some of these chats. That's weird.
I'm just getting up what he.
All right. Awesome job, Mark. Keeping to go work. Appreciate that, bro. Michael says, is Why Women Deserve Less in Spanish? I love it in English. Audible in the back. I have someone who wants to read in Spanish. Only English. Mark, go back and look, see what George Santos posted about you. Why do I care, bro? He's a nobody. Hey, Myron, check your Fed at Gmail when you have time. I made an example email for your MGX merch store I think you'd really like. Let me know if you need help with the newsletter. I'd love to help. Thanks, G. Looks for email sender, creative, and compose. I'll take a look. Mlan, you don't have to read this, but read it out loud, bro. But if I was $50 chat that you missed, it's not that big a deal. We're just trying to give you a shout out, but damn, dude, I got an OSS for the year. All right, nice, bro. Welcome to the OSS for the year, bro. Welcome for the year. I didn't see it. I might have to increase the super chat minimum, bro, because yeah, what happens is a lot of these dollar chats come in, and then the other ones get missed. They like get brought to the thing. So sorry about that. Hey, Ryan, I turned 19 today, 7'7". I have a credit score of 720. I work with 19 today. Okay, Apollo, what? Oh, you want to be a doctor? Bro, just don't fuck up your life. Don't get a girl pregnant. Go to school. Keep your scores high. Get into a good med school. Yo, man, just joined the OSS. I appreciate your content, man. I appreciate that. Super Drifter joined. Shout out to you. Armand, yo, Myron, are you pulling up the Tampa next week for the TPUSA event? I might. / shout out your lawyer from Bradenton, Sarasota. Okay, we got that one before. Yeah, nobody cares what George Santos got to say, bro. Dude's a legit fucking fruit felon, bro.
Story about Border Patrol agents whipping illegals at the border. I think we all remember that story. Quote, they had to issue a major retraction. This is the outlet that released the Epstein story tonight, end quote. I mean, you know, I think we, I don't know who came up with it. I think it was Steve Bannon. Maybe it was someone else. And they said, like, in MAGA world, you have to say, like, things 100 times fast, like times 10, and then people and their mothers start to believe it, right? So I think the strategy tomorrow is going to be Fox and Friends 6 a.m., Newsmax 6 a.m. They're going to run. I'm telling you guys, because this is how they're going to run with the story. I mean, I paid attention to too many DC politics the last nearly decade, and this is how they're going to run the story tomorrow. First thing in the morning, Trump's going to be getting off airport at National Reagan Airport or something. He's going to be asked by the reporter and say, I've done the most for victims, or my administration is the one who released this, and the you'll just wait. You left-wing stupid media, get out of my face. This is how they're going to run with the story tomorrow from 6 a.m. to whenever crazy Jesse Waters comes on tomorrow night. I mean, this is how they're running the story. And, I mean...
All right, guys, I'm going to make the switch here in a second.
Because 80% of MAGA still believes this. They still think that Trump is the most essential president that is going to get to the bottom of the Epstein files, to JFK, to all of these mysterious things that we've been talking about here on X, specifically in X Spaces. So, I mean, if you take a big leap from the documents are on my desk to I don't have it, I don't know, maybe next week it's going to be some agent.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry, chat. Hold on.
Operative somehow was invited into DOJ for a dinner, and they walked out of the Department of Justice in front of U.S. Marshals and got on the DC down train and like left wherever they went. I mean, that's
no. He went to Qatar, Jared. You're a little outdated. He went directly to Qatar, and if you don't believe that, you're woke, right?
Yeah, and then they were like in a black SUV being escorted by mysterious
Joe Biden was.
Hey, no. Netanyahu's coming tomorrow. So Netanyahu's coming tomorrow. So maybe Hamas stole the files.
Yeah. Hamas.
Yeah, I was afraid to touch that one. It's okay, but that is hilarious.
No, it's funny. But it's like most of what I'm saying is in reality. Like this stuff actually happens. We're in 2025.
No, Jared, you're absolutely right. You're cooking mad heavy right now because that's exactly how it's going to be on Fox News all day tomorrow. Like they're going to be running cover. Like, yeah, I used to watch that slop. I used to have it on in the living room all day and just taking in the lies, the chums. So you know it correctly. And then if they do, Sulaiman and everybody on the panel, if they do ask Trump about this tomorrow, oh, you know, there was a report about the Epstein files. You know, did you have any comment? I trust Pam Bondi. I trust the DOJ, and America's great, and they're doing a really, really big, good job. Next, and that's your coverage.
I think what's going to be
Jared, here's a big conservative that I think it was the same person you were reading earlier, right? This is what they just posted.
Oh my God.
I believe the files were deleted by James Comey, and I have reason to believe that Pam Bondi mistook the JFK files for the Epstein files. That's the cope right now. Now it was James Comey deleted the files, and she just confused the Epstein files and the thousands of victims with apparently JFK had thousands of victims. That's
guys, I'm
what's being
fixing it
said
right
right
now.
now.
You know what? Honestly, like, and like in all seriousness, that might actually be a tangible excuse, right? Because remember, in week one, do you guys all remember this? In week one of Pam Bondi, she said that she is charging, like criminally charging Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, and she meant to say it was a class action lawsuit. So she didn't differentiate between criminally charging the Attorney General and a civil lawsuit. So she may really be that dumb because she was a DeSantis prosecutor for like, I don't know, like 3 years, and like no one really cared about her until like now. But but that same creator I think you reference was the person, I believe, on MSNBC 4 years ago on Ari Melber's show saying that Trump is the reason why she was at the rally at Lips and for some day. So anyways, this is going to be like everyone, your discernment has to be up because tomorrow morning, that's going to be the news cycle. Trump's going to come out in a press conference. BB's going to be in Washington, D.C. It's going to be already heightened security. But I mean, this is how the news cycle works.
Well,
And not just in the Trump era.
Jared,
It works in the Biden era. It works in the Kamala Harris era. This is how U.S. politics works, my friend.
No, but Jared is the opposite. The really reason they released it is because tomorrow, everyone's gonna forget about this news because what's gonna happen is Netanyahu's coming to the White House. That'll be the topic of conversation. Likely there'll be an announcement for a ceasefire in Gaza. Tomorrow. That'll be the news. People will forget about this.
I don't think it's going to be an announcement of a ceasefire. I think it'll just be an announcement of something big that'll just distract everybody. It's the same pattern over and over and over.
Well, reports indicate that Monday, we've heard over the weekend, we've been hearing the reports that there is possibly an announcement for a ceasefire on Monday.
Sulaiman, how'd you get Jared to leave the left and join the woke right, brother? I mean, you're obviously the king of Twitter. I don't know how you did this, but hearing Jared 50 years, right? Probably even 70, right?
It won't cause civil unrest. It will cause trouble for Jamie Dimon and all the banksters that are on that list.
Yeah, guys, I'm fixing the audio. You guys should be able to hear me now. Holy shit, man. Relax. Relax, guys. Relax. I was answering a quick question. All right, test, 1, 2, 3. All right, that should bring my mic up as well. All right. I think all right, I think the All right, guys, you should be able to hear me now. You shouldn't be hearing them. I muted it. All right. I just switched it. Niggas were losing their mind. I was just answering a quick question, guys. I had my OBS down for a second, and I didn't see what was going on. But yeah, I think we're good now. I think the audio is should be fixed. I'm gonna fine-tune this thing and make it even better for you guys. But yeah, I got it figured out. Literally doing a million things at once, doing the stream, listening to what they're doing, then fucking adjusting this shit, being a somewhat audio engineer. But yeah, we should be good. That should be a lot better, right? Do you guys hear the sound effects? Oh, no, hold on. Sound effects are not coming through. Let me, oh, it's because I got it muted. All right. All right, you guys should be hearing all the, did you guys hear all the sound effects? You guys hear my favorite song right here? All right, audio's way better, chat? No sound effects? No sound effects, huh? Let me fix this shit right now. All right, let me unmute this shit for you guys so you can keep listening. All right, there's my sound effects, the sound effects, guys, the reason why is because I'm fixing it right now. The sound effects, I had to do an update on the Elgato board. Okay, let's see if it fixes it. All right. Let me try the sound effects now. All right. I'm going to play sound effects again without any interruptions. All right. Can you guys hear that or no? No? That's interesting. Well, I muted them, guys. You're not going to hear them on the thing, obviously. We only hear you, Myron. No X space. Yeah, I turned the X space off, guys. Obviously, I turned X space off. I'll turn it back on for you guys. All right. So you guys are saying that you guys can't hear the sound effects? Okay. You guys are saying this is low right here? Okay, does that make it better when I crank it up to 300? Let me see. Okay, so the only audio coming in you guys are saying is the mic. Okay, let me fix this right now. All right, I think I know what I got to do. Well, at least we're getting this settled right now. That's disconnected. That's disconnected. All right. So let me bump this up a bit. Run everything through the Rodecaster. All right. Now my mic is probably loud as hell. Bringing it down a bit. Bringing it down some more. So I don't clip on you guys. Okay. So the microphone should be pretty good right around here. Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know it's loud. I'm fixing it, guys. I'm fixing it. I'm literally fixing it on the board and the fader. Now it's good. All right. So that's that. Let me bring it down some more. All right, test, 1, 2, 3. 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 All right, cool. All right, so that's good. I think that's good right there. You guys should be able to hear me nice and loud right here, the way this sounds right now. I'll bring it just a tad more. Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. Now that's good. Now let's go ahead and do the audio on the USB, and I'll try not to destroy your guys' ears this time. We're doing this shit real time, chat. Okay. So all right, cool. All right, so I'm going to play the USB now. All right, how's this, ninjas? Is that good? I'm gonna crank this up a little bit more USB so you guys can hear it better. You guys can't hear this right now? I can literally see it coming through OBS. How do you guys not hear this? How do you guys not hear this fucking audio right now? You guys got to be fucking trolling me. I'm literally looking at my OBS screen right now. You niggas are trolling, bro. Here, I'll pull up a fucking YouTube video right now. I am literally pulling this shit up. Yeah, Lex Friedman's a fucking loser for this one. So you guys literally can't hear this USB right now? What the fuck? All right. All right. All right. I'm going to fix it right now. I don't know how the fuck.
Looking for your guys' opinions. I want to know, what do you think is going on here? Was this just a misunderstanding? Is Scott in the wrong here? Is Lex Friedman overreacting? Like, I'm actually a little bit confused about the dynamic. I'll let it play out. It builds up over the course of a few minutes, and you'll sort of see how this interaction explodes at the end. But let me know what you guys think, and I'll have some thoughts at the end.
He was the Iranian president. He and Rafsanjani, they go to Khomeini, and they say, Mr. Ayatollah, we got to sue for peace with the Iraqis because the Americans are intervening, and we cannot fight the Americans. We fought this brutal war. We'll continue with Saddam. We cannot fight the United States of America. And I think Scott's right. Like, that perception that there's no way they can fight the United States of America, because that's regime ending, potentially. Even if we don't intend to, that could actually happen. And there's a famous line where Khomeini says, all right, I agree. I will drink the poison chalice. And so he's got to be calculating, like, what is my play? So if I don't do a deal, how can I actually squeeze the Americans? And Scott's right. Like,
all right. Do you guys want me to crank it up louder? Here, this is it at max, pretty much. This is the audio at max. You guys tell me.
He must be thinking to himself, you know what? I was literally on the 99-yard line with an entire nuclear weapons capability. I should have crossed the goal line. If I had had a warhead, a nuclear warhead, or multiple nuclear warheads, as they had been trying to build since the Ahmad plan in early 2000s, there's no way Israel and the United States would have hit me militarily if I had nuclear weapons. Then I would have had the ultimate deterrence.
Yeah, guys, I might honestly just get off and fine tune this thing, because and make it perfect. You guys are going to get the sale for another 24 hours. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning anyway. So, Oh, okay, now you guys are saying it sounds good. Okay. This nigga Myron got us like, hey, man. Guys, I literally just fucking, you know, bought this new mixer, installed it live on stream, bro. Most people would not be able to install a new fucking mixer live on stream, and I'm literally doing this live, bro. Most people would not be able to do that, bro. Most streamers would not know what the fuck they're doing or how to do this shit. I literally did this shit while still running a stream, bro. Like, I ran downstairs to fucking get this shit, fix it. You know what I mean? Niggas over here talking shit or whatever. Goddamn, man. It's like you can't win. Really can't win.
To prevent that. And then I would be like Kim Jong-un with nuclear weapons. I would then build ICBMs, and then I'd have the ultimate deterrent to stop that. So he's got to be thinking maybe now, and I can guarantee you, the Revolutionary Guards.
Do you think that that might have anything to do with the fact that America attacked Iraq and Libya when they did not have weapons of mass destruction programs?
Can I tell you the Libya example? I think, Scott, is the most interesting one for me, right?
All right, I'll try the sound effects now.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
You guys hear that? All right. So you guys can hear the chimp now? Yeah, you guys should be able to hear that chimp nice and loud. All right.
Welcome, punch!
I'll have Bills fine-tune this tomorrow, make it even better. But, you know, obviously we're at a workable level right now. Bro, holy shit, man. Literally switched out my entire audio system, did it on stream, and, yeah, holy shit. All right. I'm trying to think here. All right, so I'll let you guys pick. Sulaiman still running his space? Let's see what's going on here. I'm going to do a full episode on this whole Epstein thing, bro. Tomorrow for sure, because so many people are retarded with this shit, man. You got people covering for them boys for obvious reasons. All right, let me finish reading the things. Make sure the effects edit mode is switched on for sound effects to play. No audio, I know. Awesome job. Okay, cool. I think I'm caught up with all the chats and stuff. All right. Pierre, I don't react to bombs, bro. It's a fucking nobodies, dude. So, yeah, we've been on for 8 hours, chat. All right, I want to cover this Robert Hansen thing. No, I'm not going to go to any more spaces, bro. I'm tired of giving these niggas free clout, bro. I'm good. I'm not doing no more fucking Twitter spaces, bro. I am fucking good. Sulaiman's my guy, but these other bitch-ass niggas, I'm not going in there, bro. So, you guys got to understand that, like, a lot of these Twitter niggas are nobodies, man. They're literally fucking nobodies. So, we're going to watch this. We're going to go ahead and cover Robert Hansen, all right? Robert Hansen, guy's American serial killer, okay, a.k.a. he is the Robert Christian Bose Hansen, also known as the Butcher Baker, was an American serial killer active in Anchorage, Alaska between 1972 and 1983, abducting, raping, and murdering at least 17 women. Many of his victims were released by Hansen into the wilderness and hunted with a Ruger Mini 14 and hunting knives. Hansen was captured in 1983 and sentenced to 461 years imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He died in 2014 of natural causes at age 75. So let's go ahead and get into it, man. This is a good documentary. I really like this documentary. You guys know I like it, so. This is FBI files. All my Fed niggas know what time it is, man. You guys remember this shit.
The dense and rugged Alaskan wilderness,
provided the perfect cover for a fierce and sadistic killer. He preyed on women, kidnapping them, raping them, torturing them. He hunted them like animals for his own twisted pleasure.
And guys, like these serial killers, bro, I didn't even realize this guy operated in the 1970s as well. Most serial killers, guys, operated in the 1970s. Crazy shit, man. This is an old documentary, but it's a goodie, man. Pause.
In the 1970s and 80s, people went to Alaska looking for a fresh start, to reinvent themselves, or to disappear for a while. Some of those disappearances weren't by choice. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. A serial killer's rampage was exposed when the bodies of...
Yeah, I know serial killers operate in, all the time, bro, but you guys got to understand that, like, all the most prominent serial killers operated in the 1970s. Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Torso Killer, a.k.a. Richard Cunningham, this motherfucker, I didn't even realize he did. All of them, bro, operated in the 1970s, pretty much.
Young women began turning up in shallow graves that dotted the Alaskan wilderness. The killer was at home in the rugged terrain, but the hunt for him began 3,000 miles away, where FBI profilers mapped the criminal's mind.
Let's get to 2,400 OSS Army, guys. Let's get to 2,400 ninjas.
She was a hopeful young model looking for her break.
How's the audio on the video, guys? Is it good?
She accepted...
Give me O slashes of audio on here is good.
...the job with a man who claimed to be a photographer, but turned out to be a merciless killer. She wasn't his first victim, or his last.
So he would let them out into the wilderness and hunt them down like fucking animals, bro. This dude is crazy. Very common tactic with serial killers. They take a piece of the victim's items, or they take something from the victim and they keep a shrine. Very common.
From the 70s through the mid-80s, the wilderness of Alaska became a popular destination as people flowed north to construct the Alaskan pipeline. The population boomed. On August 13th, 1982, two off-duty Anchorage police officers were hunting moose near the Knik River, in a wilderness about 20 miles from Anchorage.
Not really holding out for us either.
As they made their way through the dense forest, they happened upon partially buried human remains. They left it undisturbed.
Yeah, you gotta, whenever you come across a dead body like that, guys, that's automatically gonna go to homicide detectives. You don't touch it, call them. They're gonna come in, they're gonna take it over. Because homicide investigators typically have a very particular way that they're going to go in and collect and, how they're going to deal with the evidence and how they're going to collect evidence and how they're going to, their methodology. Every homicide investigator has their own way they do things, right? They have a system.
The next day, crime scene technicians from the Alaska State Troopers arrived at the scene.
And the state police take a lot of the stuff in Alaska, guys, because obviously local police, sheriff's office, I don't even think Alaska has sheriff's offices like that. They're kind of like Connecticut. Connecticut's like that too, guys. We don't have sheriff's offices. The state police run most of the law enforcement outside of the feds.
Crimes out here fell under state jurisdiction. Besides clothing and an elastic bandage,
Because of so much rural area, state police are going to take most of the stuff.
troopers found a .223 caliber shell casing in the shallow grave.
And guys, do me a favor, smash that like button, okay? There is a chance I might have to do this stream on Rumble only. YouTube is really lame with playing content like this sometimes. They might hit me with like a copyright or whatever, and if that's the case, we'll just go to Rumble or Kick only, one of the two.
You're in the sand. Dental records identified the remains as 23-year-old Sherry Morrow, an exotic dancer reported missing a year earlier by her boyfriend.
All right, another thing we'll talk about. Serial killers often target women that are vulnerable. Strippers, whores, escorts, prostitutes, strippers. Because remember, guys, we didn't have the internet back then. So women, right, that were sex workers really had to be out there in the streets, okay? And this, a lot of the times, would put them in very precarious situations where they would meet strange individuals. Now, with OnlyFans and pornography, women are able to, kind of do this without necessarily having to worry about being kidnapped and shit like that. But back in the 70s and 80s and 90s and stuff like that, before the immersion of, online, the ubiquity of online porn, this is how female sex workers did things. And it's not like today where girls are proud of it. They hid that shit, bro. Nobody knew.
Troopers called him in to break the news. Her clothes matched the ones he reported her missing in, but her good luck charm, the gold arrowhead pendant she never took off, was gone. Morrow was probably murdered shortly after she disappeared, giving the killer more than a year to cover his tracks. Finding him would be next to impossible. In the year following the discovery of Sherry Morrow's body, more women began turning up. It's a sad truth that finding bodies in the Alaskan wilderness wasn't all that unusual.
That's crazy, bro. Man, finding bodies in the Alaska wilderness isn't that uncommon. What?
2 or 3 times a year, some novice hiker or hunter would get lost and succumb to the elements.
Oh, yeah, that's actually, yeah, a lot of niggas, yeah. Oh, yeah, I want to be out in the wilderness. And then they're getting eaten by bears and shit.
But a growing number of bodies.
Hold on, chat. Hold on 1 second, just.
Had a different story to tell.
Guys, do me a favor, smash that like button. We only got 2,200 likes, man. We should be at 3,000 plus, man, with all you guys coming in and out.
During new road construction on September 2nd, 1983, a crew unearthed human skeletal remains not far from where Sherry Morrow's body had been found 1 year earlier. The bones had obviously been here for some time. Yet until recently, this area of the Kanik River was so remote that it could only be accessed by boat or light plane. The remains were identified as 17-year-old Paula Goulding, an out-of-work secretary who had moved to Alaska from Hawaii.
Bro, why the hell would you move from Hawaii to Alaska? That is a downgrade if I've ever seen one. Holy. Fuck that, bro.
She had been missing for 5 months. Like Sherry Morrow, she had taken a job as an exotic dancer to make ends meet.
There you go. That's why she really moved. There you go.
And like Sherry Morrow, a .223 caliber cartridge was found at the site. For Alaska State Trooper Wayne Van Clausen, the connection was frightening.
And that's about when everything started to become kind of scary for everybody, because the profile was the same. They were topless dancers from the clubs downtown, but that was certainly when there was the belief that there was a serial murderer out there.
2 bodies had been found, but now troopers believed there were more. They began to revisit missing persons reports. Many of those reported missing were exotic dancers, but in Alaska, their disappearance was not unusual.
Missing persons was a relatively low priority. Statutorily, if you're an adult, you have a right to be missing. And there were a lot of...
Yo, they would never admit that. That's why I like these old documentaries. Niggas keep it real. They would never admit this now. Yes, guys, missing persons is almost always a low priority because, especially with sex workers, let's just keep it 1,000. They travel all the time. They might find a John, boyfriend fight, some other bullshit, traveling the world, being 304s. Like, you know, before the internet, guys, like if someone went missing, it was like, she a sex worker? All right, bro. Like, come on, man. We got real missing people. We got to go after the kids. So, you know, obviously, you know, he's being very candid now, but they would never admit this shit in modern documentaries now. Sex worker females go missing all the time. They just don't have the resources to go chasing after these chicks, bro.
A lot of instances where these girls would just jump on a plane and go away.
Between 1980 and 1983, 12 women had been reported missing. That was
nigga was killing 4 girls a year? That's just the ones that were reporting missing.
Only a fraction of the unreported total. Troopers now wondered how many of the missing women were victims of the killer. That would be difficult to determine. The Alaska State Troopers sent the evidence from the Sherry Morrow and Paula Goulding crime scenes to the FBI's laboratory in Washington, D.C. for analysis.
Yeah, so guys, you know, a lot of the times when you're like kind of hitting a dead end or you need extra technology or, you know, you really want to be able to look at some things, sometimes your law enforcement agency might not have the resources, so you can send it to the FBI lab and they'll analyze it for you.
The FBI ran ballistics tests on both shell casings to see if they were shot from the same gun. State troopers hoped the results could provide them with strong evidence that the same person committed both murders. The lab results were conclusive. Both women were killed by the same high-powered rifle.
All right, bam, that's going to be the match right there, pretty much. That high likelihood, same individual.
There was little doubt. Alaska troopers were dealing with a serial killer. While they began their hunt for him in the wilderness, the anchor...
Now imagine, you're in big-ass Alaska, 1980s, no real computers, right? No formalized computers. And you got a big-ass Alaska, and, you know, modern technology didn't exist. Bruh.
Anchorage police were dealing with their own problems. Every city has its dark side, and Anchorage is no different. Except that in Alaska, the nights are longer and darker.
Oh, yeah. So, guys, like, Alaska is kind of in a weird place on Earth. They have months where, like, it's 24 hours daytime, and then they also have the months where it's, like, 24 hours nighttime.
In the 70s and 80s, Anchorage was a frontier town. Men came here to work hard, and women followed to ease.
And there was not many women in Anchorage. A lot of oil field workers, guys that work in agriculture, all types of, you know, manual labor jobs. And these would bring a lot of dudes and not that many women. So guess what? Strippers.
Their loneliness.
Escorts.
Some women were lured to the strip clubs, hoping to earn a quick buck.
Yeah, you got these guys that don't have families with a lot of expendable income. Yeah, bro, they're going to make a bunch of money.
Others, looking for more respectable opportunities, worked in the clubs until something better came up. For many, it never did.
And back then, bro, women used to be ashamed to work in a strip club, bro. Like, they would look for another job because, like, it was so shaming. Now, like, these 304s are happy to be doing this shit, bro. Shit's crazy, man. Absolutely nuts. Yo, Chad, are we not the most diversified YouTube channel on this bitch, man? Most diversified streamer? Come on, man. We're covering true crime, serial killers, contemporary cases, like Bryan Kohberger. Then went over here, chatted up with Sneako and Adin Ross, making some jokes on them, you know, them niggas. Then we go ahead and debate some Zionists and make fun of them and tell them why Epstein was working for them boys. Bro, this has been like a really diverse fucking stream, bro. We're covering everything, man. Most diversified, bro. Nobody could touch us.
And in the city's streets roamed a stalker. He chose carefully. His victims were hardly missed. For in a city made up largely of strangers, it's difficult to be a missing
Yeah, lots of these people are from out of town, chat. They're for work or some other shit.
Some of the women who disappeared from Anchorage turned up safely. Some didn't turn up at all. But disappearances weren't the only crimes being reported. On the early morning of June 13th, 1983, Cindy Paulson, age 17,
she made it out,
ran down an Anchorage highway. She was partially dressed and in handcuffs. She managed to flag down a passing truck. She was running for her life.
Lucky as hell.
The motorist dropped her off at her motel apartment. The desk clerk had called the Anchorage police.
Miss Paulson?
An officer removed her handcuffs and tried to calm her.
You all right? Here, let me get this.
Anchorage police officer Greg Baker recalls the incident.
We found her in handcuffs with very little clothes on. She was real credible. She was very scared. She's very frightened. And
that's going to be your star witness right there.
She told us her story.
You know, as a serial killer, the worst thing you can do is get one of your witnesses to, one of your victims to actually survive and get away. You're cooked, nigga, from that point.
Falcon
punch! You best believe the cops are going to come looking for your dumbass.
A prostitute told Baker that she picked up a trick the night before. She described him as wiry, scruffy, about 6 feet tall, with glasses and a stutter. He was not
glasses and a stutter. Oh, man.
the kind of person she thought of as threatening.
Oh, also, guys, quick word from our sponsor, because you already know that niggas are sponsored by themselves. The only thing... So one of you guys said something about check out PBD. I'll take a look here in a second. Thing I ask, especially for my YouTube viewers, is for you guys to join OSS. We just passed 1,500 active supporters. I want to say thank you guys so much for the OSS. As you guys know, the OSS is my community. Starting in July, we're going to start adding in some perks. We got a Discord that we're working on, a Telegram group, also giving you guys merch discounts. You can call into the debrief show. I'm going to take in calls. $4 to join. I'm running a sale right now for you guys, or you can jump in for the year at $75. Basically, this is how I offset the fact that YouTube is absolutely robbing me blind, because I know that they still run ads on my shit. The goal is 10,000 strong for us to fight back against the censorship of YouTube. That's how you really support me, support the mission. It allows me to continue to do these super long streams for you guys. A lot of people tell me, hey, Myron, like, you shouldn't even be streaming on YouTube anymore. You should be streaming on Rumble and Kick only. But I'll take the financial hit to reach more people, especially on YouTube, where people don't talk about this shit. Bam. Yeah, guys, join, man. Running a special, $4 to join for the month, for the first month, then $10 after that. Obviously, you can go ahead and get involved and support the community. As you guys can see, your boy goes crazy. I cover it all. I make fun of fruity felons, stupid Zionist females that should be making sandwiches. I make fun of those niggas. Okay. The most based streamer by far. You guys already know. That's why it's called the O/Squad. The real niggas know what that means. So anyway. Yeah, I'm looking at Patrick Bet-David's thing right here that you're talking about. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, bro, we know who runs this country, bro. Niggas aren't gonna let you find out the truth.
But as soon as she stepped into
Cardi B broke up with Stefan Diggs. I'll talk about that tomorrow, chat.
his car, he handcuffed her and put a wood-handled revolver to her head. They drove to a respectable residential neighborhood. He pulled her into his house. The place was well kept and full of hunting trophies. He had a chain hanging from the ceiling of his den. He chained her up and stripped her. And there she was tortured and raped repeatedly for hours. Then he went to take a nap, leaving her there. But he...
Bruh, nigga took a nap with her just dangling there? Bro.
Stupid. Wasn't through yet. He said,
Nigga wanted seconds?
Said he was going to take her to his cabin in the wilderness. He said if she tried to get anyone's attention, he'd kill her, and them as well. He told her he already had his alibi worked out. His friends
Wow, could you imagine? Hey, bitch, don't do nothing. I already got my alibi figured out. They'll never believe you, because I already know where I'm supposed to be.
Willing to lie for him. No one would believe her story. They ended up at the airport. She could see him loading a weapon into a small aircraft. She also saw her chance for escape. Her one chance to save her life.
Shit. Talk about lucky.
The story sounded outrageous, but her genuine terror compelled Officer Baker to check it out.
I had a very street-smart female, scared to death, with a story about being taken at gunpoint and held prisoner at a specific location that she described where it was, so she knew where it was. She described the interior of the location. She described the den, up to and including various animals were mounted on the wall.
En route to the hospital for an examination, Paulson insisted on stopping at the airport to show police the airplane she had seen earlier.
Oh yeah, he's cooked. She identified the plane? Yeah, cooked.
She positively identified it.
While we were in there, we had a security guard stop us and describe the car the same way that Cindy described the car. And
With planes, they got tail numbers, similar to license plates.
in fact, gave us a license
Easier to identify.
number. That license number confirmed the address, or the area at least, that Cindy had given us regarding where the house was.
This nigga's cooked.
Police went to the address to speak to the owner of the car. They arrived moments before he pulled up, driving the vehicle described by Cindy Paulson. So far, everything Paulson said had checked out.
Yeah, so everything that she said is being corroborated by the cops. This is all adding probable cause, chat. The more things that they see independently that she tells them happened, the more of a credible witness she is, and then the more probable cause they're able to collect.
But the suspect had his own story to
This is a dream witness. Pause. Describe the house. Check. Describe the car. Check. Describe a plane. Check.
tell.
What happened, sir?
According to the motor vehicle records, the car that Cindy Paulson was abducted in belonged to Robert Hansen, a baker in Anchorage.
And just so you guys know, this is him right here. That's what he looks like. Well, not this Robert Hansen. That's the FBI agent that I covered him too before.
Who fit the description of the man Paulson described, calmly answered questions. He said he was at a friend's house from 5 p.m. to 11.
Remember? He said he had his alibi ready to go?
11:30 p.m., repairing a seat for his airplane. Afterward, he went to the home of another friend and stayed until around 5:30 that morning. Then he went to the airport and installed the seat.
See, that's how they knew he already knew. He had an excuse of why he was going to be there the whole time.
Hansen gave police his consent to search his house.
Oh, wow. All right, that's ambitious.
Again,
I think this goes without saying, guys, but never give cops consent to search your house ever.
his home was exactly as Paulson had described.
Oh, more. Mind you, remember, guys, he doesn't know that they interviewed the woman that got away. I mean, he could maybe assume it, but everything that she's telling them is being confirmed. This is giving them even more probable cause. Because at this point now, let's say he says, okay, guys, I want to end the search. He could be like, oh, really? You want to end the search? Okay, cool. Well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do a search warrant. We're going to get a search warrant for your house. So you're going to go, we're going to secure the location. We're going to get a search warrant. Go get a hotel, nigga. That's what they could literally do at this point. Because at this point, they have more than enough probable cause to actually do a search warrant. They probably just said, hey, can you give me consent to search to make it easier? But at this point, the fact that she said, oh, this is what the house looks like on the inside. This is a car I drove. This is a house. This is a plane, etc. This is more than enough for a search warrant of the house. More than enough. So at this point, they probably told them, look, can we get a consent to search? If not, we're going to get a search warrant.
That only proved she'd
They
been
have
in
way more than enough.
the house. Not that Hansen had raped and tortured her there. They could find no evidence of that. They did notice a loose-fitting wall panel. Behind it, they found a collection of weapons, but
okay,
that wasn't surprising. Hansen was an avid hunter.
And everybody in Alaska got guns too.
They did find a revolver, but it didn't match the one that Paulson described. The gun...
That's still important because, let's be honest, witnesses aren't always like the most accurate. And women don't really know guns like that. So...
The chain and the blanket she was wrapped in were nowhere to be found. Hansen's car appeared equally clean. Anchorage police...
That's a red flag. That's a red flag. Anytime a car is clean like that, bro...
found nothing in his car that fit Paulson's story.
Those alibis were corroborated and verified.
Of course.
And Mr. Hansen was released after a consent search of his house.
Paulson, still shaken from her ordeal, was able to pick Hansen's picture out of a photo lineup.
Ooh, even more. That's even more probable cause right there. Identifying somebody from a 6-photo array is fucking golden.
But when given the chance to take a lie detector test, she refused. Her occupation gave her an inherent distrust of the police, and gave police an inherent distrust of her. She felt she'd never be taken seriously. Soon after she left
hey, W misogyny.
town for a while to try to put the nightmare behind her. Anchorage authorities were willing to let it drop too.
I found out because the alibis were corroborated and because they had a problem with Cindy Paulson appearing and disappearing, and of course her lifestyle left a lot to be desired, that the case had been suspended at the Anchorage Police Department.
Police had gathered no solid evidence linking her story to Robert Hansen. But for Officer Greg Baker, it wasn't over. He was one officer who believed Paulson's story and wouldn't let it go.
Hey, every department has a cop or an agent like this that goes hard in the paint and doesn't give up. You need guys like this, man. These are the case makers.
The predator roaming the streets of Anchorage.
And I'll be honest with y'all, bro. Like, you could tell when people are telling the truth and shit like that. That's a very elaborate story. And it's not like it's some rich nigga that she's like trying to make. She has nothing to gain from like coming and fucking saying like, oh yeah, this guy did this to me. So, yeah.
Was still out there, free.
But did he?
To
I don't
claim
know.
more victims. Robert Hansen, the most likely suspect in the abduction and rape of Cindy.
And yo, look, let's be honest though. Come on, man. You pull up to this nigga's house? Come on, man. Come on, chat. Chat. Come on, man. This nigga guilty as fuck. Come on, bro. And a nigga's a butcher? Come on, man. You already know that this nigga, the grape god, man. And I'm not talking about fucking wine. You know what I'm saying?
had been released for a lack of solid evidence.
Oh shit, let me go ahead and give you guys the discount. Shit. My bad. I gotta extend it for a day for you guys. Bear with me, guys. Shit, I didn't even realize. Fuck, why didn't you guys tell me fucking sooner? Bear with me, guys. Here, I'll fix this shit on the side. Give me 1 sec.
Officer Baker was still curious. Lately, the Anchorage police had been grappling with what seemed like more than their share of missing persons reports, involving prostitutes like Paulson, or exotic dancers, or women out by themselves. Paulson's assertion that she was about to be put on a plane only reinforced his creeping suspicions about Hansen.
Yeah, that's a very, and mind you guys, remember, they had all this information on women missing in the wilderness. So that obviously made him say, what the fuck? That's weird. You know, because that kind of lines up with the missing persons. They had like 17 or 18 missing persons in 3 years? Something like that?
He had taken her to the airport where he was going to fly her out with the...
But not the fly that you guys were thinking about.
Story that if she maintained her helpfulness, that he'd bring her back and let her go. Well, Cindy was bright enough to know that she was on a one-way trip, and so was I. And so I kind of just put 2 and 2 together and figured that he was a very good suspect for the missing dancers.
Baker's supervisor had suspended the investigation into Robert Hansen, but Baker couldn't let it go.
And just so you guys know, man, merch is on sale, ninjas. Here's the store right here, okay? They fixed the website, by the way. You got the OSS hoodie that I got on right now, OSS Liberty, MGX hoodie, t-shirts, and you got, obviously, the Bison OSS General. So, yeah, guys, get in, man. There's a discount code in the Telegram chat for you guys. So get in there, guys. Join up in the revolution, my friends. So shirts are on sale.
Welcome, punch!
Get in there, niggas.
Cindy Paulson's nightmarish story had too much detail to not have some basis in truth. But no one except Baker would listen to her. He continued his investigation. On the surface, Baker found nothing in Hansen's record to arouse suspicion. He had moved to Anchorage from Iowa 16 years earlier and opened a bakery. It was a huge success. He had a wife and children, and except for his stutter, he fit in completely. When he wasn't in the kitchen...
That nigga was stuttering, bro. That's funny. That boy was, hey, you want to fuck?
Kitchen, Hansen enjoyed flying his small airplane, a Super Cub Piper. Back on the ground, he took to the woods. He was a solid citizen. He just didn't fit the model of a serial killer. There were plenty of others drifting through Alaska more suited to that role. They didn't have businesses. They didn't have families. Hansen did. He had everything to lose. Frank Rothschild was a prosecutor involved in the Paulson case.
Bob the baker. The troopers and the police used to go to his donut shop all the time.
All right, guys, code is back up, man. Get in there, ninjas. Get in there. It's back up. $4 for the first month. $75 for the year. Pay one time and be taken care of for the year, man. So get in there, guys. Let's get to 2,500. I've been doing an 8-hour stream. We're cooking. Covering the true crime. Sneako, Adin. Making fun of them boys. Talking about Epstein. I'm going to go into more detail tomorrow, Epstein. And I'm going to cover, what's her name? What's this bitch name? Cardi B as well with Stephon Diggs.
It was a very popular place to go. He had a bakery. People knew him. He was friendly. He was just a hard-working guy.
Unaware of Officer Greg Baker's local investigation in Anchorage, state troopers were still trying to find their serial killer. Bodies continued to be unearthed in the Alaskan wilderness.
Okay, very important. Very, very important. So back then, guys, law enforcement agencies didn't have the capability really of communicating with each other to the same level of degree that we have now with like the internet. So law like now we have like NCIC email and we can like kind of communicate with law enforcement agencies like, hey, I'm looking at this guy, you're looking at him too, cool, and you can get together. It was a lot harder to deconflict and identify similar targets back then in the 80s. Way harder. Okay, they didn't have a lot of these same refined search engines that would allow you to connect with other law enforcement agencies. Actually, this is a big fun fact for you guys. This is actually why Ted Bundy was so successful. Many people don't know this, but the reason why Ted Bundy evaded capture for so long, actually, is because he killed women in multiple states. I think 7 or 8 different states. And what he did was he would kill a woman in a state, then go like from Washington, for example. Then he'd go to Oregon, kill somebody. Then he'd go to California, kill somebody. Then he'd go to Idaho, kill somebody. And back then in the 70s, guys, they didn't have like a system set up where law enforcement agencies could talk to each other and be like, hey, you got, because Ted Bundy was killing the same type of chick, basically women in their 20s, women in their late teens or 20s that had brown hair. So these law enforcement agencies weren't able to kind of like communicate with each other and discover trends. So it wasn't until he started killing women in Colorado and Utah that the Colorado and Utah law enforcement agencies started to kind of be like, hey, bro, because they're like border each other. Like, hey, we got this guy, Ted Bundy. Oh, yeah, we dealt with him too, blah, blah, blah. And then that's how they kind of were able to like somewhat connect the killings, but they were still kind of lost up north in the Pacific. So very, very, difficult back then to identify these serial killers. And Ted Bundy was actually a huge reason why law enforcement agencies started to coordinating and make these databases to help out with sharing information.
Troopers.
Give me ones if you learned something new there. I don't think I've ever shared that on this channel. I mean, years ago when I first did Ted Bundy, but I don't think any of you guys have heard any of that before.
Set up a task force to study the similarities between the missing women and the murder victims.
Okay, so setting up the task force, this is very important. Why is this important? State police, local police department, etc., they can all work together. Forest Service, feds, etc., all get together, work under one house, and then they can start to, if someone does get some information that might make them say, oh shit, my trooper, I'll give you guys an example. Let's say you got, you got Anchorage Police Department there, state police there, maybe a tribal police department there, FBI there, Forest Service there, right? Forest Service comes across the body. Someone like a forest ranger comes across a body in the thing. Oh, it was shot by this type of round. Well, since they got a Forest Service agent on the task force, he could be like, hey, bro, we just got news that we got a body that we found over here. It might be linked to our case. Now they know, okay, we might have another body. That new body, as horrible as it sounds, is going to be able to be another piece of evidence that they can use, right, to try to identify the individual. Now, here's the scary part, right? When it comes to, not scary, but this is kind of like the sucky part when it comes to serial killers, right? The reality, guys, is that when it comes to serial killers, the more murders the guy the more murders he commits, the easier it is for them to catch him, because more than likely they're going to make mistakes, they're going to get cocky, they're going to get arrogant. And the reason why that's good for the police is because they just need him to fuck up one time, okay? And what they're able to do effectively is be able to get more pieces of evidence and get more connections, okay? And unfortunately, each new murder victim presents the ability for the killer to fuck up so that the police can catch him. Like, you look at Bryan Kohberger, right? He had a plan. He went in there like, yeah, I'm going to totally murder this bitch. And he goes in there and he finds like several other people. So in that rush, he made several mistakes. Number one, he violently killed them, right? He didn't stay as long as he wanted to. He didn't anticipate other people were going to be there, and then he left the sheath. Then he fucked up because he drove a car there that was easily identifiable to him, not knowing that there was going to be Ring cameras everywhere, right? And they're able to identify him within a few days. So going back to what I was saying, so that's an example where, let's say, like I said, we got a case here where there's bodies getting found in rural parts of Alaska. Let's say a park ranger finds the body. Obviously, it's going to be known in the agency, hey, we just found a body here. That park ranger is assigned to the task force. He could tell the guys, yo, we found a body and it has a link to what we got working on here. Boom. Now, all of them can respond. State police, locals, FBI, whatever. And all the different agencies can pool their resources to work to try to identify who the fuck this guy is. And this is the power of leveraging multiple agencies and utilizing each agency's like statutory authorities to be able to, you know, solve the case.
They hoped to find a common thread that would lead to a suspect.
Yo, like the video, bro. You guys are not going to get detail like this anywhere else, bro. You guys are not going to get sauce like this anywhere else. Join OSS. Support the channel. Most diversified streamer. That's my new title. Most diversified streamer, bro. I'm the MVP, nigga. I do it all. I literally could do it all. I'm like fucking Tracy McGrady, bro. Literally Tracy McGrady. I could play like all 5 positions, bro.
Good talking to you about something very...
Until authorities knew more, they did their best to educate dancers and prostitutes about playing safe. For the first time, police and prostitutes were on the same side. According to Rothschild, the goal was preservation.
Law enforcement were then and had been for a time advising young women who were...
Also, the reason why this is important is because now the prostitutes can be their eyes and ears. They know that this guy more than is killing like sex workers, so he's gonna strike again. So these escorts can be their, or prostitutes, they can literally be their eyes and ears.
Working in some of these clubs and who were working the streets to be careful and to advise them there was a maniac out there who seemed to be abducting and killing people.
A little digging revealed that Hanson's criminal history was extensive. 12 years earlier, in 1971, he'd been arrested twice for kidnapping, rape, and assault with a deadly weapon.
Now, it was a lot harder to find criminal histories back then, chat. You had to like, it was all paper files, so you would have to really go back and look there. Now you can look it up on a computer, but obviously it's gonna take some research to really find it.
They were crimes that bore an eerie resemblance to what Cindy Paulson had endured. Baker couldn't bring this information.
That's very important.
To his supervisor. The Paulson case had been officially suspended, and Baker was bucking authority. That left him no alternative.
Yo, you always need good cops like that, bro, that just keep going and they don't fucking give up. You need that, man. Hard to find nowadays. Smash that like button, by the way, guys.
At that time, I gathered up all the reports and background that I could find on Mr. Hanson and carried it over to the troopers.
When the troopers received the file from Officer Baker, they were optimistic. Paulson's testimony, along with Hanson's police record from Anchorage, made him a prime suspect in the state case. The troopers' investigation dovetailed with Baker's. They were both dealing with the same maniac. Robert Hanson was their best suspect.
I think
that's the beauty when different agencies work together, man.
I think everybody was looking at him real seriously because he made a good suspect when you looked into him. He had a pretty extensive criminal background, including some sexual assaults.
The only problem was the proof. Though Hanson was a violent sex offender, his record indicated nothing about being capable of homicide, nor was there any direct link from him to Sherry Morrow, Paula Goulding, and the other missing women. At this point, troopers didn't even have enough for a search warrant. They knew only that 3 women were dead.
Yeah, the search warrant from before from his house, it was stale, chat. This was a long time ago, so they didn't have enough to get back in the house again.
And 12 were missing. Out there lurked a serial killer. Troopers needed to catch him before he killed again. They needed help.
We knew we had a mass murder on our hands. That was not something Alaska had any experience with. Somebody obviously knew that the FBI not only had experience with it, but had set out this unit that was designed specifically to try to assist in discovering who these people were.
To catch a killer in their own backyard, the troopers called on help from over 3,000 miles away. Only the FBI had the resources needed to get inside a killer's
Now, guys, don't forget, this is going to be run by the state still, okay? Serial killer cases almost exclusively always go to the state, okay? Feds don't really come in for serial killer cases outside of an assistance role, okay? First-degree murder almost always falls under the state. Unless there's, you know, a federal link. Racketeering, interstate commerce affected, you know, bank robbery, it happened during the course of a bank robbery or some other type of federal crime. But in general, it's almost always a state that investigates first-degree murder, which is typically where serial murder follows.
When the Alaska State Troopers determined they had a serial killer on their hands, they realized they didn't have the expertise to stop him. But they knew who did. Quantico, Virginia is home to the FBI's Investigative Support Unit. Here, agents attempt to predict behavioral patterns.
Keyword, support unit. Still the state that's running this case, aka the Alaska State Police.
By analyzing a criminal's actions. Retired FBI agent John Douglas helped pioneer behavioral profiling and still works as a consultant. His profiles are based on 25 years interviewing convicted killers.
So we got this crybaby named Flawless in the chat saying, I usually watch, there's more informative things that could be discussed. Bro, just leave. If you don't like the topic that we're covering, then leave. A lot of other people are enjoying the stream, bro. Like, I covered so many different fucking topics today. Rewind it back. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, we're not a one-trick pony over here. We literally cover fucking damn near everything. Okay? Go watch something else, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, that like, is one of the most annoying things. Niggas try to tell me what to do on my stream. Shut the fuck up.
They taught Douglas how to think like they do. He's learned that serial killers are acting out their
Like, go watch one of my other streams or rewind it back when I was making fun of dumbass, fruity, felon boy George Santos. I don't fucking know. Go watch something else, dude. Holy shit, man. I have so many streams, so much content. Like, watch one of the clips, whatever, bro. Like, you don't have to fucking watch this if you don't want to, man. Don't sit here and bitch in the fucking chat, bro. The fuck is wrong with you?
Fantasies of control and conquest. As Douglas slowly wins their trust, he takes them back to the scene of their crime.
You finally get them talking, they start giving you that 1,000-yard stare. They're back.
Bro said, just my 2 cents seem suspect? What suspect? Do you not know I used to do this for work? I genuinely enjoy fucking watching these true crime documentaries and explaining shit to you. The fuck is wrong with you? Nigga, do you not know that this channel started as a fucking true crime channel? What the hell? What a dumbass.
Back 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when they were perpetrating the crime, and they kind of lock into that 1,000-yard stare, and their memory is just so precise. And the fantasy is what keeps them going over and over and enables them to survive when they're incarcerated. So I got to tap into that. It takes time, but once I'm in there, I get tremendous information.
From these interviews, he just...
No, I'm not gonna ban him, bro. I just let that nigga fucking complain and cry, bro. He's getting roasted because he's trying to tell me what to do on my stream, bro. That shit's annoying as fuck, man.
Distilled a checklist of traits and habits that serial killers share. They start young, with lesser crimes such as arson or cruelty to animals.
Okay, take care now.
Over the years, their violence builds. To every new case, profilers bring the knowledge of how killers evolve.
To understand the criminal, you must look at the crime. You just want to see if you can come up with an analysis based upon preliminary police reports, crime scene photographs.
So typically when they're not too sure, or they do kind of have the guy and they want to, iron him in more, they'll talk to a profiler because the profiler will be able to either A, help them find who the guy is, or in this case, when they have a person that they think is the guy, they'll kind of give the profiler even more information on that individual, and then they can kind of give them an idea of like, hey, is this the probable killer? So that's kind of what it is as well. And just so you guys know, like, see, I read all the chats. I read the Rumble chat. I read the CC chat, or sorry, the OSS chat, even the CC chat. Rumble, I read it all, Kick chat. And honestly, bro, like, it's funny too, because it's like the niggas that complain the most are not even an OSS, and they bitch and moan. Like, it might get to a point, bro, where I'm literally only going to just read the OSS chat. I'm not going to read nothing else. And some of you guys are going to fuck it up for everybody else. Where I'm just literally going to just read the OSS chat, nothing else. Because those guys are actually supporting me, so, like, their criticisms matter. You niggas watching on YouTube for free, that bitch, like, honestly, like, I should be, like, I shouldn't even have your chat even on screen. But the people that rock with me, like, they don't bitch. They don't moan. They're like, yo, this is diversified shit. I fuck with it. And if they don't like it, they'll, like, just turn out and then watch something else. I don't fucking know. They get it. That, like, being diversified means not everything is going to be of interest to them, and that's fine. But the OGs know that this is what we used to watch all the time together. Pause. So, like, yeah, bro. And my thing is, like, I don't want to fuck it up for everybody else on YouTube and, like, not look at the YouTube chat because of a couple of retards. So I still keep it up and everything else like that. But I don't want to fuck it up for everybody else. But what I could do is like I could like just look at OSS and nothing else. And now OSS making fun of y'all niggas, by the way. They're like, yo, fuck these niggas. They've been telling me for a minute, ignore these motherfuckers. Like, yo, these dudes are some fucking brokies. Don't even look at their chat no more. Fuck them niggas. But I truly want to create a good environment for everybody else. I truly do.
Profile of the victim, autopsy protocol, reviewing that, review the autopsy photographs, do an analysis of the overall crime, the risk level that the subject took, the victim risk level, analysis of the area, maybe the crime scene, maybe you have multiple crime scenes, and then based upon that, you attempt now to come up with a specific type of profile.
By examining every aspect of an unsolved crime, a profiler can determine specific characteristics of that killer, such as age, occupation, and physical characteristics. The troopers contacted the FBI to see if the Bureau could work up an analysis of the Anchorage killer. They hoped the profile would sharpen the investigation and bring overlooked clues to light. The troopers gave the FBI what they needed to build the behavioral profile. For a scrupulous, accurate profile, they required only facts from the troopers, no analysis or theories. Trooper Wayne Van Clausen didn't want to lose any time. The information he received from Officer Baker aroused his suspicions about Robert Hansen, but he needed more information. Criminal records were just beginning to be computerized, and he didn't have access to them all in Anchorage.
Yep. Back like I said, man, you had to literally go and look at everything like in paper. Like you had to go sit there, pull up the 1,000 pages, go through it, you know, line by line, page by page, go through it. This is old-fashioned police work, man.
While the profile was being developed, he went to Juneau to collect Hansen's records from the Superior and Supreme Court archives. In his fact-finding mission, Van Clausen researched every town that Hansen had ever lived in. He found reports on Robert Hansen dating back to 1961.
All right, so I got a retard in the chat, tall, thin on an edge, saying, because says, man, I paid you money and you didn't get what you said out of it, so yeah? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? We have a Telegram group. Did you go in there? We have a free Discord. Did you go there? Did you go in the Telegram group and get the fucking discount for the merch? Huh? Did you fucking go in and join the, did you join any of these groups that we had? Are you going to tune in for the Tuesday show when we cover the fucking Cookie Monster event? Bro, you didn't fucking pay. Stop lying, bro. Because if you did, you would have got the value that you're bitching about that you didn't. The fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? You're fucking lying. Because if you did pay and you're in the OSS, you would see all that shit. What the fuck? The hell are you talking about, bro? This dude, tall, thin, on edge. You should change your name to tall, retard, and stupid. That's what you change your name to, retard. Just off the shit I just named. That's not even all the shit. What the fuck? This nigga's a retard, man.
He gathered all that he could carry, sent the rest by truck, then headed home. While he was in Juneau, the FBI had come through with a criminal profile of the serial killer. The fact that the killer was so prolific meant to Douglas that he could function unnoticed within the community. Someone who worked independently, most likely a business owner. The killer would be an avid...
Also, you do realize that, like, we give a bunch of different value on the fucking thing. Like, if you're an OSS member and you super chat, I read your chat, even if it's $1, even though I have like a limit of 5 or above. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What the fuck? The fact that I'm even reading your dumbass chat right now, you should be happy. When you're fucking sitting here lying. Oh, bro, I do give value. What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't get no value, dumbass. Literally, there's a Telegram group. We got a fucking discount in there for you to go in and get the merch at a discounted price. I'm going to have an annual meetup. I got the dog tags right here. I got fucking, you can get your chats read at only $1. Right? Starting next week, we're going to start doing some exclusive content where we're going to go ahead and bring like Corey Hughes in and we're going to go ahead and cover the Cookie Monster event. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, don't fucking get on my shit and lie, bro. Holy shit, man.
outdoorsman since the bodies were recovered in remote.
Been out for 9 hours, bro. I don't got the fucking patience for fucking retards right now, dude. Holy shit, man. Straight up fucking lying. Fucking crybabies, man. Holy shit, dude. Ah, man. Niggas are annoying me, man.
Remote areas of wilderness. Since he preyed on prostitutes, Douglas concluded the killer had difficulty talking to women, had low self-esteem, and grew up feeling like an outcast. Based on killers with similar profiles, Douglas provided a
Yeah, bro, this dude tall, thin, and on edge is crying about $4, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? This nigga, bro. You saved the money. If you paid for the $4 with the fucking discount code I gave you, you're literally getting your money's worth by being in a Discord, being in a Telegram, getting the discount code. I haven't even accounted for you donating on the show at a $5 limit. What are you talking about, dude? You must have me confused with someone else. Niggas crying over $4 when you get all the fucking value. I just named some of it. That's not all of it. That's the free meetups. Anytime I travel to a major city that you're close to, you'll know if you're a paying member. What is this nigga talking about, bro? What the hell? All the value I'm giving on OSS for $4? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Specific characteristic to explain the cause of those feelings of inadequacy.
Dude said it's about integrity, not money. Integrity on what? I've delivered everything that you fucking said. The fuck are you talking about? Don't fucking sit there and lie in my fucking chat, you dickhead. What the fuck? This nigga retarded? Bro, just refund your shit, bro. Honestly, yo, just refund your shit, bro. Didn't pay for Telegram, paid to get my messages read? What message did you send? When? What's your fucking username? The hell are you talking about? What message? Bro, what's your username, bro? I'm gonna fucking refund you, bro. Honestly. I don't even want you in my fucking community, bro. Holy shit, this bitch ass nigga. Yo, what's your username, bro? What's your username? I'm literally gonna refund you right now. Get the fuck out my shit, bro. Holy shit. This nigga bitching saying it paid for $4. He said I didn't read his message. I read super chats all the time, bro. What are you talking about? Holy shit, bro. Yo, Brett, can you get this guy's username info for me? Get this guy's his username, bro. Get this nigga out of here, bro.
A feature that bore an eerie resemblance to Robert Hansen.
The one that totally blew us all away, I think, is that when they said he's either going to be a stutterer or someone who has a lisp, a speech defect. How do you figure that? But that was one of the things that they...
Yo, message Brett on Twitter, bro. Message Brett on Twitter. Show me your receipt of your thing, bro, and we'll refund you, bro. Just we'll refund you, bro. I don't even want to fucking deal with this shit. Wow. Incredible. Dude said I didn't read his message. What?
Suggested might show up.
The FBI profile pointed to Robert Hansen, but the depths of Douglas's insight were about to be known. Upon Van Clausen's return, troopers studied the files. The records showed that Hansen had spent 3 years in a reformatory for setting fire to his old high school's bus garage. Based on their work with previous killers, the FBI profilers said the killer would have a history of arson.
You have a boyfriend?
Yes, actually I do.
Yeah, because...
The profile painted the killer as a social misfit. Hansen's court-ordered psychiatric reports from his days at the reformatory bore this out.
I'm really busy right now, you know.
I don't mean anything like, I mean, you know.
His stutter was a social barrier that undermined his self-confidence. Whenever he tried to assert himself, he'd be slapped down.
I have a lot of work to do, or I'm gonna call security on you.
He's one of those persistent guys, man. He doesn't fucking quit. With the girls. Mind you, this is a fucking married guy.
He never forgot the sting. The profile said the killer would learn to function as a normal member of society while his perversions festered within. His record showed that in his 30s, Hansen began working at a bakery. He would brag to co-workers about his kleptomania and the sense of power it gave him. He also bragged about his love of hunting. He took great pleasure in exerting power over his prey, stalking it, then wounding it. And he became good at the kill, winning prestigious awards. In 1967, he moved to Alaska to start a new life and for better hunting. 3 years after moving there, his record showed he was arrested for the attempted rape of a young receptionist at gunpoint. He pleaded no.
Yeah, so you can see some of the, problematic character traits here. He enjoys hunting, pervert, gets rejected by women. But the most dangerous ones are the ones that can still function in society and kind of figure it out. So, yeah, these guys are some of the most dangerous because you don't see. Kind of gives off this this thing like, oh yeah, I'm a normal guy, but in reality, he's a fucking pervert that likes to hunt. Bad combo. Bad boy Russ, can we keep $1 $4? No. W value F the haters. Appreciate that, Bobby Trauma. Don't mind the broke ninjas. Yeah, I know, bro. It's so annoying though, dude. Myron, stop putting your energy on these Jew2 brokies, homie. Fucking them. Fuck them. Bro, here's the thing, man. I work really hard, and it's really fucking annoying and frustrating to put on all this work and then have niggas be ungrateful or say stupid shit that's not true. That's what fucking pisses me off, bro. It's easy to sit there and be like, yo, don't pay attention to these niggas. But I care because I put serious attention into my craft. So when people say stupid shit like that, yeah, it pisses me off. Because I actually give a fuck about putting my work in. If I didn't give a shit, I'd just be like, oh yeah, fuck y'all niggas, man. I'm just here to collect the check. But I'm not here to just collect the check. I'm not just here to collect the check. If I just only cared about making money, bro, I'll literally just do fresh and fit. I wouldn't even do this shit, honestly. And I'll just chill. That's all I would do. And then just that's it. But I genuinely enjoy doing this. I enjoy it, giving value, educating and entertaining you guys at the same time, giving you guys something different. So when I get stupid ass niggas like this lying, saying some dumb shit about, I didn't get the value. What the fuck? When I'm busting my ass to fucking provide the value, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that's annoying. So yeah, I'm going to call people out when they say dumb shit like that. When you put this much work in, bro, for someone to come in and insult your craft, yeah, it's going to be annoying. Especially being on for 9 hours or shit like that. Fucking ridiculous, dude. I've been up for almost 24 hours now. Literally been up 21 hours. I woke up 5 o'clock this morning, was researching for the show all night, different topics, everything else like that. And I'm staying on a lot longer than I thought I was going to stay, to be honest with y'all. But yeah, bro, it's just wildly annoying and disrespectful as fuck to the craft. Just purchased my OSS Liberty hoodie. Let me know if dog tags are available. We'll figure it out. Shout out to you, DeMarco Cuts, for joining for the year. Appreciate you, my friend. Those roasters, you know you're fucked when your prosecutor's last name is Rothschild. Yeah, it's cooked, bro. Some people are asking in their chat just to make sure if you already paid for the $4 a month, it stays at $4 a month. No, it goes to 10 after that, man. It's $4 the first month, then it goes to 10 after that. Yeah. So what happens is it's for the first month, then it goes to 10 after that. I've been saying this for months. Well, saying it for a month. Sorry. So here, this is to kick the tall, thin, and on edge. I appreciate that, Arc Lightning. I appreciate that, bro. See, niggas are annoyed by this fucking guy because they come in and fuck up the show. And again, I could just be a dickhead and only show the OSS chat and nothing else and just ignore everybody else. But that's fucked up, man. Because I don't want everybody else in the YouTube chat to suffer because of a couple of retards. So it is what it is, man. It's just very frustrating how I bust my ass to put in this work and then niggas disrespect and talk shit. Fucking assembling a new goddamn mixer on stream, stressing out with the audio and the video, making the shit good. Bro, most streamers don't go fuck about any of this shit, man. Niggas just be retarded. So, whatever, man. Anyway.
Contest to assault with a deadly weapon. A little more than a month later, he was indicted for the attempted assault of an 18-year-old woman he'd followed home.
What? What is it? Fentanyl Kevin? Is that your name, nigga? Have another paid comment, bro? Fuck you, man. Honestly. Is that your fucking name? Is the same guy Tolton on Edge? Is that you, retard?
As soon as the man got to Alaska, he was involved in theft cases. He was involved in abductions. He had psychiatric evaluations showing him to be really unstable and having all kinds of weird sexual fantasies and the rest.
True to the profile, Hansen seemed a respectable citizen, so the courts were lenient. In one case, he claimed to have memory lapses and was given psychiatric treatment and 5 years in a work release program. He abducted one of his early victims outside a coffee shop, took her to a cabin in the wilderness, and raped her at gunpoint. She was 17 at the time.
He told me, of course, if I called the police, that he would...
No, it's at the top of the description, bro. It's in the top of the comments. It's OSS My Community.
...me down and kill me. He told me he was a fine, outstanding businessman. He had never mentioned at any point when during the rape time or before or after that he was married, but he said he's a fine, outstanding businessman and that I was just a kid and nobody would believe me.
And he was right. Everything the profiler said about the perpetrator of the series.
TBC said, I know you do it for the love of the crap, brother. I don't know who else would stay up late as hell at night to make sure the camera ratings were top notch for the next day. I don't see any other stream putting in the work you do. I appreciate it, man. Just about the fact he's given value to improve and chase freedom with money and how to do a minimalist changed my life for real. I was very close to booking an international flight with very little money instead of staying at home and grinding because I was chasing short-time pleasure. I'm glad you didn't do that, bro. Loyalty King Don DeMarco, appreciate that, my friend. Heike, you should up the super chats. That way they can stop crying about you not reading $1 super chats. Yeah, I'm about to do that, bro. I'm really about to do that because that way it'll keep me from missing other people that super chat, and then it'll make sure that people like don't send in don't cry and complain.
Serial killings. Fits suspect Robert Hansen, a truly dangerous man who was passing as a nondescript face in the crowd. While troopers zeroed in on Hansen, they spread out to search for more victims in the Knik River area, where 3 bodies had been found. They believed that the dancers who were still missing may have been buried close to the other grave sites. But troopers came up.
Hey, thanks, our Legny, for the 25 gifted, bro. I really appreciate that. The real G support, man. I really appreciate that, bro. It's guys like you that keep me going, bro. These fucking retards piss me off, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? There's always going to be fucking retarded trolls, disrespectful retarded trolls, but it is what it is. We keep going, though.
Empty. The area was too large and remote to cover completely. Despite the compelling FBI profile and the past police records, troopers lacked anything tangible to link Hansen to the killings. His police records were too stale, the evidence too circumstantial to hold any weight in a court of law. Investigators hoped that Cindy Paulson could help. She was the only surviving victim to Hansen's current wave of violence. Perhaps she could remember something else from her ordeal. Paulson gave another statement. But this time, she was able to ID one of the guns Hansen had in his possession. Aside from Paulson, Hansen had not been implicated in a rape or abduction for more than 10 years. But in the hopes of strengthening their case and establishing a pattern of behavior, investigators searched for another of Hansen's victims from years earlier, whose experience matched Paulson's. Although this prior victim no longer lived in the area, troopers tracked her down and asked for her help.
I had gotten a call from Alaska asking if I would like to maybe help with a conviction for Mr. Hansen. They had explained to me that he had killed, to the best of their knowledge, 7 women. And they explained to me that the last woman had broken free.
She agreed to testify when the time came, but troopers still had a weak case. Though troopers felt confident they were on the right track, they didn't have enough to prove that Hansen was a serial killer. According to Anchorage Police Officer Greg Baker, Hansen knew that authorities were onto something.
One morning I was driving by and I needed to get some donuts for the shift. Mr. Hansen was there, and he had a window that he stood in and decorated cakes and cupcakes and cookies. And I remember watching him. He kept looking up at me, and you could tell he was nervous. And he kept putting frosting on his thumb. And I liked that.
When they know that they're going to get you, bro, they fuck with you like that, and they start to get nervous, the guy that was calm, right, that was cocky, like, oh, yeah, you guys can go in and search my house because he knew that he had a good alibi and everything else like that. But now he starts to see the nooses getting tighter and tighter, man.
What we'll do is...
Although investigators had Hansen in their sights, they still lacked the evidence to connect him directly to the crimes.
all the information we can possibly...
But because Hansen matched the profile so closely, Douglas flew to Alaska to review the case and to brief the troopers and prosecutor Frank Rothschild on how to proceed with the
Some of the
suspect.
information that's already in front of him to release.
Douglas was confident that Hansen was their serial killer. The hunter was now the hunted.
So the mission was to provide a analysis for them. Does he have the capability to commit a crime like this? And the answer was yes. I believe this prostitute, and I believe he's capable of perpetrating these crimes.
Douglas's idea was to bring Hansen in for questioning while simultaneously searching his house. To obtain a warrant, investigators needed to list specific items they believed to be in the house. They knew to look for the gun that Cindy Paulson described, and the one that fired the bullets found in the graves of Sherry Morrow and Paula Goulding. That wasn't enough. They needed a home run, something that would prove Hansen's guilt in no uncertain terms. They asked Douglas if there was anything else to list in the warrant.
Yes, some of the research findings is we're dealing here with a serial killer. And serial killers, it starts off as fantasy. And one of the things to keep the fantasy going after the crime is because they're on the hunt nightly looking for victims, is they take some type of memento. We call them either souvenirs or trophies.
And in the beginning of the thing, if you guys remember, what did he do? He took the jewelry off the girl that he killed. Very common that serial killers do this.
Something belonged to the victims.
Douglas helped prosecutors write the affidavit based on the likelihood of finding mementos mentioned in the profile.
Okay, anything else? I've got those two.
Anything from a piece of the victim's jewelry to a driver's license.
We don't have any.
But a behavioral profile had never been used as the basis of a search warrant in the United States before. Rothschild knew he'd need to back it up with more conventional information.
Obviously, the district attorney's office wanted this search warrant to be bulletproof. They wanted it to be...
Rare W for a Jew, man.
Absolutely.
Nigga put this serial killer behind the bars for real.
Positively without flaw, because they knew this was a big, big case. The last thing they wanted was to have something wrong with the search warrant and have all the evidence thrown out.
The affidavit swelled to 48 pages. The judge granted 8 search warrants for Hansen's property. Now, they just needed Hansen. They had learned his pattern, knew his schedule. On October 23, 1983, they went to pick him up at his bakery. But Hansen wasn't there. He'd gotten off to a late start, unwittingly keeping the troopers waiting 20 tense minutes.
Robert Hansen, Alaska State Sergeant, will you step away from your car?
When asked to come in for questioning, he didn't resist.
Yep, that's when they know they're cooked. They get picked up in their work uniform. Yep.
The interrogation room was ready for him.
Oh shit. This is good. Set up yourself up to win. Show that you already know everything, and anything that he tries to say is going to be capped. You already know what time it is. What do you think pushes a human to become a serial killer? I feel like some ass whooping could prevent these. No. Yeah, that's a part of it for sure. But, you know, some of it is like, you know, nurture, nature, combination. Myron, if you change the minimum $1 chat to more, I feel like you did a bait and switch on us. It's not a bait and switch, bro. It's that people fuck it up for everybody else. Arquin, what age do you think I should go and maybe into dating and relationships? Currently 20. Here's the thing. I would, if I did do it, I would raise it for everybody else too. And you got to remember, bro, as the channel grows, like you have to up the minimum. Like I can't sit here and read $1 chats the entire show. Show started pissing me the fuck off. Do these retards be on, bro? I know, man. I don't know, dude. My bad. So yeah. I mean, remember, bro, Steel Wall, you don't have to super chat in, bro. You can just, you don't have to super chat in. I'm not going to up it right now, but I'm saying in the future that could happen as it grows and we get more trolls and retards like that. Like, we might have to do it, bro.
The goal was to keep him off balance.
I'll try not to, but that's how you prevent stupidity a lot of the times.
Hoping to elicit a confession and avoid a lengthy legal case. Douglas helped the troopers design the interrogation room for the biggest psychological impact.
Okay, so they used the FBI profiler. Based on what they knew about him and the information they had, they set up in a way where he would be more likely to confess. Very interesting that they did this.
Crime scene photos and related materials were strewn everywhere for Hansen to contemplate before his interview.
Oh, shit.
At the appointed
Just let him sit there and stew for a bit.
moment, the troopers arrived,
Hello, Mr.
and the
Hansen.
mind game began.
Mr. Hansen?
The FBI coached Rothschild on how to play it.
Ask him questions in a way that would prompt more discussion. So that's game plan number one. Then obviously we've got all of these cases that have been investigated. And to get him to talk specifically about those. He's trying to search us out. What do we know? So I could see his game plan was to kind of find out what we knew and play off of that. And my game plan, of course, is to find out what he knew.
While Rothschild tried to get Hansen to open up and confess, troopers served the search warrants. Hansen's wife was home.
All right, so this dude just goes, there you go. Would have been nice to figure this out like Jum instead of a bunch of piss moaning. Yo, Brett, do me a favor, bro. This guy, Fentanyl Kevin, get him out of here, bro. This is the guy. This is the fucking tall, thin, and whatever the fuck his name is. His name is Fentanyl Kevin. Get this guy out of here, bro. Brett, if you don't mind. If you're watching the stream. Mods, and the OSS, get rid of this guy. Don't want him in our fucking community. Get him out of here, bro. Yeah. I don't want to fucking deal with this guy, honestly, at this point. Anyone that complains and bitches like that, dude, fuck that. I'm good, man. I am good. Don't need that stress, dude. Don't need that stress. We are going to refund you your $4, bro. All right. Fitness says, Myron Gaines, I have 2 full-time jobs, 2 kids, and working on a business. To be honest, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be working this hard. The sleep deprivation is fucked. I feel for you, bro. Yeah, man. Hey, man, we all got to grind, bro. It's all good. Someone's got to deal with some more idiots than others, but it's all good. It's part of the greater good, my friend.
The troopers were extra cautious, videotaping the entire procedure. What they were looking for could be anywhere, even in plain sight. Hansen knew the troopers had access to his police and psychological records. He didn't tell authorities anything they didn't already know. He spoke of his painful upbringing, his strict family, his anger. He admitted to picking up dancers and prostitutes in the early 70s, and how enraged he became when they tried to raise their prices. But he denied threatening any of them. He admitted nothing. While Hansen told his story and his house was being turned inside out, other troopers headed to his bakery and to the airport to search his plane. Both were clean. The house became the focal point of the investigation. careful search of the upstairs bedroom finally yielded a curious and eerie discovery. An aerial map of the region, peppered with 37 X's. They seemed to be clustered mainly around the area where bodies had been found. But there were dozens more marks than bodies. At least, so.
All right, bro, you'll get a prorated refund. You're good. All right? Fentanyl, Kevin, take it easy, bro. You will get a prorated refund. Congratulations, man. Take it easy.
Far. The searchers continued up to the attic. Under insulation, the troopers found weapons. Among the items found were a .223 Ruger Mini.
Mark Lenny said these guys ruining the movie night with the boys. LOL. Yeah, it's all good, bro. It's fine. He's good. He's got his you got removed from the community. He's gonna get a prorated refund. Good to go, bro. So you take it easy, bro. Like no hard feelings, but I honestly don't want people like you in my community, bro. Honestly, I just don't. So nah, man. I'm good off that, bro. No hard feelings, but I just don't want you in my community, man. So you can go ahead, take your money, go somewhere else.
14 rifle, like the one used to kill Sherry Morrow and Paula Goulding, and a wood-handled revolver resembling the one described by Cindy Paulson.
Yeah.
The search team let Van Clausen know the good news.
Sounds good. These women look familiar? Have you ever seen them?
The net was closing on Hansen, and he knew it. But he wasn't ready to talk just yet.
Take another look.
The interview dragged on for hours. It didn't seem like a confession was likely.
I haven't.
Another thing about these serial killers, guys, is like a lot of them are, they think that they're smarter than the cops and they think that they're smarter than everyone. Because remember, guys, they get away with this for years. So what ends up happening a lot of times is they get like very arrogant, very cocky, and they think, oh man, no one can stop me. So, yeah. So they'll get a little bit delusional in their own ability for a bit. And then a lot of things is like they're hoping that the cops are kind of like, Legendary Keef said, here's the $5 Fent Kevin cried over. I appreciate that, dude. You don't have to do that, man. Buy maggot with an F. You guys are fucking ruthless, man. Yeah.
Never seen.
While troopers collected the evidence, the case...
the arrogance kind of, they build their arrogance and they think, oh yeah, I'm not going to get caught, I'm not going to get caught. So what ends up happening is they get really cocky, they make mistakes and shit like that. Maybe they get lazy with, concealing evidence here or there. And then when the cops eventually do get them, a lot of times they either give up right away or they don't confess.
Unwound even further. Hansen's friend and neighbors stopped by, curious about the activity. She was stunned by the news, then made a confession that demolished the last of Hansen's story. She told troopers that her husband provided Hansen with his alibi on the night of Cindy Paulson's abduction. He'd lied to protect his friend, not realizing how serious Hansen's charges were. The husband later called police and retracted his statement. Hansen's alibi evaporated. As the search continued, the troopers found the most incriminating evidence so far. Evidence that Douglas knew had to be there somewhere. They found Sherry Morrow's necklace and other personal property belonging to the dead or missing women. They had found Hansen's stash of trophies.
Yeah, this is Baker here.
Investigators called the station. Though they had Hansen where they wanted him, still he wouldn't confess. But they had enough.
That's that arrogance.
To lock him up on the Cindy Paulson case.
Take your time.
Bail was set at $500,000. Investigators now had time to build their case against Hansen as a serial killer. They called the prior victim to see if she was still on board.
And at that time, they thought he had killed 11 women. And was I still interested in being a witness? They really felt that they may need me because he hadn't confessed.
All right, what you got?
3 points on the map found in his bedroom matched the locations of bodies recovered by the troopers.
Oh, cooked.
Another X marked the location.
Solid evidence.
Of a body recovered by Seward police years earlier. The remaining X's presumably marked the graves of more victims, dozens of them.
Looking at the map obviously was pretty chilling.
You guys, is the stutter serial killer?
Because we believed the map. The map was a body count, as far as we were concerned. The man had kept track. He didn't have newspaper clippings. He had the map.
When the troopers believed they had enough to convict Hansen on at least 4 murders, they confronted him and his lawyer with the evidence. Hansen couldn't refute it. He had no place left to hide. Finally, it was time to confess. Time for Hansen to cut a deal. Hansen said he would confess to the murders that could be proven, as long as the trial was given no publicity and that his family be left alone.
Yeah, that would have been hella embarrassing.
He demanded that he be imprisoned outside of Alaska when the trial was over. In exchange for only 4 convictions, he agreed to show the troopers where more bodies were buried.
Okay, I was gonna say he's probably gonna show them where the bodies are to get that deal, because he's getting a pretty good deal. Only 4 convictions, right? All this other stuff.
Investigators called
because that'll close literally a bunch of other cases. Big deal.
The prior victim
and bring closure to the families.
Tell her the good news.
The 3rd time they called back and said that he had confessed and they wouldn't need me. So I hung up the phone when we were done talking. I got my son off to school, got my husband out the door, and
wait, this chick got a husband? Bro. Holy man.
Proceeded to fall apart. I started crying. I couldn't stop. I had no control over it. It controlled me. I could see each and every one of those women, how they died, probably hunted down like dogs, wounded and then hunted more.
In his confession, Hansen described how he would take his victims into the woods and hunt them as prey. Over the dozen years that he lived in Alaska, he'd raped more than 30 women and developed many strategies
30?
For capturing them. Once he found a likely target, a solitary woman like Sherry Morrow, he would befriend her and arrange to meet her at a fast food place. If they were dancers or aspiring models, he'd offer to pay to photograph them. He'd arrive early and stay in his car. That way he'd be certain the woman arrived alone and had no one waiting for her in the parking lot.
That's some primetime fucking stalking right there, my friends.
No witnesses. Then he'd go in and meet his new victim. One half of the handcuff was already fastened to the seat. Hansen boasted that snapping the other half onto his victim's wrist while reaching for his gun became like a reflex.
Wow. Bro mastered it, man. He probably practiced it.
Then he would take them home or to a remote motel to rape and torture them.
The fact that bro took him to his house shows how fucking, like, confident he was. The hubris, guys. The fucking hubris to take him to his house.
He'd blindfold
it's because he knew that they weren't going to live.
Them and drive or fly them to the outskirts of town until he arrived at a secluded spot, his hunting ground. His habit was to toy with his prey before he made the kill.
See, people like this have a, deserve a special place in hell, bro. Shit like this made me want to get into the job, man. Put people like this behind bars, because there really are some dangerous people out there, man. As much as people say they hate the cops or whatever, bro, who the fuck else is going to put these assholes in jail?
Hansen confessed that in the summer of '83, he devised what he called his summer plan. He sent his family away so he could bring his victims home. When he was done with them, he'd dispose of them in the wilderness.
Argan says, I have a tendency to walk past certain groups of people and hiccup racist words. Is it normal? Totally normal, my friend. Didn't you do this with Angie on Fed Reacts? No, not this one. Not this one. I was gonna do it. This week, Kumo, but I guess we had some other stuff coming in, so I'm covering it now.
On February 27th,
Good to see you here, bro. You've been here the whole stream. Shout out to you, man.
1984, Robert
We're about to close in on almost 10 hours.
Hansen was convicted of murdering 4 women and sentenced to 461 years plus life with no chance of parole.
Yeah, that nigga cooked.
After his sentencing, Hansen accompanied troopers into the field to find more of his victims.
He's smart. He didn't want to. He wanted to make sure that he didn't show them the bodies until after he was sentenced. Him and his defense attorney set that one up.
Represented by X's on his map. A total of 8 victims were found. Some places on the map went unexplored. Bears scavenged others, scattering the remains.
Yeah, realistically, guys, if you get killed out in the wilderness, you got maybe 48 hours before the animals get to you, man. Really more like 24 hours. I'm sure any, outdoorsman here can, vouch to that. But within 24 hours, 24 to 48 hours, body's gonna be gone from the elements.
Investigators will never know how many of the 37 X's represented one of Hansen's victims. According to John Douglas, the map might have depicted only a small part of his hunting grounds.
Killers like Hansen will come into contact with a lot of women, but fantasy is everything, and they may not like the way the person talks or the person dresses, the style, and so they'll make a decision. Well, this one will live. This one over here will die. I believe he was good for a lot more cases, and I still believe there was a chance that one of the reasons that caused him to go up to Alaska, he was running away from homicides back in the lower 48.
In the United States, an estimated 35 to 50 serial killers are active at any given time. Profiling has
there's one in Austin right now, man, going crazy. The Austin PD is trying to cover it up, but there's a serial killer operating right now in fucking Austin, Texas, chat.
Made them easier to spot and apprehend. Each time one is captured, investigators learn more about their twisted motivations, making it easier to catch the next one.
Bam. Guys, I hope you guys like that. How'd you guys like that, bro? It's been a minute since we've reacted to an FBI Files episode. It's been a while. I know some of you guys are probably like, oh, this is gonna suck. But come on, man. Come on. That was better than you thought, guaranteed. For some of you guys. I know some of y'all were like, bro, this is gonna be trash. This is an old documentary. Bro, that shit was good, man. That shit was good. And that wasn't even that famous of a serial killer. If I covered like a more famous one, y'all would have been like, oh shit. So interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff. Yeah, bro, we switch things up, man. We're not one-trick ponies over here being fucking retards. We literally can cover it all over here. So yeah. Ghoulish King with the 5 Get the Subs. Thank you so much, bro. I refunded the other guy, so he's on his way out. He'll get his refund. He'll get a prorated refund. So, we can't have negative Nancy's like that in the community, bro. People like that absolutely are toxic. You don't want to have them around, bro. Like, nothing makes them happy. They cry and complain about everything. It's like, nah, bro, we're good, bro. Okay. So what I'm thinking, chat, is I'm going to be back on tomorrow at 5. I'm going to cover dumbass Cardi B. It was so nostalgic, man. I felt like a Fetish Sunday. Good times, bro. Thank you so much, 3 Diglets. 3 Diglets is a long-time real ninja, man. He's a long-time real ninja, bro. Yeah, I'm going to start doing that again, bro. I think, I don't think people understand that these documentaries are really cool, really interesting, and you learn something new, and it lets me kind of get back into my old element. So, I'll still do those on Sundays. Hell, it doesn't even feel like it's fucking Monday, man. But we still did a Fetish Sunday here. Covered Kohberger, covered that. Some good stuff. We'll do that once a week, chat. We'll do the true crime shit once a week, every Sunday. So I'll find another episode on, you know what, how about this one? OSS guys, find a serial killer that you guys want, a case that you guys want, and I'll cover it. Cover OSS guys, you guys pick. Arc Lightning, missed that stuff. Thank you so much. Can we close the OSS chat with the non-paying people now? It's the trolls that get in here for free and act like they joined when they didn't. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like they're not even paying members? Well, that guy was a paying member. I got him out of there, though. Yeah, I'm going to close the OSS chat starting, I'm going to start, Pop and 7. I'm going to close the OSS chat after the sale ends on Tuesday. But yeah, I will do that for you, bro. Thank you for the suggestion. Good idea. But I'm going to do it. I would have done it tonight, but, you know, given the audio situations, I felt like I couldn't just end the sale without making it right for you guys. So I'll extend it for another 24 hours. That's my fucking fault for not having the audio. So yeah, almost up for 24 hours now. But like I said before, dealing with a couple of retards is worth it to help the rest of you guys out, give you guys some entertainment, some education on how things go. Let me see what nigga Chris is doing. Call Chris real quick. Matter of fact. Let me see what Chris is doing. Maybe we'll play some Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I think he might have went to the club. Shit, I don't even know. Yeah, if Chris wants to play, I'll jump on Marvel Rivals. I'm tired as fuck, bro. Almost 24 hours, but maybe I'll jump on Marvel Rivals for you guys. Hey, man, we go hard and paint, bro. We literally are doing it all. We might even do some Marvel Rivals. We got fucking true crime, contemporary cases, Epstein, them boys, JQ, fucking,
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Making fun of niggas in X spaces, cooking whores, covering serial killers, making fun of blacks. So, no, I'm not going to play Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. What the hell? Let's see here. Club on a Sunday. Common in Miami, bro. Very common in Miami. It's a party city, dude. It's a party city. It's a party city. Not a serial killer case, but would you consider doing the North Hollywood robbery that happened in North California, happened in the mid-90s? I did already. Let me see if I can find it for you. Let me find the link for you. All right, give me 1 sec. Let me find it for you real fast. Oh, what the hell? That's not what I wanted to do. All right. Boom. Here you go, bro. I got you, man. Here it is, my friend. I'll drop the link for you here in OSS chat, and I'll drop it for the YouTube guys, and I'll drop it there. But here it is. Timestamps and all, bro. North Hollywood shooting. This is it right here. All right. Enjoy, my friend. Covered it there. Okay. What else do we got here? Bro, go to sleep, man. Get rest for tomorrow's stream. Yeah. All right, I'll do that then. Robert Pickton, Canada's most prolific serial killer, fed 304s to pigs, conspiracy, rabbit hole. Yeah. I've heard of Robert Pickton. I was supposed to do him. I didn't get a chance to do him. Darn It Man, subscribe. Thank you so much, Darn It Man. Happy to have you. Welcome, bro. We got real ninjas in the house. You know what? I'm going to do a poll for you guys on, actually, you know what? I'll do a, this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go into the OSS right now. Okay? I'm going to go into the OSS right now, chat. And what I want you to guys do, you got a full week to vote. Okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally make a thing. Pick a serial killer for next Sunday. Fed it. Or Fed Reacts. AK Fed it. Okay? All right, so what I'm going to do, guys, instead of putting a poll with different ones, I'm just going to have you guys pick, and then the one that gets the most likes, I will pick, all right? The killer with the most votes will get featured on next week's episode. Now, if dumbass fentanyl retard didn't be an idiot, he would realize that this is actually one of the perks of being in the of the OSS. I'm going to make this only for supporters, and you guys literally get to pick what we cover next Sunday. You know what I mean? So, okay. So, pick a serial killer for next Sunday's Fed Reacts, aka Fed It. The killer with the most votes will get featured on next week's episode. With the most likes, sorry. With the most likes. There we go. The comment with the killer with the most likes will get featured on next week's episode. Bam, there you go. All right. Here it is right here for you guys. Actually, shit, fuck. All right, I'll just publish it. Let me make sure I have this right. I'll pin it to the news feed as well for you guys, and it'll be up. Oh, lets me live chat? Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't need to schedule. I'm going to literally publish it right now. Okay. So I made a chat for it as well, guys. Or actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me just give you guys the link. Boom. Here you guys go. So go ahead, guys. Comment who you want. And then whoever gets the most vote. But guys, keep in mind that I did a lot of the big serial killers. I did Ted Bundy already. I did the killer clown John Wayne Gacy. I did the torso killer. I did the Night Stalker. I did BTK, aka Dennis Rader. I did the Golden State Killer. You know, the original Night Stalker. So before you guys write your killer in, please double check my channel and just type in the serial killer you want. All you got to do, like, for example, go on my channel, right? You go, right? You go here, right? You're on my channel. All you got to do is type in, okay, did he do Ted Bundy? Let's look here. Ted Bundy, right? Bam. I did do it, right? Right there. Jeffrey Dahmer. I did him. If you look at my infamous serial killer cases, right? I got a whole library on this.
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to Fed It. Today we're going to be breaking down the Jeffrey Dahmer case. You guys.
Okay, so you go here, playlist, infamous serial killer cases, right? And I literally have a bunch. Wait, where the hell are all the goddamn? Okay, yeah, boom. Here's the playlist, right? Bro. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer. Wait, what the fuck? God damn it. I got a whole playlist on this shit. All right, whatever. You guys get the idea. I have it right here.
And we are live.
You go here, click. Actually, you know what? Let me just click home. Come down here. Infamous serial killers. Zodiac Killer, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, The Night Stalker. So if I covered them already, guys, please Toy Box Killer, Samuel Little, actually the most prolific. Yeah, he has the most kills. Jack the Ripper, Green River Killer. I covered all these guys already. Okay? BTK, Son of Sam. I covered so many of these guys already. So just do me a favor and find find the person that you guys that I haven't covered yet. And we'll do it. So it's up right now on the OSS. And yeah, man, we'll go from there. All right, it's up right now on the post. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to fix the mixer, make the audio better. I know you guys said the audio is good, but I'm going to make it even better. Did you ever do Jack the Ripper? Yes, I did. Arc Lightning. Not a Silka, but you could react to the Larry Ray and the Stolen Kids of Sarah Lawrence. Pretty interesting case. There's also a docu movie about it. It's on Devil Campus. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a serial killer. You guys can name other cases too. That's fine. And listen, watch the full stream every day. Just got approved for 2 credit cards today. No alcohol, no weed. Gym 3 times a week. WFNF. Hey, Kumo, that's what's up, baby. Let's go, baby. Congratulations, man. All right, guys. All right, I'm going to sign off then. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. I will cover Cardi B with this guy. I'll cover Epstein stuff. And I will also cover any other news. I'll probably cover the meeting between Trump and your boy Netanyahu. They're going to have a meeting tomorrow. So we'll see what happens with that. I anticipate they're going to try to go ahead and do a Gaza ceasefire, but it's going to be bullshit, bro. You already know it's going to be bullshit. So anyway, it is what it is. But yeah, guys. Other than that, man, I love you, ninjas. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 5 p.m. The Servant Girl Annihilator, female killer. Okay? Bro, vote. Vote. Write it up. Write it up. Let's see who gets the most votes. Whoever gets the most votes, I'll cover it, chat. Okay? I'll keep reminding you guys throughout the week. All right, guys. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 5 p.m. And since Yemen is attacking Israel right now, I guess this is fitting. Boom, boom, boom. All right, ninjas. All right, later, guys.